Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Hit by Confidence Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Amida Nakamura had a very important meeting today and it was making him anxious. He hoped that it was for a promotion at the accounting firm he had been with for over 5 years now, but the paranoid part of him was whispering that he was being laid off. This anxiety had built up over the night and now here he was, standing on the sidewalk with others needing to get to work, a tight smile and a coffee clutched tightly in his grip. The villain fight holding them up was not helping his mental state. The more his mind churned and came up with reasons why his boss wanted to have a private meeting with him, the more his quirk was building up inside, ready to explode. Just as he took out his phone to text his boss that he might be late, the heroes finally took down the gigantic villain. "Crap," he muttered as the ground vibrated and he dropped his phone. Before he could bend down and grab it, a smaller figure beat him to it. "Here you go," a boy in a Gakurin uniform said with a cheerful smile, and Amida couldn't help but smile back. "Thank you." As he took the phone back, their hands touched and Amida felt a calm wash over him. He closed his eyes to enjoy the tranquility before snapping them open in panic when he realized what had happened. "Shit. Hey kid," he yelled, looking through the crowd, but he couldn't catch sight of the boy as people had begun to move. Well, Amida hoped his quirk wouldn't mess up the boy's day. It was called confidence boost, but it could be devastating depending on a person's personality. The more anxious Amida became, the more confident the next person he touched would be. It usually took 8 to 12 hours for his quirk to wear off. The confidence that Amida's quirk made was real, but to feed that confidence, another emotion had to be the energy supply. It varied from person to person, but it was always came from the emotional state they felt the most. Angry people became charismatic, depressed people became the life of the party. Happy people turned into hot-blooded brawlers. As for kind people, they became downright ruthless. By the time Amida made it to work and discovered he was getting a promotion, Midoriya Izuku was feeling the full effect of his quirk. Izuku's homeroom class was a rowdy bunch. Their teacher, Yuuei-sensei, was a middle-aged man who had given up on corralling his class into behaving 5 seconds into their first day. Yelling, quirk usage, and other brazen behavior was the norm. The man did not care and was counting down the days to his retirement. He was not a teacher that students looked up to, nor was he one they feared. He wasn't interested in his students' personal lives, social status, or much else. So when he said, "Midoriya also wants to go to Yuuei," it was not malicious. It was an offhanded remark that slipped out without a thought because he was stating a fact. But Iwamoto students knew when there was blood in the water, and Midoriya was, more often than not, the prey bleeding out. He did not mean to call attention to Midoriya as he had, but he made no effort to stop the derisive laughter or Bakugu's screaming as he slammed explosive fists onto Midoriya's desk. "Still, after all this time, you're still trying to compete with me? Wake up and realize how worthless you are, Deku." This was a scene that had played out 1,000,000 times in this classroom, and each time Midoriya would stutter out his defense in a timid voice barely heard among the snickering of his classmates. This time was different. This time, Midoriya looked past Bakugo, past everyone laughing, and locked eyes with Iwamoto. And Midoriya smiled. "Iwamoto-sensei," he called out, ignoring Bakugo's growls at being ignored. Iwamoto mentally prepared for whatever complaint was about to come out of the boy's mouth. "You look tired and it doesn't seem like you have much planned for today. I'll take it from here. I have a lesson in mind that I think everyone will benefit from." That was not what Iwamoto expected Midoriya to say, and neither did the rest of the class if the loud burst of laughter meant anything. What could a useless Deku like you teach me? Or anyone?" Bakugo asked, cracking his knuckles. Midoriya let out an annoyed sigh and turned his attention to him. "Bakugo, I've known you for most of my life. I know your quirk inside and out because I'm your most frequent test subject. My lesson will help put some things into perspective for everyone trying out for a hero school. By the time I'm done, I think we'll all know who in this class should try out and who should sit out." The way he smiled as he said that last part killed the laughter a bit as some of his classmates began to shift uneasily. Bakugo looked taken aback, perhaps because Midoriya hadn't called him Kaken. With a scoff of disbelief, he stalked back to his desk, kicking at his chair before throwing himself into his seat. Iwamoto decided this had gone on long enough. Very funny, Midoriya, but I do have a lesson planned. And don't comment on others' appearances, it's rude, he scolded, trying to gain back control of his classroom. He expected his student to timidly apologize, but the kid heaved a heavy sigh and stood up. Iwamoto-sensei, I think you've misunderstood something, I wasn't asking. The lesson has already started. First lesson you learn when you're quirkless is this: the truth is rude, cruel, and will constantly be shoved in your face. You look tired, sensei, so please sit down. Midoriya. I don't know what's gotten into you, but dash. It's because you look so tired, sensei, that I'm going to ignore that you broke student confidentiality by telling everyone that I applied to Yuuei. Midoriya spoke over him. He didn't yell or raise his voice, but it still stomped out his teachers with quick, brutal efficiency. Iwamoto felt the color drain from his face. That was I apologize. I wasn't thinking, but it's really not important in the long run. He trailed off, internally wincing at how weak that sounded. The way Midoriya looked at him with a quick upturn of his lip made Iwamoto realize that this student could also smell blood in the water and knew how to find the source. I disagree, sensei. I think it's very important. Because, if you're breaking confidentiality because you weren't thinking, what else are you saying that you contractually agreed to not speak about? Midoriya tilted his head and pulled out his phone and began to scroll. This isn't the first time, you know? You also told everyone I was quirkless on the first day of school, as well as commenting on some of my grades I've gotten this year. As your student, I don't feel comfortable knowing that you're talking about my personal information so carelessly. This is a very serious matter. I'm afraid if you can't give me a better reason, I'll have to issue a complaint. Iwamoto tried to hide his relief. Issuing a complaint to the principal wouldn't hurt his career or reputation. That man would never believe Midoriya. The school board is pretty strict on these things. I heard a teacher from another school was let go very quickly for giving out a student's phone number. The school board? Iwamoto squeaked as his panic returned like a tidal wave. Midoriya looked up from his phone with a bored look. Of course, I can't take it to a higher authority here. There would be a bias since they know you personally. Here it is. Thank you, Nico-san. I knew someone would post this. The student in question flinched and hid his phone as Midoriya pressed play and Iwamoto's words rang out over some weird dubstep music. Midoriya also wants to go to Yuuei. Midoriya also wants to go to Yuuei. Midoriya also wants to go to Yuuei. It went on in an endless loop until Midoriya paused it. The class had gone silent. Several students tried to stealthily put their phones away. Evidence is everywhere, since even if Nico-san deletes his video, it's already been liked, shared, and saved. Midoriya looked at Nico with something akin to disappointment. Tagging it #quirklesskid_gets-schooled makes you sound like you're in primary school, especially since you posted it to an anti-quirkless group. If you're going to bully me on the internet, just tag that you want me to die like everyone else. By the way, hero schools are allowed to check social media accounts, so for anyone applying, you might want to do some cleanup. I'd hate to be the reason you don't get in. A garbled noise came out of the back of Nico's throat, was one of regret, and he hunched into his school uniform in a sad attempt to disappear. A few kids looked shaken at the information, but Midoriya had already turned back to Iwamoto, smiling. Please know that I have other instances like this saved and documented. Your teaching career is as good as over if I take this up like I should. He didn't mention that he also had evidence on his classmates, but from their frightened glances, he didn't need to. But if you let me teach for the remainder of home period, I'll forget all about it. Iwamoto was beginning to fear that smile. I'll forget all about the times you've slipped up because I understand, sensei. I get it. You're tired and so am I. Midoriya moved to the side of his desk and with a small bow, gestured to his chair. Please take a seat and rest. Iwamoto sat down. The class had become deathly silent by the time Midoriya reached the blackboard. Grabbing a piece of chalk, he wrote on the board. What makes a hero? He turned to his classmates. I've been thinking about this question for a long time. Probably since I was 4. I think I know the answer, but I'm curious about what everyone else thinks. Heroes are so ingrained in our society that they often overlap into other industries, so sometimes I think the definition of what a hero is has become a bit murky. What do you guys think? What makes a hero? Typical middle school replies came back to him, trickling before becoming a flood. A strong quirk. Personality. No one wants a boring hero. That's true. Can't get into the spotlight if you're not interesting. You have to look good or have a cool costume. You also need to be good with the public. Remember that one hero who retired early because they couldn't stop stuttering on a live stream? Memes for days. Midoriya listened and wrote down everyone's thoughts, which boiled down to a strong quirk, an interesting personality, good-looking and/or unique costume. Okay, for the sake of time, let's leave it at these 3 since that's what I'm hearing the most. He turned back to the class and zeroed in on one person. So now that we agree that these traits make a hero, how do you plan on becoming one Ito-san? Ito, who was known for popping his eyes out to scare the girls in their class, jerked in surprise at being called out. What? You applied to a hero school, right? Midoriya asked, and Ito nodded. So, based on our criteria of what makes a hero, what's your plan to stand out? What are you going to do to make them want you? That is. Ito trailed off, a red flush creeping up his neck as he began to hear giggles throughout the class. Irritated, he snapped back. At least I have a quirk and a chance. No hero school is going to allow a quirkless kid in. Midoriya heaved a heavy sigh. Ito-san, he began slowly, as if he was talking to a small child. I'm not in this equation. The strong quirk kicks me out automatically. Please try to keep up. Also, this isn't about my future, it's about yours, and I would like to know how you plan to prove that popping your eyeballs out makes you hero material. More giggles kicked up around the room. Well, that is. I can use them to spy on villains. But they're still connected to your optic nerve, right? How far can you extend them? A foot maybe? Came the weak response, and Midoriya raised an eyebrow. So you think you can spy on villains with only 12 inches to work with? Don't you think they would notice an eyeball or 2 lying around? And what if you're discovered? What then? How quickly can your eyes go back into their sockets? How is your quirk going to help you if you have to fight? I could throw my eyes at them. People always freak out when I do that. Then I can knock them out with a sucker punch to the face. Ito exclaimed with pride, flexing one of his biceps. Midoriya laughed. He laughed long and loud to the point that everyone was becoming uncomfortable. After what felt like an eternity, his laughter slowed into chuckles, and he wiped the tears from his eyes. Ito-san, I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh at you, but are you being serious? Is that really your plan for when you have to fight? Yes. Midoriya's expression became one of pity. Ito-san, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I hope you picked out a normal high school as your second choice because no hero school is going to take you in. You don't know that. Your optic nerves are probably stronger than most, but they're not made of steel. It would be ridiculously easy to beat you, even I could do it. Yeah, right. As if a quirkless nobody like you could dash. I would need to do is grab your optic nerve and pull. Midoriya said with a straight face, and Ito paled as gruesome images materialized in his head. I imagine it wouldn't take much, and even if pulling didn't work, collateral damage from fights guarantees something sharp will be around, so I could just cut them. Actually, I don't even need to go that far, I could just crush your eyeballs. Then you wouldn't have eyes or a quirk. Midoriya's smile would probably be in Ito's nightmares. So, Ito-san, please rethink your strategy or don't bother with the entrance exam at all. Somebody laughed as Ito's shoulders slumped in defeat, and Midoriya snapped his head and zeroed in on them with a frightening accuracy that matched the manic smile growing on his face. Mika-san. I was wondering who should go next. Thank you for volunteering. Mika hiccuped in fear. And that's how the rest of the class went, with Midoriya dissecting most of his classmates' quirks and personalities. It was a psychoanalyzation that none of them had woken up expecting, and it showed. Suzuki-san, mutant-type quirks don't get a lot of sponsorship offers. How are you going to combat that if you want to be a limelight hero? Kuwabara-san, how do you plan to use the spikes growing out of the top of your head to rescue civilians? Kato-san, you have a quiet personality. How are you going to stand out from the rest when you have a hard time with public speaking? It occurred to Iwamoto a little too late that Midoriya was using the list the class had made earlier to turn the tables on them. Swallowing his fear that he was about to lose his career, Iwamoto stood up before Midoriya could sink his teeth into the 3 students left. Stop, Midoriya. You have terrorized your classmates enough. Telling them all sorts of awful things, how could you say those things to them? I don't know what's gotten into you today, but enough is enough. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Midoriya's next victim, Eiko, mouth. Thank you, sensei, as Midoriya turned to him. That's an interesting way of putting it, sensei. But I don't think I terrorized anyone. Excuse me? Then what would you call the last hour? Midoriya leaned against the podium, tapping his chin. An eye-opener? A wake-up call? We've all got big dreams, and I've been told by everyone in this room that my mind is unattainable. That I should be realistic and pick something else. It's been scrawled onto my desk, clawed into my clothes, and burned into my skin. So I thought. He trailed off, quiet for a moment before looking up and giving everyone a cheerful smile. I thought since everyone has been so kind to bring me back down to reality time and time again, it was only fair I return the favor at least once. But don't worry, sensei. This definition they decided on for a hero is wrong. They missed a major component. And that is why I don't believe anyone here is qualified. Underneath the list he added, having morals. See, the previous descriptors can apply to villains, celebrities, models, CEOs, and a bunch of other professions. But a hero? A real hero has to care. They have to care about those weaker than them. It's not just about flashy battles and arresting villains. It's about calming people down after a disaster. It's about reassuring desperate people that they're not alone. It's about giving civilians a sense of safety and trust. Midoriya stared his class down. As a quirkless person, not one person in this class has ever made me feel safe. Every day I feel like I'm walking in here to be eaten alive. In the future, if one of you does become a hero and you have to save me, would you? Silence. And that's why no one here is qualified to be a hero, sensei. Bakugo's palms crackled. Iwamoto pointed to the door. Principal's office. Now. Midoriya shrugged, grabbed his stuff, and as he stepped out the door, he turned back and gave everyone a sweet smile. I know it's a long way off, but good luck on your entrance exams, everyone. I hope this lesson is one you remember when they come around. The sound of door shutting echoed and the class listened as Midoriya's footsteps faded away. Sensei, someone said, sounding weak in the tense air. Can I change my school choices? Iwamoto sighed. For some reason, an old joke popped into his head. It was older than dirt, but it had stood the test of time. 14-year-olds are the meanest people in the world. They will make fun of you, but in an accurate way. They will get to the thing that you don't like about you. They don't even have to look at you for long. Apparently they can smell the weakness of other 14-year-olds too. He couldn't help but think as he took in the frightened, desperate gazes of his students. Midoriya had done a number on them, and himself if he was being honest. Anyone who wants to make changes, do it now. They haven't been recorded yet, so you have time. The desperate scribbling of pencils on paper sounded like thunder in his ears. Principal Akashi, Midoriya Izuku is here. His secretary's voice crackled through the speaker in his office. Akashi frowned. She sounded uneasy, but it was hard to tell through the static. Send him in, he replied as he reread the email Iwamoto had sent him regarding the situation. It baffled him because the behavior described did not sound like something Midoriya would do. True, the boy was often in trouble for distracting his peers with his mumbling and jealous behavior, but he was timid. A quirkless boy like him would never have the guts nor intellect to blatantly break down his classmates' quirks the way the email described. Yet, he also couldn't think of a reason why Iwamoto would lie, and with this being Bakugo's last year here, Akashi wanted everything to go smoothly. It wouldn't do for weird rumors about Aldra nor its students to spread when one of their most talented was about go on to study at Yuuei. He'll hear Midoriya out and then deal out an appropriate punishment. Just think on it, okay, Mrs. Yuki? I think it would really help strengthen your quirk. Akashi heard Midoriya say as his door was opened. He caught sight of his secretary's face and wondered what the boy had said to her. She looked as pale as her surname. "Hello, Midoriya-kun," he said as the boy took a seat across from him. "Principal Akashi." Midoriya gave him a small nod in return. "Do you know why you're here, Midoriya?" Akashi asked, preparing himself for the tears and denial. Uemoto-sensei said I was torturing my classmates, but that isn't true, sir." Was said so casually, as if he was talking about the weather. "Oh." Midoriya nodded, looking more relaxed than Akashi had ever seen him. "Everything I said was true. My intent wasn't to bring anyone who wants to be a hero down, but to ground them to reality. To show them where their limits are, so to speak." Akashi sighed. The email was making a little more sense now. Apparently Midoriya's jealousy overrode his shy nature today. It's not your place to tell your classmates what they can or cannot do with their futures. Aspiring to be a hero is an admirable dream for anyone. An admirable dream for anyone but me. Isn't that what you mean? Akashi froze, startled at the curt accusation. Be reasonable, Midoriya. I know life hasn't been fair to you, but you have to be realistic about your own future and leave others alone. Now, about your punishment for disrupting class dash. You know, Principal Akashi, your plan never made sense to me. Midoriya said, scratching his head. Akashi frowned. I'm not sure what you're talking about, and don't interrupt me while I'm talking to you. I'm talking about your plan to make Aldra more respectable by using Bakugo's fame once he becomes a pro. It just doesn't make sense to me. I understand you want to give your most talented student the best you can, but sacrificing weaker students to feed his ego, that seems wrong, don't you think? Now see here, Midoriya. Akashi sputtered, face red. I have never done such a thing, and Bakugo hasn't done anything to deserve such slander from you. Oh. It was said softly, in a sweet lilting way, but there was something about it. It made Akashi think of a razor blade wrapped in velvet. Midoriya rolled up his sleeves and leaned forward in his chair until his elbows were on Akashi's desk. There were faint scars across his forearms. One was shaped like a handprint. The burns say otherwise, as do the scorch marks on my desk and the smoke that sticks to my uniform. He's still young, Midoriya. Accidents happen. I'm sorry if his explosions hurt you, but he can't control the strength of his quirk yet. Akashi said, trying to do some damage control before Midoriya got any ideas. Midoriya gave him a look of disbelief and sat back. If Bakugo can't control his quirk after having it for over a decade, then I guess he's not as talented as you think he is. Midoriya. And if you knew that, then you should have arranged for a quirk counselor to work with him. Not let him run wild and hurt people whenever he feels like it. I just meant that he probably gets excited when roughhousing. Akashi explained, desperate to take back control of the conversation. That is still a sign of poor control. This boy. Akashi withheld an aggravated groan. We are not discussing this further. We are discussing your punishment for being so rude to your classmates. I think 2 weeks of detention and extra cleaning duty should suffice, and I'm being lenient with you. I still don't understand your plan. Midoriya. Where did All Might attend middle school, Principal Akashi? Midoriya asked, and he came up short, not expecting the question. That is Dash, he stuttered, trying to get out an answer. You don't know. What about Endeavor? Or Best Jeanist? Can you name the middle school of any ranking hero? I don't think you can. No, why, Principal Akashi? He was beginning to understand Iwamoto's warning about Midoriya's smile. When had it become so terrifying? Because it doesn't matter. No one looks at a hero and goes, wow. I wonder where they went to middle school. No, they look up where they went to high school because that's where they train to be heroes. Midoriya continued on, still smiling, still looking soft. Gentle, as if his words weren't daggers hitting their target's dead center. What? Do you think Bakugo is going to give this school a shout-out if he goes pro? Do you think people will look up to you or something if he does? You might not be here even if such a thing were to pass. This school might not be open anymore. We're on the list of schools to be condemned in the next 3 years. Don't speak ill of the school. Akashi managed to croak out. I'll stop when the roof is fixed and the floor tiles stop coming undone. There's a betting pool on when the rail on the second floor stairway is going to fall off. Yeah, Akashi and the teachers had a bet on that too. But Midoriya didn't need to know that. I know the school is well-lived in, but that's just how it is with all the budget cuts. I don't know how you know about the condemned list dash. I follow the school board's social media. But again, it doesn't concern you. Akashi sighed. It seems you have a trend of putting your nose in the business of others today. In all fairness, they were in mind first. If you want to be mad at someone, be mad at Iwamoto-sensei for telling everyone I'm trying for Yuuei. Still? I thought I advised you heavily against trying. You did. So did my classmates, but you never seemed to mind when they told me to give up. I know you've heard their, encouraging words to me a few times. Don't be upset that they're concerned for you. A fun way to interpret those interactions. And wrong. Regardless, it's none of their business and ultimately it's Yuui's call on if I get in. Not my classmates, not my teachers and not yours. Akashi really looked, at the student sitting across from him. There was no tension in his body, his eyes were slightly narrowed and his mouth was set in a firm line. He didn't look upset, more like he was slightly inconvenienced that he was having this conversation at all. Akashi wondered where the nervous boy he was familiar with went. I'm sure Iwamoto-sensei didn't mean to call you out like that, but that doesn't give you the right to talk to your classmates like you did. Midoriya was silent and Akashi withheld a sigh of relief. Normally it wasn't so hard to get through to this student. Let's agree to disagree. Speaking of rights, let's talk about mine since we're here. Akashi groaned. Midoriya, please. Principal Akashi, I don't think you understand the situation you're in. The boy gave him an assessing look. I wonder, have for some time actually, why are you so focused on Bakugo boosting the reputation of this school when you should be focused on making sure I won't tear it down? What sort of power trip fantasy was this boy having right now? You can dress up how I've been treated by my peers and teachers all you like, but we all know what's going on. Frankly, I'm tired of being a punching bag and I'm tired of you sweeping it under the rug simply because I don't have a quirk. I'm tired of people using their quirks on me because they're bored or frustrated. I'm tired of getting scolded by teachers and punished for things I haven't done. Mostly, I'm tired of being looked upon as lesser for something I cannot control. Midoriya clapped his hands and smiled. Razors in velvet went through Akashi's head again and dread filled his stomach. You might have forgotten that the Quirkless Protection Act is still an active law, but I haven't and neither has the school board. Oh no! Akashi thought before his mind went blank with panic. That act was old, had been made when the quirkless still outnumbered the quirked. In the beginning it was a bias law that unfairly favored quirkless people. Nowadays, though minor adjustments had been made to it, it was one of the few lifelines a quirkless person had in the world. I know a lot of people don't take it seriously, but the school board does. One of the members has a quirkless child around my age. So trust me when I say that if I make a complaint to them about this, it won't be ignored. And if they determine Aldra has ignored it, well, budget cuts will be the least of your worries. Midoriya leaned back and cocked his head. I wonder if Aldra could afford the legal fees if this went to court. Oh shit. Akashi thought, trying desperately to think up a rebuttal. Midoriya kept talking. I know that, technically, there's no evidence of any mistreatment towards my person here. The cameras don't work and it's not like you're handing out detentions to anyone but me, so there's not a paper trail to follow. Akashi felt he could breathe a little easier at that confession. No evidence. It would turn this into he said she said situation with no clear winner. Aldra could survive that. But my classmates really love posting on social. Look. A phone was shoved in Akashi's face, with a popular app opened. A play button was pressed and he watched. Video after video of Midoriya being teased, taunted and harassed for all to see. Aldra might have been able to claim ignorance if most of the videos weren't filmed in classrooms with teachers looking on and doing nothing. Midoriya took his phone back. Now that you've seen how concerned my classmates and teachers are for me, let's discuss what's going to happen from here on out. Principal Akashi withheld a whimper and nodded. Midoriya must have seen something in his expression because he began to laugh. Don't look so frightened, sir. I'm not going to ask for anything that can't be easily granted. I just want a little respect, a little equality so that the rest of my time here at Aldra can be peaceful. You look like I'm blackmailing you into compliance and that kinda hurts, you know? Midoriya frowned. Do you think I'm blackmailing you? You've given me much to think about. That's all. Midoriya hummed. I guess I have. Remember Principal Akashi, it can only be called blackmail if the person being threatened knows their actions aren't ethical or legal. But we both know my mistreatment at this school was done out of naive ignorance and that it's going to change right now, isn't it? Since we still have so much time left, why don't we go over my permanent record first? I think there are a few, misunderstandings that need to be corrected. The smile Midoriya flashed him was going to be in his nightmares. Akashi gave a stiff nod and with shaky fingers, pulled the file up on his computer. In the end, Midoriya Izuku did not receive any punishment for his actions that morning. Since he was a model student and this was a first offense, a verbal warning and nothing more was issued. It was an open secret that Midoriya ate his lunch in an empty classroom on the second floor, which is exactly where Bakugo and his two cronies found him. Oi, Deku! Bakugo snarled as he slammed a hand onto Midoriya's desk, causing his lunchbox to fall. Rice and vegetables spilled to the floor, along with an ice pack and an unopened carton of milk. What the hell was that this morning? Since when did you have a backbone? Midoriya finished chewing before he spoke. You owe me a new lunch. I'd demand yours, but I know how spicy your curry is. Just give me some money and we'll call it even, he said with a click of his tongue, ignoring the questions aimed at him. Smoke began to rise from Bakugo's clenched fist and the two boys behind him began to laugh. Oh wow. I never knew you were such a comedian, Mido. Daichi said as he extended a finger to poke Midoriya's cheek. All throughout our childhood you were just a big crybaby. Midoriya caught the finger and squeezed. Hey ow. Stop, that hurts. Daichi yelped as he pulled his finger back. I wondered if your quirk increased your bone density. Guess not. Touch me again and I will break your fingers. Midoriya told him before turning to the other. What about you, Eiko? Is there something you'd like to say to me? No. Then why are you guys bothering me? We're not friends and I don't want to be associated with petty thieves. Midoriya said as he opened up his notebook. Bakugo snatched it off the desk, glaring. Who are you calling a thief? Midoriya scowled right back. Them because they've been banned from all the local arcades for it and you for taking my notebook. Give it back. Bakugo smirked. Sure thing, Death. Here. He let off an explosion and tossed the burnt book onto the desk. Everyone else might be wetting their pants from your little stunt earlier, but I'm not. I'm the best and I have the strongest quirk in this whole school. Getting into Yuuei will be easy. So I'm going to tell you one last time, give up. A quirkless nobody like you has no right to even think about competing with me. You're a pebble on my road to greatness, not even worth glancing at. Midoriya looked at his burnt notebook. Then to Bakugo. He let out an annoyed groan and ran a hand through his hair. Bakugo, why are you so obsessed with me? It's becoming uncomfortable. Tiny explosions were set off. What? I'm not obsessed with you. I don't care what you do with your shitty life. You're not even competition for me, he shrieked. If that was true, then you wouldn't be trying to stop me from applying to Yuuei. Midoriya shot back. He kinda has a point. Daichi said softly, still rubbing his finger. Shut up, extra. If I'm not competition then you shouldn't have to worry about me passing the entrance exam. Midoriya shook his notebook, frowning as ashes fell to meet his lost bento. If I'm a pebble then stop looking at me. Worry about yourself, leave me alone, and stay out of my business. He took his phone out and proceeded to ignore them. Bakugo's rage meter hit the limit. He looked like he was on the verge of screaming before a thought crossed his mind. He gave Midoriya a vicious grin. You're all talk. I've known you your whole life and this act of yours is pathetic. I'll admit your creepy notes might help you a little, but they won't get you into you. Do everyone a favor and take a swan dive off the roof. Maybe you'll get a quirk in your next life. Dude! Eiko exclaimed looking around. If a teacher heard you say that. Bakugo didn't reply, he was busy looking at Midoriya, waiting for the hurt to fill up those green eyes, waiting for the tears and muffled sobs. Midoriya looked back, eyes dry. Not a hint of pain in them. After a pause, he spoke. Okay. The other three sputtered. What? Bakugo screamed. Are you crazy? Oh God, we are going to be in so much trouble. Eiko moaned. Like hell we are. Let's get out of here. Daichi yelped as they took off down the hall, leaving Bakugo to fend for himself. Midoriya began to move, talking as he packed up his things up and began cleaning up the mess on the floor. It's perfect, really. If I jump from the roof, Aldra gets scrutinized and fined for having a quirkless student commit suicide. He looked at Bakugo and grinned. And you lose your chance at becoming a hero. I'll even make sure to leave this with my suicide note in which you will be mentioned many times. Like this morning, a voice came out of Midoriya's phone. Take a swan dive off the roof. Bakugo stiffened at hearing his own voice. He wasn't an idiot. He knew that at this moment Midoriya was holding his future in his hands. Not even the principal could help him out of this one. I'll make sure your mom will be first to hear it so she can realize what an awful person you've become. I'll make sure she forces you to look my mom in the eye as you tell her every awful little thing you've done to me. Even the things you don't remember. I'll write them all down for you as one last favor. Bakugo felt an ample amount of sweat gathering in his palms and, for once, it wasn't from anger. Don't joke like that, Deku. Then don't tell me to kill myself. Midoriya snapped back. Actions have consequences, Kaken, even for you. I have always thought you were amazing. Ever since we were kids, I knew you could become a great hero. But this? Mocking me every day, calling me worthless, destroying my things, what kind of hero do you think you are, acting like that? Because lately, Midoriya trailed off, looking dazed. Lately you've been nothing but a villain to me. Bakugo choked a little, eyes widening, unable to believe that Midoriya Izuku had said such a thing to him. And right to his face. I was being serious this morning when I said you need to care about those weaker than you if you want to be a real hero. People don't look up to All Might just because he's strong, they look up to him because he makes them feel safe. You don't do that. Midoriya smiled and it was bitter. We're not friends. I know that, and while I have been friendly towards you in the past, I'm done trying to be your friend again. I admire you and what you can do, but when you got mad this morning when everyone else joined in, I decided enough is enough. I don't owe you anything except a few punches to the face for all the shit you've put me through. Midoriya glanced at Bakugo's hands. I didn't get to your quirk this morning. I would just to dump water on you or spray you with a fire extinguisher. There isn't a public building that doesn't have one, so it'd be easy to find. If I really wanted to take you out permanently, I'd knock you unconscious and cut your hands off, or just kill you while you're out cold. You have a strong quirk, but I wasn't joking. That's not enough, Kaken. If you don't care about people, especially those weaker than you, then you have no right to call yourself a hero. It was more on instinct than intent, but Bakugo swung, fist already sizzling. Midoriya dodged, which wasn't unusual, but Bakugo was surprised when his arm was slammed onto the desk and his explosion died prematurely, covered in a suffocating cold. Deku had smacked his ice pack on top of his hand. I told you I was done, Kaken, he sounded sad. Things will be changing around here. I'm not going to be some punching bag you can use when you're mad. Seriously, for your own sake, leave me alone. If you keep harassing me, I will send that voice recording to Yuuei. Midoriya let him go. Bakugo didn't move, still stunned that a fucking ice pack had killed off his attack. Swaying a little, Midoriya walked towards the door, yellow backpack slung on one shoulder. Don't worry. About the suicide, I won't actually kill myself. I respect myself too much to listen to you, and I wouldn't do such a mean thing to your mom or mine. I have better things to do. I have dreams and you're not taking them away from me. I'll see you later. The room was silent. Damn, Deku. Bakugo muttered under his breath, throwing the ice pack on the floor. What kind of quirk did you get hit with? Fucking terrifying. It had to be the influence of a quirk. People don't change overnight like that, and Bakugo did know Midoriya better than most. That's mostly why he has stayed quiet during Deku's lecture. It had been entertaining to see all those extras get put in their place. Now that Deku did the same to him, it wasn't as funny. He had a lot to think about. The rest of the school day went smoothly, though people walked softly around Midoriya. Even the teachers had been warned after a very terse email was sent out, reminding everyone about a certain law. The rumors spread fast and Midoriya seemed content at being left alone, if not looking a tad sluggish. He nodded off in his last class but wasn't scolded. A collective sigh of relief was heard when the final bell rang. The thing about confidence boost was that as it wore off, it was like coming down from an adrenaline rush. It could leave one feeling tired and irritable. So tired and done with everything mood, if you will. Which sums up what Midoriya was feeling when he walked through a tunnel on his way home. Because he was more focused on trying to stay awake and not trip over his own feet, he was an easy target for a villain hiding right beneath the manhole cover he had passed. Before he could blink, slime loosely wrapped around him, slowly tightening as a bulging eye and grinning mouth looked at him. "Don't worry, kid. I'm just going to be taking over your body for a little bit. It'll be painful for about 45 seconds, ow." Midoriya wiggled one arm free and poked the villain in the eye. "No." The villain yelped, letting him go and reforming a few feet away, rubbing his injured eye. "Don't be stingy. It won't take long, oof." Midoriya flung his backpack into the face of adversity. It seemed to work. "No," he repeated as the villain reformed again, looking angry. "I'm going to enjoy suffocating you, you little dash." The villain's words were cut off as a powerful force came up from the manhole. A gale of wind ripped through the tunnel and scattered the villain's body. "Do not worry. I am here," All Might exclaimed with his signature smile. "Thank you for keeping him occupied, young man. I'm sorry you had to get involved, oh dear." His smile turned into a nervous frown. The air pressure from his dramatic entrance had defeated the villain, but it had also knocked the boy into a wall, causing him to pass out. No concussions, please don't have a concussion." All Might whispered fervently under his breath as he worked quickly to collect the sludge villain in a plastic bottle, and keep an eye on the boy at the same time, hoping he would wake up soon. All Might couldn't just leave him, but his time was running out. This boy was not the first person Yagi had accidentally knocked out, but it had been a while since he had messed up this badly. So when the boy's eyelids began to flutter after only a few minutes of being still, Yagi silently thanked his lucky stars. "Thank goodness you're awake." Yagi sighed, keeping up his grin as the boy blinked a few times before sitting up with a groan. "Are you all right?" The boy clutched at his head and looked around in confusion before setting his gaze on Yagi. His eyes widened and his eyebrows went up in shock. "Oh my God. Am I dreaming?" he stuttered, pointing a shaking finger at Yagi. Being in his hero persona, Yagi was used to this reaction. "Your eyes do not deceive you, young man. I must thank you for helping me take down this villain." He held up the bottles he had trapped the villain in. "I apologize that I took so long. This isn't my usual patrol area, so I got turned around, but that's no excuse for negligence." The boy just stared at him. There was a small awkward silence and Yagi saw some sort of epiphany flash through green eyes. "I was knocked out by All Might," the boy whispered under his breath and Yagi withheld a wince. "Yes, sometimes my attacks can be a bit dash." "Awesome." It was said with the same reverence and wonder Yagi had felt when he was offered one for all. He made an effort not to let any confusion show on his face. Perhaps the boy did have a concussion because that was not a normal reaction to getting knocked out by a hero's attack and... Seeing the grin spread across that freckled face, Yagi realized he was dealing with a true fanboy. Normally this type of person could be a bit difficult to deal with, but this time he felt relief. No concussion, no hospital bill sent to his agency, no one to yell at him for being careless. "Wow. You even signed my notebook." "Thank you," the boy exclaimed as he stood up. "Of course. Anything for a fan. Now, I really must get going. Please continue to support me," Yagi said, giving his fan one last grin and a thumbs up. As he turned and began to gear up for a long-distance jump, he just barely heard over the wind. "Wait, there's something I need to ask you, Dash." Yagi landed on a roof a few seconds later with a little barnacle of a boy attached to his leg. "Of all the reckless things. Child, I do not have time to talk with you. I am on patrol right now. Yagi scolded as the boy let go. He turned away, heart racing because he felt his time was quickly running out, and despite how annoyed he was, he did not want to yell at the boy. I know and I am sorry, but I will never get another chance to ask. Just answer one question and I will never bother you again, the boy said, sounding strangely composed for someone who probably just discovered what a roller coaster without seatbelts or a seat would feel like. I need to know, do you think a quirkless person can become a hero? Yagi turned around, surprised, and discreetly wiped at the dribble of blood that had welled up around the corner of his lip. Can a quirkless dash? Yagi never finished his sentence because One for All decided it was done for the day. Once the smoke cleared, his civilian form was in full view of a terribly curious child. Oh, the boy blinked a few times but showed no other signs of surprise. I wasn't expecting that, but I guess that makes sense. What? Yagi coughed up some blood and the boy gave him a handkerchief. How kind. If the boy hadn't just hitched a ride on Yagi's pant leg, causing the situation, he would have been touched by the thoughtfulness. Well, All Might is the most popular hero in Japan, but no one sees him outside his patrol times. I thought you just ran really fast when you didn't want to talk to people, but a second form makes more sense. Listen, you can't tell anyone about this. Yagi sighed as he sat down. He lifted his shirt, showing the boy his injury, and explained what was essentially a national secret to a middle schooler. One that was apparently sassy enough to point that out. While I always appreciate context, maybe you shouldn't have told me all that, the boy said, sitting next to him. You don't even know my name. I have a lot of power over you now. But Yagi wasn't number one for nothing. He looked the boy in the eyes and gave him a slightly evil smile. No one will ever believe you. The boy blinked once. Then he laughed. Yeah, you got me there. No one would believe that All Might would say something like that to a complete stranger. Not even if I had a quirk. That dampened Yagi's mood a little. About that, you asked me if I think a quirkless person can be a hero. Truthfully, I don't. Being a hero is a dangerous job with a quirk. Without one, it's just a long, drawn-out suicide. I've known so many people with amazing quirks that have died or had to go into early retirement because they faced a villain that was bad matchup for their quirk. If you're serious about helping people, try being a police officer. They get a bad rap with the public and it's a bit of a thankless job, but they help a lot. People. Yagi stood up, groaning as he stretched his shoulders and made his way towards the door. It's not a bad thing to dream, but be careful not to obscure the facts, kid. Yagi said. He hated saying things like that, especially to someone who had probably faced a lot of prejudice in their young life. Yet he also felt that this was a more painless way to break that dream than later on if the boy tried for a hero school. The public ridicule if it got out after he failed would be awful. Huh, so that's what you think? Yagi stopped short at the door and looked back. The boy looked disappointed but not heartbroken. Perhaps it didn't mean as much to him as he had implied. Can I give you some advice, All Might? I know I asked for your opinion and you gave it to me, but next time a quirkless fan asks you a similar question to mine, you should lie. Or at the very least, reword it so that they're left with some sort of hope. I know what I said is harsh, but I cannot in good conscience give people false hope. What if they try? What if they fail? Yagi asked. And what if they succeed? The boy snapped back before sighing, running a hand through messy hair. Look, it's not about whether you actually believe a quirkless person can become a hero. In truth, we shouldn't need anyone's approval or opinions about our dreams. But when you're told your whole life that you're useless or that you'll never accomplish anything, when nobody thinks you can do it. He gave Yagi a helpless smile. It's nice to think that someone's in your corner. That's what I loved about you. Watching you on the screen, you are always smiling. Like no matter how bad a situation is, you find some good somewhere in it. I admire your strength, but that's not why I look up to you. His laugh was bitter and heartbroken, like there were shards of glass in his throat. You've said it so many times, anyone can be a hero if they try. And Yagi remembers. Remembers that feeling of hopelessness. Remembers the doubt in people's eyes when he said he would be a hero. He remembers the laughter and gossip behind his back and the dismissive tones of his teachers. He remembers looking at Yuuei's gates, wondering what god he would need to pray to, What sacrifice he would need to make just to get that chance to step inside. My boy. Earlier today, someone told me to jump off a roof and pray that I get a quirk in my next life. The boy continued on and Yagi felt his jaw drop. He knew quirkless people had it worse than in his day, but for someone to say that, and for this boy to mention it so casually, it broke his heart. Please don't. Your life is worth something and quirks aren't everything. You don't need one to live a great life. Yagi was quick to get out, realizing, belatedly, they were on a rooftop. He didn't know if he could transform in time if the boy jumped. The boy looked offended. I know that. It's everyone else that seems to think that quirks define everything. Even you. Honestly, All Might who tells someone to become a police officer like it's some sort of consolation prize. Especially after describing it as a thankless job? What are you trying to say to me? That I deserve to be miserable because you don't think I can become a hero? That's pretty heartless. No. I believe that police do an admirable job. I think I would have applied if I hadn't made it as a hero. In no way do I believe you deserve to suffer because you're quirkless. If I don't deserve to suffer, then why is everyone hellbent on making sure that I do? The boy asked as he began to pace. All I want is a chance to prove myself. That's it. That's all I want. I'm not asking to be a special exception. I don't want that. I just want a chance to prove myself. Your solution wouldn't work either. The police wouldn't take me for the same reason you don't think I can be a hero. Yagi wanted to say that wasn't true, but he realized the boy was probably right. Well, I guess it's not fair of me to expect you to side with me. I get where you're coming from even if I don't agree. You do. The boy stopped pacing and shrugged. We're strangers. I asked for your opinion and you gave it to me honestly. I guess I thought you'd be on my side because I've been cheering for you since I was toddler. He smiled. But you're human, and me expecting you to just agree with me because I've watched you through a screen most of my life isn't right. I thought I knew you, but I don't. I only know what you let the public see. The boy walked past Yagi and opened the door. I should take my own advice and stop listening to what everyone else thinks. Because at the end of the day, Yagi had never seen such determined and ruthless eyes. Paired with the smile on the boy's face, it caused a shudder to go up his spine. Just who was he looking at? At the end of the day, you don't know me. As the door slammed shut, an explosion went off in the distance. The situation was bad, to say the least. None of the heroes on the scene were suited to take on someone with a sludge quirk, especially not when his hostage had such a volatile and explosive quirk. Death Arms watched as the kid struggled within the villain's grasp, his hands clenched tightly at his side. If backup didn't arrive soon, they would have to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Excuse me, he heard someone mutter and tap at his arm. He took a quick glance down to see a green-haired kid looking back at him. Could you dash? Can't you see this is a serious situation? Get out of here. If you want an autograph, wait till later. Death Arms snapped, shoving the kid behind him. Civilians were becoming way too desensitized to villain attacks, he thought as he returned his focus to the situation at hand. It was clear that the hostage was losing strength but still valiantly trying to fend off the villain. Come on, kid, just hold on a little longer. Help is on the way. Death Arms whispered under his breath. Were it not for that, he might have heard a tiny sigh that held quite a bit of frustration and annoyance in its small existence. If he hadn't been so focused on the villain, he might have seen someone duck past him. Kid, what the hell are you doing? A bystander yelled, and Death Arms looked around just in time to see that same green-haired kid was a few feet ahead of him, holding a makeshift slingshot that was pulled back and loaded with a good-sized rock from the surrounding debris. Shit! He lunged towards the kid, but the rock had already been released, and the boy took off running before he could grab him. It almost felt like everything was going in slow motion. The rock sailed gracefully through the air before smashing into the villain's eye. The sludge villain let out a shriek, and the boy darted forward and grabbed the hostage, pulling him free while the villain was distracted and in pain. Half carrying the exhausted hostage, the boy was quick to move past Death Arms just as the villain regained his composure. Looking at the crowd with his one good eye, the villain managed to find the boy, and something like recognition flashed through his good eye. The boy met his gaze with a calm expression. I told you no, he said. It came out blandly, The same way a tired parent tells a whining child they aren't getting ice cream. What was not bland was the hand gesture the boy gave the villain. "You little shit," he screamed and began to move their way. Death Arms moved into a defensive stance, but before the villain reached them, a booming voice echoed throughout the area. "You've schemed enough for one day, villain." As if he had appeared from thin air, All Might was there, already gearing up for an attack. "Take a nap. Detroit smash." It was a moment for the history books. Death Arms would definitely never forget the way All Might's punch pulverized the villain and changed the weather. The hostage was with the paramedics and cleanup from the attack would take a while, but it was part of the job. Before that, though, Death Arms grabbed the shoulder of the green-haired boy as he tried to leave. "What's your name?" The boy looked exhausted. He looked at Death Arms for a long moment. He had to shake him a little to get a response. "Midoriya Izuku? Why?" Death Arms decided it was his duty as a hero to give this kid a wake-up call he clearly needed. "Do you have any idea how reckless that was? That boy could have died because of you. You're lucky All Might was here to save the day. What were you thinking running out like that?" Midoriya was silent, but he looked more awake. "Well, I'm waiting," Death Arms said, arms crossed. If this kid thought staying silent would get him out of a lecture, he was in for a rude surprise. "You're right," Midoriya admitted slowly, as if tasting each word before they left his mouth. It was fortunate that All Might was here to save the day. Death Arms felt his anger ebb a little. At least he was seeing sense. "Because you sure as hell weren't doing anything to help." Midoriya ended, tone sharp and on the rise. It was loud enough to gain the attention of some bystanders. "Now hold on." "No, I don't think I will." Midoriya interrupted him. "You think you have the right to lecture me? After you just stood there while someone was dying? At least the other heroes were helping with crowd control and putting out fires. What's your excuse for not acting?" Great, people were gathering and bringing out their phones. Death Arms even saw a news crew breaking away from All Might to come their way. He needed to end this quickly, or this kid was going to be ridiculed to hell and back online. Hostage situations are delicate. One wrong move and it's all over. Things ended well today, but that won't always be the case when you act like you did. Midoriya looked shocked. A hostage situation? The incredulity was almost tangible. "A hostage situation?" he repeated. "Is that what we're calling murder attempts now, or did you never learn to tell the difference before becoming a hero?" "Hey, watch your tone," Death Arms yelled back. "You were reckless and could have died. You could have also caused that boy to die. He was being suffocated. He was already going to die anyway because none of you tried to help. And don't call me reckless, I tried to give you this." Midoriya threw the slingshot to the ground, "but you told me to get lost. I made it with a piece of wood that had fallen from Kamui Woods and some torn elastic. It might be from the lady, don't really know, I just found it on the ground. I thought, since you have super strength in your arms, you could take the villain out with it." Death Arms and the crowd watched as the child that was so calm and composed earlier lost himself in a rant. "But you brushed me off." "No, worse, you thought I was asking for an autograph." The boy sounded pained by that. "You have a lot of nerve calling me reckless when you just stood there. Where was this nerve when someone was literally being choked to death in front of you? I was a bad matchup for that villain. It was better to wait for backup." Death Arms raised his voice for people to hear. They would understand. "So having a quirk that doesn't suit the situation means you automatically get to sit out guilt-free even when a life is on the line?" Midoriya asked, and Death Arms would never admit it, but he almost took a step back because those green eyes were calling for his head on a pike. "Glad to know our taxes are being used to let heroes like you get away with negligence." Midoriya turned to the crowd. "Hey everyone. Remember, if you're ever being threatened by a villain and Death Arms arrives to help, there's a 50-50 chance he'll just stand back and wait for someone else to do his job." "Oh, for the love of Dash. That is not what I said." "Yes it is," a heckler from the crowd called out, and there was a murmur of agreement. "Then break it down for me, since I'm apparently too reckless and foolish to follow your higher thinking." Midoriya scoffed. Death Arms sighed, crouched down and tugged the kid closer to him so they could talk without the cameras picking up his voice. "Listen," he whispered, I know you were just trying to help that kid out and that's great. But if anything had happened to either of you, the blame would have fallen on us heroes. We have rules and protocols for situations like this. This is a hard job and showing some respect is going to get you a lot farther than talking back. Midoriya stepped out of his reach and studied him. It felt like a dissection. Then, a buzzing noise filled the air. Without saying a word, Midoriya took out his phone and put it to his ear. What are you dash? Hi, Auntie. I'm glad you called. I wanted to let you know you're already here? Oh, I didn't know the news crew was filming. Death Arms watched as Midoriya turned toward the cameras that were still rolling. Hi, Mom, he exclaimed with a smile and wave before going back to his phone. Kaken's being checked out by the paramedics right now. I'm glad you're here. I don't think he should walk home, but you know how he is. No, I'm being lectured right now. It's fine, I'm not. Funny though, Death Arms was just telling me there were rules about these things, but I guess being yelled at trumps making sure I'm not in shock? Oh, they filmed that? How embarrassing. He ended with a laugh and Death Arms felt dread fill his stomach, but he didn't know why. Do you want to talk to him? Midoriya asked and a shudder went up Death Arms' spine. Hell yeah, I do. Why are all you people still here? Scram. The crowd dispersed as a fierce-looking blonde woman made her way towards them, phone in hand. She smiled at Izuku and ruffled his hair. Thanks for helping my brat out, Izuku. I almost puked from panic when the news broke. She took a closer look at him and frowned. She kneeled down, uncaring that her designer skirt was getting dirty and ran a hand through his hair. Izuku, are you okay? You're pale and sweating. You're also breathing kind of hard, kid? She asked gently. I'm fine, Auntie. Just coming down from the adrenaline, but I really would like to go home. She studied him a moment before sighing and ruffling his hair again. I'll take your word for it, Izuku. I can take you home once Katsuki's cleared to go. Midoriya waved her off. Nah, Mom's probably already worried sick. I'll head back now. If you're sure. She trailed off before grinning as she stood up. Stop by sometime this week for dinner. It's the least I can do as thanks for helping save that kid of mine. Will do. Midoriya smiled back. Hey, wait a minute. Death Arms said as the boy walked away. I wasn't done talking to you. Oh, yes you are. The blonde woman snarled as she turned towards him and blocked his view of the kid. But don't worry, you can talk to me, seeing as I'm one of the first people that should have been contacted. So please explain to me why, with all these apparent rules and regulations, neither me nor my husband were informed of what happened today. Death Arms struggled to come up with a reply. She raised an eyebrow at him. Oh, excuse me. I thought it was obvious who I was. I'm Bakuga Mitsuki, the mother of the kid you couldn't be bothered to save. I'm also the aunt of the kid that helped save him, so you better have a damn good explanation for your actions because I am not happy with how you've treated either of them. Death Arms' only saving grace from the verbal beatdown he was about to receive was that the cameras had stopped rolling. Meanwhile, the internet was already have a field day and the person being mocked wasn't Midoriya Izuku. Heroic ravioli at Harapeeps, 1H. I'm pissing my pants from laughter Arin. Death Arms really though it was good idea to scold a kid that helped take down a villain. Like, dude, that boy clearly doesn't fear God, why would he listen to your derpy ass? You didn't do shit at death_arms_official. 15k retweets, 321 quote tweets, 20.8k likes. Haruka Rose at Flowerpole, 3H. OMG he waved to his What a good child, 3 less than 3 LL, and the way he looks at Dan goes, break it down for me, oh I can't. I adore him. I aspire to have that type of sass in the face of authority. 7k retweets, 90 quote tweets, 8.1k likes. Memamai at Mame 3H. Okay, but was he wrong? Death Arms needed to get knocked off his high horse. Also the other boy's mom? The way she parted the crowd? Death Arms is toast. RIP at death_arms_official. 30k retweets, 2.1k quote tweets, 70.8k likes. In detention at Yusuki, 3H. Green BOI was sleep deprived. If Death Arms had just let him go, everything would have been fine. Oh, that's what you get for taking on a tired student. We're vicious bastards. 5.2k retweets, 102k quote tweets, 5.5k likes. A meme with Midoriya's deadpan stare and the words, "Break it down for me," became an overnight hit. Death Arm's startled face accompanied by the words, "That's not what I said," also became popular. Across Mizudafu, several Aldra students were staring at their phones in fear. He told off a pro hero. Nico whispered to Ito. They were at a cafe to study but had gotten distracted. Both of them wished they had focused on their homework. He told off a pro and lived. Forget that, he smashed a villain's eye. Ito whispered back, remembering the clinical teardown of his quirk that morning. If I keep my eyeballs in and don't bother him for the rest of the year, I think I'll be safe. As long as we don't mess with him, he won't mess with us, yeah? Nico looked close to tears. Ito, he talked back to a pro. He helped save Bakugo. Maybe he'll leave us alone, but even if he doesn't, you think Sensei is going to stop him? Ito thought for a moment. Shit. Meanwhile, at a nearby bar, Uemoto and Akashi both stared up at the large television with matching looks of disbelief. The baseball game it had been showing had been interrupted by the breaking news of a villain attack. They saw a familiar boy with green hair help pull their star student out of a villain's grasp. They watched as a hero tried to lecture Midoriya and felt a sad camaraderie with him when the boy turned the argument back on him. The game was back on now, but neither of them cared who won anymore. Was he just acting shy? For 2 whole years? If so, why give up the act now? Akashi sobbed as he laid his head on the bar. It doesn't make sense. Is it just to psychologically torture me? Let's look on the bright side. He could have been like this from the beginning. That would have been a lot worse. If I survive the next 10 months, I'm taking an early retirement. Uemoto said as he took a shot of whiskey. As for Midoriya Izuku, he had just finished talking to his mom, assuring her that everything was fine and that she didn't need to leave work when All Might jumped in front of him. I am here, he exclaimed before coughing up blood and transforming back into his civilian form. Why? Midoriya asked irritably, rubbing at his eyes, and Yagi had the grace to look sheepish. My boy, there are some things I need to talk to you about. Yagi stopped short as Midoriya held up his hand. Today is not the day and I am not the one. If one more person who isn't my mom tries to lecture me, I do not know what will happen, but no one will be happy. Midoriya said, and Yagi noticed his skin was pale with a slight sheen to it. The bags under his eyes had gotten darker. He jerked out of his thoughts as a hand was thrust in his face. Phone. I'm sorry. Give me your phone. Midoriya huffed. You have something to say to me, but it can wait, can't it? I didn't tell you earlier because I hadn't noticed myself until recently, but I'm pretty sure I've been under the effect of a quirk for most of the day. It's wearing off right now and it sucks. I'm crashing hard. My plan is to go home, pass out, and figure everything out tomorrow. So give me your phone so I can put in my contact info. We can meet tomorrow and then you can do, well, whatever you want, I guess. Yell at me, chide me, punch me into the atmosphere. I don't care, go for it, but tomorrow? I would never! Yagi exclaimed, aghast at the thought as Midoriya made an impatient motion with his hand. Though this wasn't how Yagi had wanted this to go, if Midoriya was right about being under the influence of a quirk, perhaps waiting to offer him one for all tomorrow would be best. There was also a few things he wanted to look into as well. He opened up his phone to the new contact section and handed it over. Midoriya was quick to add in his number and give it back, which made Yagi smile internally. The boy could have run off or tried to look through the phone but hadn't. Well, I suppose we'll meet tomorrow, Yagi said before turning back into All Might and taking off. Rest well, citizen. Midoriya heard a faint "Oh my God, was that All Might?" in the distance and decided to jog the rest of the way home in hopes that no more distractions or weird things would happen to him on the way. Thankfully, fate smiled upon him and granted his wish. His mom was still at work, so the house was empty when he stepped in. Taking off his shoes, he went straight to his room, dropping his backpack by his desk and collapsing onto his bed. I missed you, but so much. I don't know why I left you this morning. You're the only one that gets me, he muttered before passing out, not even making it under the covers. As he slept, more and more people were talking about him and Death Arms. It was to the point that it caught the attention of certain individuals. Yuuei is great. Teachers chat. Press_get eraser I found a mini you. Press_Mike attached an image of a very tired and angry-looking child. Midnight. I heard about this. Poor kid was just trying to help his friend. Sad face. Blood_King. I don't know what Death Arms was thinking, but good luck to his PR team. Cementos. Well, he wasn't exactly wrong. Kids shouldn't be trying to do what that boy did. Snipe. Please don't tell me you're siding him with him. See. Cementos. I'm not. He did nothing to help, nor does it look like he or the others tried. I'll wait for the official report to come out before making my final judgment, but it's obvious he's in the wrong. Press_seat. He's always been that way. I wouldn't be surprised if the Hero Public Safety Commissions is just waiting to get enough evidence before they reprimand him. Blood_. Sounds like something they would do. Press_get eraser I know you're on here, lurking. I need you to look at this child. I love him. I would die for him. If you had heard half of the things he said to Death Arms, you would have adopted him. For being logical. Eraser, shut up, Mike. Eraser, I have never adopted a child. There's a reason I have time this year to catch up on sleep. Midnight at Eraser, why are you lying to yourself? You're a big softy on the inside. We all know you love kids. Eraser, no I don't. Press_Mike. Yes you do, and I don't think you fundamentally understand how sleep works. Eraser, I don't like kids and I know how sleep works. Snip face. Cementus face. Minif, lies D. Blood face. Press_Mike. The majority agrees. How would you like to dispute this claim, Eraserhead? Eraser, I despise all of you. As for the kid, he wasn't wrong. He tried to go to a hero before taking matters into his own hands. Time was of the essence here. None of the heroes tried to negotiate or engage with the villain. If they had tried and managed to convince him to let the boy breathe, then waiting for backup would have been the right call. The lack of teamwork should also be noted. That slingshot was a clever idea, and it's one they could have thought up if they had bothered to talk to each other. Death Arms messed up the most, but the others are also responsible for this mess. A civilian should not have felt the need to intervene, least of all a child. Press_. So you did know about the little listener. Eraser. Mike, you literally sent me memes and tweets right after it happened. Press_. Oh yeah, I did. Midnight. Shame he's a minor and his name wasn't released. You could have interviewed him on your show. Netsu, I know it. Smiley face. Eraser, Present_. Midnight, Blood_. Snipe, and Cementos have logged off. Midoriya Izuku had caught the attention of some powerful people. It was in the middle of the night when Izuku's eyes snapped open, wide awake from a dead sleep. He rolled over and stared blankly at his ceiling as the events of yesterday washed over him. He blinked a few times before closing his eyes again, trying valiantly to go back to sleep and pretend yesterday never happened. There were many nights where Izuku had been unable to find sleep because his brain wanted to fixate. Mostly this happened when he saw a quirk being used in a creative way, but sometimes his brain would, at random, say, hey, let's revisit that embarrassing thing you did 3 years ago in excruciating detail. It would come unexpectedly. Some nights he would be on the cusp of sleep and a memory would pop into his head, fresh as the day it occurred. But this time? It was way worse because he had never had a full day of shameless behavior to reflect on before. He would never sleep again. Sign him up for the Insomnia Club because he's about to become a permanent member. Looking back on how he acted at school made him wince. It was almost like watching a movie in his mind, and it was a psychological horror if Izuku had to pick a genre. What had been going through his head to act like that? To threaten his teacher and classmates without a thought? Not to mention his meeting with the principal. Oh, he said out loud calmly. Oh no. Then he began to laugh. It was a quiet laugh. One might have even called it charming in the beginning, but as the laughter continued, hysteria bled into it. Izuku grabbed his pillow and laughed into it until he was exhausted and silence filled the room again. He didn't know what time it was, but he knew it was late and he didn't want to wake his mom up. I'm going to die, he said, one last calm declaration before the panic took over. He had experienced panic attacks before, but this one was on another level. It felt like All Might and Kakin had teamed up to perform a combo attack on his heart. His breathing was becoming erratic. The next thing he knew, he was in the bathroom, kneeling in front of the toilet, dry heaving. Guess it was a good thing he didn't get to eat all of his lunch. "Oh my God, I'm going to die. What did I do?" he mumbled, clutching at his hair. "I was so rude to everyone, and I talked back Iwamoto-sensei and blackmailed the principal dash." He froze. "I blackmailed the principal," he whispered, horrified. "I'm not just going to die, they're going to expel me first." Even worse was, half the things he said to Principal Akashi were lies. He didn't know anyone on the board or if they had a quirkless child. He hadn't known Aldra was on a condemnation list. He had heard some of his teachers talking about it, but they had laughed like it was joke. All those videos from social weren't saved on his phone, and he wasn't waiting to use them as evidence. He knew about them because some of his classmates had found his account and decided to spam them at him. It hurt having it shoved in his face, but it was easier to make an alt account than try to report and ban them. They would have known it was him, and that would have made it worse. And maybe a sick, desperate part of him looked at those videos on awful nights when his anxiety was at an all-time high. Not out of masochistic intent, but searching, analyzing, trying to figure out why they acted the way they did. Why they found hurting him for being quirkless so entertaining. He never found the answer. His homeroom class was going to eat him alive for what he said about their quirks. Not that what he said was a lie, but "I told Ito-san I would rip his eyes out." Izuku was horrified with himself, and tears were beginning to blind his vision. "I told Kakin I would cut his hands off." Those weren't the reassuring words of a hero. Those weren't the words of someone trying to lift others up to see their highest potential. Those were the calculated words of someone aiming to bring others down. He had emotionally manipulated his classmates and used their vulnerabilities to destroy their confidence. There was a high possibility he had ended some hero careers before they even had a chance to get to the starting line. The worst part? It had felt good. "I'm going to get hit with so many restraining orders," he moaned before dry heaving into the toilet again. Mentally, he apologized to his mom because she didn't raise him to act like that. And then the rest of the day. Oh God, the rest of the day. Wiping his mouth, Izuku was beginning to wonder if yesterday was a fever dream he had. Maybe he had just been delirious and sick in bed to the point of having weird hyper-realistic dreams. That would make way more sense than him actually meeting All Might, discovering his secret, saving Kakin, and talking back to Death Arms. That's all it was. A fever dream. He tries to convince himself of this new theory as he goes back to his room, ignoring that he's still in his dirty uniform. Ignoring that his mom would have taken him to the doctor if he had been that sick. Really, there was no other explanation, he thought as he looked at his phone. And promptly flung it onto his bed, panic back in full force. Izuku barely held back his shriek of surprise. Because there was no way, there was no way. He picked up his phone again, hands trembling. The notification was still there. Unknown number, "Greetings. This is All Might. I hope you are feeling better. You seemed very tired when we last spoke. I hope the quirk wore off and that you're getting some rest. Please let me know when you would like to meet. I am free in the evenings." Izuku makes it a point not to curse if he can help it, but in this case it was warranted. "What the fuck?" he whispered under his breath, with feeling. "What the fuck?" He started to type back before realizing it was 3 a.m. and the man was probably asleep. He would reply at a reasonable hour. Like a sane person who slept through the whole night, which is what he was going to do. He changed into a fresh shirt and boxers and laid back down, totally ready to go back to sleep. He was no longer a member of the Insomnia Club. He wasn't wide awake at all. Nope, not him. And here we have a fool in its natural habitat, denial. His own mind mocked him as he stared at his dark ceiling. 5 minutes later, he gave up on sleep. Resigned, he grabs a few things he'll need like his notebook, pen, and phone. Quietly, he crept into the living room, mindful of his mother sleeping. He turned the TV on, turned the volume down low, and settled on the couch for a long night. It was a routine he had ended up developing for nights like this. When his mind was going so fast that sleep was impossible, he sat in the glow of the television, writing down everything, as the low hum of voices filtered in, soft and comforting. Episodes of an old All Might cartoon from his childhood always ran at this time, so it was a familiar background noise as his mind went on autopilot. The first thing he focused on was figuring out if he had been under the influence of a quirk yesterday, and if so, what had it done to him? The quick and dirty answer was yes, and it turned him into a psychopath, but when it comes to analysis, Izuku does not look at the surface and call it a day. He brings a shovel and he digs until he finds what he's looking for, even if he doesn't like what he finds. He wrote down everything he remembered, trying to recall when or if he had felt a change in himself. He remembers there was a villain attack that held him and some others up that morning. Was it then? The villain had a gigantification quirk, so it wasn't them. Probably someone from the crowd, most likely touch-based. Not that narrowed it down. It had been a compact crowd and his hands had brushed against more than one person. The villain attack was the only outlier in his morning routine, everything else had been the same, so he's going to take an educated guess and assume that when it happened. The next question was why? Why would someone use their quirk on him? He hadn't seen anyone he knew in the crowd, and even if he had, no one he knew had a quirk that could do that. So it was someone he didn't know and probably had skin contact with. Perhaps it had been activated on accident? There had only been adults around him, and he hadn't done anything to make himself stand out. At least, not anything that would make someone use their quirk with malicious intent. So maybe it really had been an accident? It had taken a while to stop the villain. Some people might have been worried about getting to work on time. Stress could have caused someone to lose control of their quirk. That seemed like the most plausible answer. So it was someone in the crowd, and it had probably been an accident. The most important question though was this: what did the quirk do? He had felt fine, had felt like himself on the walk to school. Maybe there had been a delayed response? Or a scenario needed to be met for it to activate. He remembers sitting at his desk as Iwamoto-sensei talked about their school choices. He remembers holding his breath when his name was thrown out carelessly, but it hadn't been from his usual anxiety when a teacher called attention to him. It had been from anticipation. Izuku stopped writing, realization coming down to kiss his forehead. He hadn't felt any anxiety yesterday. For the lucky few unfamiliar with chronic anxiety, it is like a jacket that's just a little too tight. Most days are fine if a little uncomfortable but manageable. Some days you don't even notice. Then there are days when it feels like the jacket is trying to break your ribs. It's so tight and hot, it makes you tremble and sweat. It makes it hard to breathe, and no matter what you do, you can't get it off. And no one can know because they'll laugh and wonder why you can't just take the stupid jacket off as if it was that easy. Anyway, the point is when the jacket's off, you notice. So the quirk had killed or suppressed his anxiety, which, Izuku supposes, would be nice if it hadn't turned him into that. No, there had to be more to this. The loss of anxiety was a symptom, not the cause. What else, he wonders as he begins to write again. He hadn't felt scared when he talked over his teacher, nor when he gave the class a lesson they'll probably never forget. So did the quirk suppress fear? No, that didn't feel right either. He had felt fear when he had seen Kaken in the clutches of the sludge villain. Izuku was beginning to feel frustrated with himself. He still didn't have the whole picture. He needed to dig deeper. There had to be a give and take with this quirk. It allowed him to be bold and confident, and he blinked. The light bulb above his head came on. Ruthless. His empathy. That's what he had been missing yesterday. He had only felt satisfaction when he ripped into his classmates and teacher. Had only felt vindicated that he was right when he confronted his principal. Normally, he formed his words and actions for others based on what he thought they needed. If Iwamoto-sensei seemed tired, Izuku made sure he was extra quiet not to bother him. A classmate looked like they were feeling down? Izuku would aim a smile their way if their eyes met. Depending on who it was, this sometimes backfired. He saw people's needs and did his best to accommodate them in small ways. Yesterday, what they needed never crossed his mind because it hadn't mattered to him. And that may not have been a bad thing. Izuku thought, drowsily, as he leaned against the arm of the couch. He set his notebook and pen on the floor as he curled up on the couch, eyes on the TV as he began to doze. At one point he woke up to a hand caressing his hair and a warm blanket draped over him, but he quickly went back under. The next time he woke was to the smell of breakfast and the sound of someone humming. He sits up, groggy, and blearily looks over to see his mom sitting next to him. She had been watching something on the TV but must have caught his movement out of the corner of her eye. "Good morning," she said softly with a sweet smile. "I called the school and told them you wouldn't be in today." "What? Why?" Izuku asked, brain still trying to spark itself back to life. Inko raised a disbelieving eyebrow at him. "Izuku, you were involved in a villain attack yesterday. One that was televised. I think you're allowed a day of rest. The school couldn't fight me on this if they wanted to." That was true. With the rise of quirks and villain attacks, a clause had made its way into schools that if a student was caught up in an attack, they could be excused from class even if they weren't injured. If it hadn't been televised and if he hadn't been confident yesterday, Aldra might have tried to fight her just to be insufferable. It also meant he didn't have to face the consequences of his actions. "Sweet," he sighed in relief, closing his eyes. "You're the best mom in the world. I love you." She laughs at that, but he wasn't joking. She really was the best. When he was younger, the kids at school told him that one day she would realize he was useless and leave him at the dump. He didn't want to believe them, but he had read stories from other quirkless people online. How some had been abandoned the moment their parents realized they weren't getting a quirk. There were others who ran away because, while their parents hadn't abandoned them, they wished they had. He wrote down all their tips for surviving on the streets just in case she became tired of him. She had found the list, written as well as a 7-year-old could, with a small pack of clothes and food hidden in the closet by the front door. Izuku had never seen her cry so hard before or since after he explained why he needed it. He broke her heart that day. He knows his life would be vastly different and far more miserable if his mom had a colder heart. "I'll remind you of that the next time you're in trouble," she teased him before turning serious. "But we do need to talk about yesterday, Izuku." He withheld a groan and pushed down his nerves. Sure? What's there to talk about though? It was all on the news, right? It's pretty cut and dry, haha." "Yes, it was. By the way, you might want to stay off the internet for a little bit." Izuku looks at her, suspicious, because she sounds like she's withholding a laugh, but it goes as quickly as it came. "Izuku, I owe you an apology. But, did you break one of my collectibles or something?" Let me talk." She took a deep breath. "After the doctor told us you would never get a quirk, I was scared. This world cares so much about quirks that I knew it was going to be rough for you no matter what path you chose. So when I saw you watching that old All Might clip and when you asked me if you could still be a hero, I dash." She wiped at her eyes. "I failed you. I should have told you yes. Even though you were only 4 and dreams change, I still should have told you yes. Because, Izuku," she looked at him and grinned, "you already are one. Yesterday, you showed the world you didn't need a quirk to save someone. No, they didn't disclose that you were quirkless, but that doesn't matter. Baby, your quick thinking saved Katsuki's life, and I am so proud of you." Izuku couldn't help it. Tears filled his eyes and he began to sob. "No. Izuku, don't cry. If you cry, then I'll cry and then we'll flood the whole apartment again dash." He hugged her. "You shouldn't be proud of me," he said, muffled into her shoulder as she accepted his embrace. "Yesterday was a fluke. It wasn't me." She stiffened at his confession, but she kept hugging him and ran a hand through his hair. "Izuku, what are you talking about? Of course it was you. I saw it on the news. I talked to you and Mitsuki dash. No, I was under the influence of a quirk. For most of the day I wasn't myself." She paused in stroking his hair. Gently, she grabbed his shoulders and pushed him back until she could see his face. "Explain." It was said in the tone that only a mother could have. A soft order that could not be ignored. So Izuku told her about his day. He left out some parts, such as blackmailing the principal and meeting All Might, and maybe he forgot to mention Kaken and their spat at lunch, but he felt like he gave her a pretty good summary, so why sweat the small details? "So, tomorrow I'll apologize to everyone for being a jerk," he told her, already anticipating that's what she would want. "I'd rather you didn't. I know I was under the influence of a quirk, but I still, what?" He looked at her, eyes wide with shock. Inko sighed. "Izuku, I raised you to be kind because I knew the world was going to be cruel to you, So I wanted you to be better than that. Yeah, and I think you did a great job. Maybe too great. I know your classmates haven't been kind to you in return. He winced. What? No, they're not that bad. Honey, we had to replace your school books so many times last year it was borderline ridiculous. The convenience store had bandages and ointment on hold for us. The clumsy excuse can only work so many times. So she hadn't been fooled. Okay, so there might have been a few scuffles, and the teasing went a little far, but it wasn't bullying, Mom, he told her, eyes on the floor. Izuku, she sighed, and he couldn't help but think she sounded disappointed with him. Last year you came home bleeding more times than I can count. If that isn't bullying, then what is it? He didn't have an answer. Petite hands framed his face and guided him until he was looking her in the eye. I can't help you if you don't tell me what's really going on. God knows Aldra isn't going to give me answers. It hurts to know that you were suffering, and I couldn't help you. Izuku, I need to know something. You won't want to answer me, but, please, I need to know. She held his gaze. Do you think you deserve that treatment? Well, his voice cracked. No? Maybe? I know it's not right, but none of the teachers ever sided with me, and I didn't want to kick up a fuss because they would call you and then it would turn into finger-pointing, and we wouldn't win anyway, so why bother you with it? For the second time in his life, Izuku broke his mother's heart. Izuku, she sobbed, hugging him like he was her last lifeline. You are never a bother. Your health, your happiness are not a bother to me. Ever. And I am always, always in your corner. It took a moment for them both to calm down. I should have told you this a long time ago, from the moment I suspected there was something wrong. Izuku, you don't owe anyone your kindness. Offer it to them, yes, but if they spit in your face. She gave him a feral grin that he had never seen grace her face before. If Kastuki had seen it, he would have coughed up a lung because Inko's and Izuku's grins were twins. If Mitsuki has seen it, she would have laughed because she remembers that grin and what it meant. There's nothing wrong with spitting back. Mom. Izuku sputtered, I can't do that. I would get so many detentions and I would never hear the end of it. Also, I'm not sure I can be, mean like that. Let it not be said that Midoriya Inko does not know her son. He has a good heart and he gives people far too many second chances, but she loves him for it. She might not always follow his thinking exactly, but she can glean enough to get from point A to point B. She knows that he's aware he's being treated poorly. She also knows it's difficult for him to understand that he can fight back because Izuku has always been hardest on himself. So she changes the equation. Say there was another quirkless kid in your class and your classmates treated them like they do you. What would you do? The change was immediate. Gone was her nervous child and in his place one with nerves of steel. One that was ready to fight. They'd have to crawl over my dead body before I would allow that to happen. It was a vicious and fiery response that slipped out his mouth without a second thought, and Inko couldn't hold back her laughter at how shocked he looks by his own words. Oh, she laughs a little harder at that because she can see it in his eyes. She can see that he gets it now. Wow, I'm an idiot. Her boy has a backbone. He rarely uses it for himself, though hopefully that will change. No, you're not an idiot, she said, trying to regain her composure. Let's make a deal. When you go back to school tomorrow, don't apologize. To anyone. If any issues come up, call me. I'll come get you and we'll figure something out, okay? Education is important but not at the expense of your mental health, Izuku. Okay, he looks a little unsure, but she saw that same wild grin just barely peeking out. I think I can do that. I know you can, she kissed his forehead as she stood up. Come eat breakfast before it gets cold. Okay, he mumbled and grabbed his phone. As she made her way into the kitchen, she heard a gasp followed by a scandalized whisper. They turned me into a meme. For the sake of her child, she withheld her laughter and pretended she hadn't heard him. Going back to school was a surreal experience for Izuku. Even the walk there was weird because strangers kept doing double takes when they saw him. He knew why, of course, but that didn't make the situation better. It only made it harder to stop himself from blushing. He heard someone whisper, "Break it down for me, kid," as he passed by and picked up the pace. Being a meme was strange. On one hand, most people in memes weren't famous, so they weren't approached or harassed like heroes or celebrities. Some people might recognize him, but they didn't try to talk to him, thank goodness. On the other hand, he was now immortalized on the internet. Memes cycle through pretty quickly, and he didn't think his would stand amongst the greats, but it was still a fresh meme, so he had to wait out its popularity. It would be forgotten once a new hero fight was filmed. His phone buzzed. He took a glance and saw a message from his mom. "Mom, look at what showed up in the GIF section on my phone. Love breakitdown.gif." Of course it was that stupid image of him looking irritated and tired. He let out a huff of air that was both annoyed and appalled at the situation. He was probably wearing that exact expression right now because he was now a reaction image readily available for anyone to use. He was quick to let her know that this was serious, and she shouldn't be making fun of him. "Why would you show me this?" "Mom, breakitdown.gif. I think it's a cute photo of you. I don't think I have any photos of you pouting like this." Smiley face. "Me, you didn't need to send it twice. And I am not pouting. That is pure rage contained in a condensed form. Even if I was pouting, why would you want a photo of that? This betrayal will not be forgotten. Mom, hush, it's a good photo. And good luck today, sweetie. Remember what we talked about." The reminder brought him back to reality, and he could feel his anxiety steadily climbing as he walked through his school's entrance gate. In theory, not apologizing for what he did should be easy. But the reality is this: sorry is Midoriya Izuku's reaction word for any given moment, and it's going to take time to change that fact. Still, after that conversation with his mom, he can acknowledge that he has to move beyond that. He has to treat himself better, which means standing up for himself. It's going to be hard, but if he wants to be a hero that protects everyone with a smile, he needs to start with himself. This isn't a line of thinking he used to, and a part of him still feels it's a bit selfish, but he's given some of these people 10 years to treat him with basic human decency with nothing to show for it. 1 year for himself is nothing in comparison. His anxiety and his desire to be liked by his peers and teacher won't disappear easily, but that doesn't mean he'll take their abuse anymore. It helps when he imagines them treating another quirkless kid like they do him. It kills any kindness he feels towards them. Yesterday he had spent quite a bit of time theorizing the type of reactions he would receive today and the best ways to counteract without any bloodshed. If the reaction was fear, he would smile and say nothing. If the reaction was anger, he would frown and say nothing. If the reaction was anything else, he would make some sort of expression and say nothing. Are any of these good plans? Should they even be qualified as plans? Probably not, but Izuku's 14 and had a day to prep, so he thinks that what he's got down is good enough to work with. He notices as he walks through the hallways that the conversations around him quiet before gaining volume again as he walks past. He does his best to ignore that sign of impending doom and walks into his homeroom, head high, face blank. His classmates that were already there stop what they're doing, and Izuku can feel the fear radiating off them. He smiles. It wasn't the same smile he had given so confidently a few days before. It is a little stiff, a little fake, because he doesn't want his classmates to be scared of him. He has no desire to be feared, he just wants to be respected, to be treated fairly. But if they won't give him that, if his only choices are being feared or being ridiculed, then fear it is. He's done being a doormat. He makes it to his seat as more students trickle in. It was a bit funny to see how quickly some of them went from laughing and chatting to primal terror the moment they saw him. Izuku was concerned some of them were suffering whiplash from extreme shift in moods. He stays quiet. He does not stop smiling. Finally, the bell rings and Iwamoto-sensei walks in looking like he had slept in his clothes. He doesn't even seem to notice the stifling silence of the classroom. Even as he begins to take roll, the meek responses don't register until he calls Izuku's name. "Here, sensei." Izuku said, keeping his voice soft because he is beginning to feel bad for his classmates. He withheld a wince when he saw several shoulders tense and few kids jerk in surprise. He hadn't been that scary, had he? He looks around the room, eyes locking with Ito, who paled and broke his gaze in record time. The eyeball thing. That probably was a legitimate reason to shake in one's seat like Ito was doing. Yet, Izuku felt the rest of his class was being overdramatic. When he had broken down their quirks, it was to show their weaknesses, to show how a villain could defeat them. He wasn't actually going to do any of that. It was all hypothetical. Also, as someone who has been threatened with bodily harm since primary school, he found this new attitude towards him annoying. When someone threatened to sucker punch him in the face for muttering too loud, he squeaked, gave a quiet apology, and moved on with his life. Iwamoto-sensei paused upon hearing his voice. He looked at Izuku in confusion, as if he didn't understand why Izuku was in his class on this fine morning. "Good to have you back," Iwamoto-sensei said after it felt like he had stared at Izuku for 10 solid minutes without saying anything. He resumed roll call at a quick pace. "Looks like only Bakugo is absent today. Let's get started. Today's lesson will be about..." Izuku tuned him out. He was surprised that that Bakugo wasn't in class. Aunt Mitsuki must have made that decision because Bakugo wouldn't have skipped even if he had permission. Despite the favoritism, Bakugo had earned his spot at being top of the class, and part of that was because he came to class every day and did his work. The rest of homeroom period was filled with tension. There was no rowdy laughter, no casual use of quirks, no one talking to each other or turning around to tease him. Everyone was silent and focused, hanging on to Iwamoto-sensei's every word. Pencils were taking down notes like lives depended on it. Izuku felt like he was looking at himself when he was writing a quirk analysis. It was both an amazing and frightening sight. He had accounted for fear being a reaction but not the tension that came with it. A part of him wanted to stand up and say, "Hey, could you all stop acting like I'm holding you at gunpoint? I'd really appreciate it, thanks." Instead, he steels himself and raises his hand. Iwamoto-sensei looks like he's considering ignoring Izuku's entire existence but decides to acknowledge him after what looks like an intense mental battle with himself. "Yes, Midoriya?" Izuku stands up and puts on his best smile. A smile that he knows is calming to look at, even strangers have said so. Curious, then, that the tension seemed to triple and he could almost taste the panic in the air. "Apologies for the interruption, sensei. I won't take up much of your time. I think there is a misunderstanding about the lesson I gave the other day that I would like to clear up." Someone let out a muffled sob. Midoriya elected to ignore it. "When I said no one was qualified to be a hero, I meant that no one is qualified right now." He looked around the classroom. "I'm including myself in that number, by the way. I believe that everyone in this class could be a hero, but they would have to work for it. Whether that's through physical training, quirk training, or a self-reflection on morals depends on the person." "Bullshit," a classmate muttered to the person next to him, but Midoriya heard it. Like hell he believes that. He just doesn't want to feel guilty about what he said. Izuku almost broke. He came close to apologizing, but he made a promise to his mom. "Time to spit back." "You can think what you like, Kuwabara-san," Izuku started, feeling something cold swell up within him, "but consider this. If the words from a quirkless nobody like me was enough to kill your dream, then a villain would have obliterated you. You're welcome." He sat back down. "That's all I have to say, sensei. I won't bring it up again." His attempt to kill the tension failed, and by the time school ended, Izuku had a feeling his last year at Aldra would be physically painless but emotionally uncomfortable. As he was walking home, his phone buzzed. He glanced at it, expecting a text from his mom. Instead, it opened up to his text with All Might, and wow, wasn't that a strange thought to have? He had All Might's personal number. He hadn't changed the contact name out of paranoia that someone would see it and think he was delusional. They had messaged back and forth for a little bit yesterday, and the fanboy in him loved rereading the messages. "Unknown number, greetings. This is All Might. I hope you are feeling better. You seemed very tired when we last spoke. I hope the quirk wore off and that you're getting some rest. Please let me know when you would like to meet. I am free in the evenings." Me, did. The quirk gave me a boost in confidence, but it took another emotion away, I think. I'm feeling much better now. By the way, I don't think I told you, but I'm Midoriya Izuku and it is an honor. But today isn't good for me because I'm staying home to recuperate, and I go back to school tomorrow, so I'll be busy. Can we meet on the weekend? Unless your schedule is full. Unknown number, that would work perfectly for me. Me? Okay, great. Let me know the time and place and I'll be there. All Might had not replied and Izuku wondered if he had upset the man. Did he sound desperate? He was dying to know but decided he would not spam All Might with messages. Izuku is a respectful fanboy. By the time night had fallen and he hadn't heard anything, he figured whatever interest All Might had for him had passed. Until now. Unknown number, Dagoba Beach. 3 p.m. So you think you found your successor? Principal Nedzu's office was bathed in orange light from the evening sun. Sitting in an overstuffed chair, Yagi watched as Nedzu took a sip of his tea. I'm not sure. As I mentioned, he was affected by a quirk, but it sounds like it's worn off. He knows about my second form, but I didn't explain my quirk to him. I need to get to know him better before I make my final decision. That may take a while. But he still caught your attention. Midoriya Izuku, was it? Nedzu asked, as if he hadn't already known the boy's name before Yagi came to visit. Yes. From his texts, he seems like the earnest type. Very different from the boy I met on the roof, but that could just be how he writes. Different how? When it came to words, he pulled no punches. Yagi said dryly. It's been some time since someone ripped into me like that. He's not counting the people who knew him best. If Nao Mesa wasn't so polite, Yagi would probably be chewed out on a daily basis. If he spoke with Gran Torino every day, he would be chewed out on a daily basis and wouldn't have an ounce of self-confidence left. That man didn't pull punches either when he thought Yagi was being an idiot. And he thought that a lot. He didn't say it out loud, but it had been refreshing, in a way, to have someone so young call him out. Yagi had been the symbol of peace for a number of years, and while he does not regret it, the position put him on a pedestal that few could reach. His words held more weight than most, so he had to be careful with them. If he said something that could be misinterpreted or used as an excuse to attack others, it would be disastrous. He had made that mistake once during an interview. He made an offhand remark about eating green peppers as a snack. The demand for green peppers skyrocketed overnight. The pepper industry is still recovering from that incident. It's not bad to be vicious, Nedzu said with a small, terrifying giggle. He was tapping away at his keyboard and whatever he was reading he seemed to like. I think I would like to meet this child, regardless of if you pick him or not. Why? Yagi asked. He's going to take our entrance exam, so I have access to his username on the major social media sites. I've been reading some comments he's posted on several videos about quirks. He has a grasp for analysis. Nedzu was beginning to vibrate in his seat. If guided properly, that unpolished talent could be honed into something very powerful. He did have a notebook with him. Hero analysis for the future or something like that. I think it was labeled number 13. Nedzu went still. His beady black eyes stared into Yagi's and the hunger in them was almost unfathomable. A journal? Of course, that would make sense. Nedzu said, and Yagi knew he wasn't talking to him. He mentally apologized to Midoriya Izuku for giving Nedzu this information. So you wouldn't stop a quirkless student from taking the exam for the hero course? He asked, more in an attempt to distract Nedzu than anything else. Of course not. Nedzu replied with a smile. There is potential in everyone to be a hero and I love an underdog story. The practical is bias and despite my best efforts so far, the Hero Commission won't budge on that. Strong, flashy quirks are what they like to see. If I had my way the practical would be more psychological. He began to giggle again. So they won't cause a fuss if he applies. Behind closed doors they will, especially if he passes. The Hero Commission has a lot of weight but even they can't do anything thanks to the Quirkless Protection Act. Although if you pick him, it won't matter, will it? I'm conflicted, Yagi admitted after a moment of silence. I'm running out of time, but he's so young. One for all isn't just a quirk, it's a legacy and I'm hesitant to hand it over to someone without explaining what they're getting into. All for one is dead. The body disappeared before it could be proven. I want to believe he's gone, but if someone could come back from the dead, it would be him. Yagi growled. I don't want to involve a new generation into this mess. You don't have a choice. Nedzu reminded him and Yagi let loose a heavy sigh because the other was right. That's not the only reason. I've also been looking into the treatment of quirkless individuals and I do not like what I've found. Meeting Midoriya, Izuku had reminded Yagi of a part of himself he thought long dead. Reminded him enough to look into the current quirkless generation, just to see how they were faring. But after reading about the suicide rates, the lack of employment opportunities, the casual dismal of them as human beings, well, that part of him flared up like a phoenix reborn, furious at the injustice. Before he became a hero, he was an insignificant quirkless child trying to find peace in a brutal world. 14 was a long time ago for Yagi, but it was impossible to forget being quirkless, no matter how far down he buried it within himself. He needed a successor, but he also wanted this kid to prove them all wrong. He wanted to see this kid make a path for a group of people lost in society's shadows. Because when peace was not an option, hope always found a way to shine in the dark. When Izuku had seen All Might's text with the location, he had been excited. Sure, he had imagined them meeting at a quiet cafe or maybe sitting in a park surrounded by sakura trees to talk things over, but a beach was a good setting for a personal conversation. This is what he was thinking until he actually made it to the beach. The smelly, pungent beach with junk piled so high it killed the horizon line. Dagoba really was a one-of-a-kind beach for all the wrong reasons. He couldn't help but think as he looked at the garbage surrounding him from all sides, this place feels like a metaphor for our first meeting. Instead of getting the confirmation I dreamed of, I got a trashy, realistic response. I wonder if All Might did this on purpose? Ah, there you are, young Midoriya. The call was faint, but it was easy for Izuku to spot All Might waving to him, even with so much junk around him. The man was in his civilian form and looked tired even from afar, so Izuku jogged to meet him halfway. Hello again. Izuku said, giving a hasty bow. Thank you for meeting up with me. I apologize for imposing on you last time. Oh no, don't bow. All Might said, out of breath. I'm glad to see you're feeling better. And there is no need to apologize, quite the opposite, I think. Then, without any warning, without any indicators to tip Izuku off and prepare himself, All Might bowed to him. Oh, Izuku thought, feeling faint, this is a strange dream. My boy, I owe you an apology, the number one hero said, oblivious to the fact that Izuku was about to have a heart attack. I said some very thoughtless things to you, and while they came from a place of concern, they were also unnecessarily cruel and dismissive. When you fought that villain, you reminded me of why I became a hero in the first place. So you have both my deepest apologies and gratitude. Apology accepted. Please stop bowing. Please. Izuku managed to squeak out and knew then and there that All Might did not consciously choose this beach as some sort of passive-aggressive dig. Let's just sit and you can tell me why you called me out here. Unless it was just to apologize? No, there is more I need to tell you, All Might said, wasting no time sitting down on the sand, and Izuku followed suit. After our last conversation, I realized I was being hypocritical and decided to do some research. Hypocritical? I wouldn't have called it that. I wasn't happy with your answer, but I should have expected it. And oh, did it pain Izuku to admit that? But he knew what he was up against. In a world of quirks, he was dying breed. It was natural that people would see his dream as impossible to achieve. It was still wrong of me, All Might insisted. You see, I developed my quirk very late. I was around your age actually. Before that I was essentially quirkless. Oh, Izuku said but felt nothing. It was as if someone had dumped cold water on him. To hear that All Might had been quirkless, for him to say during their first meeting that Izuku's dream was impossible. It was a good thing he wasn't under the effect of that quirk, because Izuku has no idea what he would have done with this new information. It was different back then, All Might said, and Izuku thought he sounded a bit rushed. I was no stranger to being bullied or having people make fun of my dream. I even had several plans in place if I was rejected from the hero schools I applied to. There had been talk of banning quirkless people from applying, but it never came into fruition, thank goodness. Why are you telling me this? Izuku asked, trying to kill the numbness welling up within him. He felt disappointed in the man, and maybe it showed on his face, because All Might's shoulders tensed up and he kept eye contact with Izuku. Because you need to know. I need to make sure you know that I was wrong. About many things. I was wrong when I said you couldn't be a hero. Without you, that boy would have died. You didn't need a quirk to save him, you relied on your wits and it worked. He gave Izuku a shaky smile. I'm not sure how much this will mean coming from me, but you can become a hero. You have the heart and spirit for it. Izuku, in typical fashion, began to cry. Oh dear. My boy, no, I didn't mean to. There is no need for tears. I'm sorry. It's hereditary. Izuku exclaimed, wiping at his eyes. You're not just saying that, right? I know I told you to lie, but you don't need to with me. I don't need validation. He gave All Might a tearful grin. I'm going to become a hero. Nothing's going to stop me. All Might blinked at the declaration, his blue eyes wide and his eyebrows almost climbed to the top of his forehead. Then the emotion passed and he let out a loud, booming laugh. That's the spirit. Keep that passion, my boy, it will take you far. As for my words, I meant them. Stay inspired, for you have inspired me. What? Izuku sputtered, face beet red. I'm not sure how I did that, but dash. It's as I said, you reminded me of why I became a hero in the first place. You reignited me and reminded me that there are still people that need help, even if they're not being attacked by villains. All Might took a deep breath. I began researching quirkless discrimination. What I found was disturbing. Not just the lack of resources, but the careless and cruel attitude towards quirkless people rankled me. To see so many people being treated poorly for something beyond their control dash, he cut himself off, looking sick. Something needs to change. I became a symbol of peace for everyone. For a whole group of people to be left behind and forgotten is a disgrace on my part. I plan to make up for that. How? Izuku asked, voice a little sharper than intended. I was thinking of starting a charity. Any charity endorsed by All Might does well. Please don't do that. I'm sorry. All Might looked perplexed and Izuku understood why. Here was the most influential hero in Japan offering people like him a new lifeline with no strings attached, and Izuku was saying no on behalf of the quirkless population. Izuku let out a sigh as he thought about how to explain what it is to be quirkless to someone who hadn't been in a long, long time. I can only speak from my experiences, but I think the research on quirkless people is a bit, wonky. Wonky? All Might repeated. Wonky, Izuku nodded. It's not a topic looked into often, and when it is, it's mostly by doctors from a medical standpoint. I think the last major paper that had to do with our socio-economical status was 30 years ago? Anyway, it's skewed because most quirkless people are from an older generation, and that's where the data is compiled from, so it doesn't accurately portray the younger generation or our experiences. Can you tell me? All Might asked, and it was said so earnestly that Izuku had to hold back his tears. He couldn't remember the last time a stranger cared enough to ask that. He's almost hesitant to continue because what if All Might dismisses his experiences like he did his dream? Then he remembers that he's given people multiple second chances over the years for things far more damning than this. He can give All Might this one chance. He wants to. Honestly, it's not that bad. My life, I'm not ashamed to be quirkless. Do I wish I had a quirk? Of course, but doesn't everyone? Even in the pre-quirk era, they had stories about humans with special powers. And that makes sense. If you had the choice between being a basic human or being a human with superpowers, most of us would pick the second option. Wouldn't you? Yes. All Might admitted, though he sounded melancholy. If given a choice, I would have chosen a special power. Right? I don't think it's a bad thing. I really love quirks. They're so versatile and really show how far we've evolved as a race. The things people can do these days is amazing. Izuku frowned, but people forget that amazing things can be done without quirks too, and it's really frustrating. He looked up at the sky, contemplating his next words. Like I said, my life is pretty good, but that's because most people don't know I'm quirkless unless I tell them. Once they know, it's like they forget everything they knew about me. I'm no longer Midoriya Izuku to them. I'm the quirkless kid they don't want to talk to because they think it's a disease they can catch. That, or they come under the assumption that quirkless means disabled, and then I'm treated like glass. Izuku took a big breath, eyes never leaving the sky. Or they think it's a free pass to beat me up because being quirkless makes me lesser. Somehow, most people go for the third option. There's a sharp intake of breath and Izuku breaks gazes with the blue sky to look at the man next to him. All Might suddenly looked very pale in Izuku's eyes. But my life is good. That wasn't a joke. Izuku tries to assure him. My boy, you just admitted that people beat you for something beyond your control. Yes, I'm working on changing that. Izuku considered telling him it already had changed, but figured All Might probably wouldn't be down with blackmailing people in positions of power. He would be wrong. All Might would absolutely be down for that. Anyway, in comparison to other quirkless kids my age, I have it good. I think we have the highest homeless population, but some of that is because the streets look better than an abusive home. Not sure about suicide rates, but those are probably pretty high. You mentioned All Might began, voice so soft Izuku almost didn't hear it over waves crashing onto the cluttered shore. You said someone told you to jump off a roof. Izuku flinched and mentally cursed himself. Damn you, confident me. Why'd you have to be such a blabbermouth? His first instinct was to say that Bakugo didn't mean it, but he repressed the urge. In the end, it didn't matter what Bakugo's intentions were, he had said it. It wasn't the first time, but it was the first time it was said directly to my face, so I guess they get extra points for bravado, yeah? Izuku tried to joke. All Might didn't laugh. It's mostly cyberbullying. Well, okay, I'll hear it go die in the hallways at school sometimes, but most people won't go beyond that, and it's easy to ignore. That's going to change though, he ended with a smile. Someone had actually apologized when they had bumped into him, and wasn't that a novelty? All Might did not look convinced. He looked rather alarmed and determined. How can I help? If the charity is a bad idea, there has to be something I can do. The charity isn't the problem, Izuku admitted after a moment. It's that it would be attached to you, that's the issue. Forgive me, but I don't understand. If you're worried it will flop, it won't. No, my worry is that it will become too popular and quirklessness will be brought up in the media. No offense, but the less attention we get, the better. Even with good intentions, any time we're brought up, it ends badly for us. About 5 years ago, someone tried to organize a quirkless parade and they got an amazing response and a ton of donations. It was nice to see. Even those of us that weren't going were excited. But the day of, someone with a fire quirk lost control, and well, it ended in disaster. All the floats were damaged beyond repair, dozens of people were hospitalized and 2 people died. I remember that, All Might said, but I had no idea it was from a quirk. I thought they said a pyrotechnic machine malfunctioned. Izuku snorted. I wasn't there, but I know it wasn't that. I checked a popular quirkless forum about it. Turns out the arsonist came from old money, so he wasn't charged despite there being video evidence of him laughing as everything burned. I think those clips are still online somewhere. He knows they are. He also knows that the arsonist disappeared not long after he was cleared. There had been some interesting now long deleted questions about him on the forum right before he went missing. Now, Izuku's not saying the arsonist is dead, and he's definitely not saying that a quirkless person took him out, because there's no evidence of that. The forum doesn't like to keep old, painful topics around. That's all. There are other ways you can help, Izuku said, after seeing All Might's stricken face at the revelation. There are a few good quirkless charities already established. You could make an anonymous donation to them. If you donate food or clothing or anything to the homeless shelters, there's a high chance you'll be helping out a quirkless person. Those are excellent ideas. Forgive me if I sounded selfish. I wanted to use my status to change people's opinions, but I can see how it would look like a cheap shot at pretending to care. The last thing I want is to cause trouble for any of you. It was said with such sincerity that All Might became Izuku's favorite hero all over again. You, crap, Izuku could feel the tears gathering in his eyes again. You have no idea how much that means to me. How much that will mean for so many people, even if they don't know it's from you. All Might hesitated for a moment, as if he was uncertain, before leaning in and hugging him. Holy shit. A hug from All Might. Izuku can die happy now. For a long time the only sound heard was the waves crashing against the garbage. "I'm sorry," Izuku rubbed at his eyes after he calmed down. "I swear I'll fix my crying issue before I become a hero. I don't want to be known as Crybaby, the tearful hero. I don't think there is anything wrong with crying. Though most people do prefer a smile to tears when we come to rescue them." All Might joked, patting his back. "What type of hero do you want to be?" "I want to be able to save people with a smile." Izuku replied. "I want people to know they're safe with me. I don't want anyone to feel lonely or forgotten." All Might rubbed his chin in thought. "Oh, of course I know it's impossible to save everyone." Izuku was quick to assure. "I'm not naive or arrogant enough to believe that I could do that. It's not a bad dream." All Might replied, "But, don't you want something more?" "What do you mean?" "My boy, what you just described is a founding desire in many heroes. We want to save as many lives as possible, and a lot of us do that by combining it with other passions. For instance, Present Mike isn't afraid to step in and save civilians from a villain attack, but he also runs his radio show late into the night to take calls from people who don't feel heard in their everyday lives. He volunteers at a suicide prevention hotline and works closely with organizations that help people with disabilities and volatile quirks." Oh! Izuku was fascinated and hung onto All Might's every word. He knew some of this, hero fanboy, but it was exhilarating to hear from an actual hero and not his regular sources. "The wild pussycats," All Might continued on, "focus on rescues in wildlife areas because all their members have shared passion for outdoor activities and the environment. There's a reason they do endorsements with eco-friendly products, and it's not just for the money." "What about you?" Izuku asked. "Do you have anything like that?" All Might was quiet as he thought over the question. "When I was your age, I noticed something was wrong with our society. People were scared. Villainy was on the rise and heroes were being raked over by the media for not doing better. Back then there wasn't as much glam in the industry as there is now. I hated seeing my neighbors afraid. It left a bad taste in my mouth that there was so much fear and the individuals causing it didn't care. Indeed, it felt like they relished in it. I didn't want to live in that society. I didn't want to be scared of everything." He gave Izuku a grin. "So I decided a symbol was needed. Something that people could look to and smile. Something that could allow them to relax and ease their worries. Something all of us had been missing for a very long time. Peace," Izuku said, awe filling his entire being. "Yes, peace. Admittedly, I could only bring a large-scale peace to society, not individuals. I could not give it to everyone," he frowned. "If I could bust down the doors every time someone abuses their spouse or child, if I could be on every rooftop when someone is looking over the edge, I would, but it is like you said earlier, I cannot save everyone. But we can try." "Yes, we can try." All Might agreed. "About what I said, combining heroism with passions, think on it? Not every hero does that, but for those of us that do, it's an extra boost when we think we've hit our limit. Admittedly, due to my injury and my schedule, I don't do as much as others. Hence why I donate or create charities for my passions and put people I trust in charge. I will definitely think on it." Izuku nodded, wishing he had his notebook. He had a bunch of ideas already swirling around in his head. "I still have to get into Yuuei first. I think I can ace the written exam if I study hard enough. The physical part, though, I'm not as confident in since I don't what it will be. The slingshot worked well on that sludge villain. Maybe I can apply for support items. Support items can help a hero in a pinch." All Might said, "But you're going to need both brains and brawn if you want to succeed. Your mind is plenty sharp, but..." He poked Izuku's arm with a bony finger. "Getting into the hero course is going to be near impossible if you don't train your body." Izuku could have given him 1,000 excuses for why his body wasn't up to par. He could tell All Might he tried routines on his own in the past but nothing stuck. He could admit to trying to find an inexpensive dojo and failing. He could mention how being bullied for most of his life left his body tired, aching, and stressed to the point that physical training sounded like a Herculean effort. He doesn't say any of this because he's not interested in bringing up the past when he's focused on the future. "You're right. I need to figure something out. I'm a fast runner but my endurance isn't great. Building up some muscle should be a good starting point. There are enough tutorials online that I can get a decent start. I'll need weights. Should I buy them outright or try a gym? Maybe dash. All Might coughed to get his attention. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to start muttering. It's a bad habit. You apologize entirely too much, All Might said with a grin, and it took Izuku a moment to realize he was being teased, not reprimanded. Midoriya, please let me help you train for the entrance exam. It'll be difficult, your body will feel like it's going through hell, but I think we have just enough time before the exam to make it work. Izuku's inner fanboy went, oh, hell yeah. The rest of Izuku, suspicious of any help from an adult, went, hold up, something seems off. Out loud, people-pleaser that he is, he said, I would be honored. Is there a gym you want to meet at or dash? All Might laughed, and that's when Izuku knew he was being played in some way, but he wasn't sure how. Yes, but a gym alone won't cut it. We start right here. All Might transformed into his hero persona and gestured towards the garbage. We start with you cleaning up this beach. It'll be both training and community service. There was the how. Izuku tried to hold his tongue, he really did. It was clear that All Might was proud of this plan and he looked so excited to be training Izuku. It really was an honor, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Who else could say that All Might offered to personally train them? If the circumstances were different, Izuku would have been touched by the gesture. His next words were to politely thank All Might and nothing more. Are you providing me with protective gear? Wow, Izuku. Good job thanking the man. Especially after he kindly listened to you talk about quirkless people for the past hour. Amazing. It was hard to tell in his hero form, but All Might's grin might have turned perplexed. Whatever for? Izuku took a deep breath and took a plunge. All Might, he began, trying to think of a tactful way of saying what he wanted before giving up. This beach is filled with sharp, rusty metal. It's clearly being used as an illegal dumping ground. There's a leaking biohazard bag 2 feet away from us, and I don't need to look to know there are some used needles hidden in the sand. I'm also afraid we might find a dead body in the garbage that's only being hidden by the smell of everything else. All Might deflated. I still want to do it. Izuku was quick to assure him when he saw his slumped shoulders. I just want to do it without having to explain to my mom why I need a tetanus shot after I inevitably stab myself with a rusty fork. Yes, of course. I don't want you to get hurt. We can get some gloves and other things before we start. And if nothing else, this might help me get over my fear of secondary locations. Izuku rambled on, not realizing All Might had agreed with him. All Might coughed up some blood. Your fear of what? He asked aghast, taking out a handkerchief, one that, suspiciously, looks like the one Izuku gave him on the roof, to wipe his mouth. All Might, Izuku began, you know what a secondary location is, right? Of course I know. I'm confused about why you know the term. It's mostly used for police work. I learned it in our yearly assembly at school. What are they teaching you that you would need to know that? Street smarts. Izuku practically yelled, looking unhinged. Every year since kindergarten, a detective comes to the school and gives a presentation on how to not get kidnapped. The first step is to not talk to adults that you don't know. Which I ignored when I first met you. I wasn't going to kidnap you. You latched onto me. I know, but it was a risk I was willing to take. He gave us a lot of good tips. Did you know wearing a money clip can save your life if you're being mugged? All you have to do is toss it one direction and run the other way. Have you ever been mugged? All Might's arched eyebrow was not appreciated by Izuku. No, but I am prepared for when it happens. Not if when. Izuku knew it was only a matter of time. Like I said, he taught us a lot of things, but what sticks with me the most is secondary locations because the chance of coming back alive is close to none. This, Izuku gestured towards the beach, is a secondary location straight out of my nightmares. I'm going to talk to my contact in the police department about this. All Might sighed before pulling a folder out of his back pocket. In the meantime, take this. Izuku took the folder labeled Aim to Pass. American Dream Plan. And thumbed through it. A meal plan? You'll be working out a lot more, so we need to make sure you're getting sufficient nutrients. I've also listed several workout routines you can do at home. All Might looked so proud, his chest was puffed out. I may have been careless with this location, but I did think this training plan through. He looked Izuku in the eye, grin never leaving his face. So how about it? Think you can handle what I have in store? Izuku snapped the folder shut and grinned back. I told you, didn't I? Nothing's going to stop me from being a hero. Let the 10 months from hell commence. The first month was the most painful. Izuku's body was not prepared for the sheer amount of heavy lifting it would be doing, and it let him know. It protested with aching sore muscles, it screamed with a heavy tiredness that didn't let up even after a good night's rest. It was cruel enough to make him feel pain in places he hadn't thought possible. Izuku is stubborn, though, and he wants to be a hero more than anything. When it came to a contest of stubbornness between his will and his body, his will won. By the end of his first month, his body had gotten used to the new routine. When the second month began, a small portion of the beach had been cleared. All Might slowly started adding more training into the regimen. They began going to a quiet gym that specialized in weight training. Izuku was given a gripper to strengthen his hands, and he took it everywhere. At school, during dinner, watching TV, it was always in one hand or the other. Even before the second month was up, Izuku noticed the difference in his body. He could tell he was getting stronger and gaining stamina. But that was all he was gaining. As he looked over the plan, he realized the only training he had for speed and agility was the running portion. He knew that wouldn't be enough to get him where he wanted to be. All Might's plan focused on building up strength and endurance, but Izuku also wanted to be able to move with a little more grace. Some of his injuries his mom had seen had come from his clumsiness. He spent a few days trying to figure out how to add it in. He didn't have the time nor the money for a dance class. He discarded parkour after some research because it looked like there was a lot of trial error before one got the hang of it. Since this was crunch time, he couldn't afford to break any bones. The only thing he could think of was extending his runs, but that wouldn't solve the problem. The solution came to him one day after school. He'd been waiting for the crosswalk light to change when he overhears the girl in front of him complaining to her friends. It's not fair. No one will challenge me anymore. I'm getting so bored waiting for someone to dance against. Izuku couldn't see her face, but it sounded like she was pouting. Geez, Mina, chill out. You dominate dance off at Silver Comic. No one's challenging you because your score is too high. One of her friends laughed as the light changed, and they began to cross the street. Izuku did not follow. Instead, he changed directions, texted his mom that he would be late, and found himself standing in front of an arcade. The Silver Comic arcade had all the new games as well as a variety of retro ones near the back. It was a popular arcade because it had an option for people who weren't interested in the prizes but still wanted to play. For a flat fee, one would get a special wristband and could play as many games as they wanted as long as they didn't leave. Izuku had his eyes set on Dance Off, a game focused on movement, patterns, and rhythm. He had seen a few kids playing on it before but had been too embarrassed to try himself. But for the sake of his dream, he's willing to look silly. Trading in some money for a wristband, he heads straight to the machine, thankful that the arcade is mostly empty. The first dance he picks, he fails. It was too fast-paced, his coordination was off, and the sudden music had startled him. The game doesn't even offer him a spot on the scoreboard after his disastrous performance. Still he tries again, and again, and again until he makes it onto the scoreboard. Every Thursday night for the next few months, he would be a fixture at the arcade, dancing until it became second nature to move his feet swiftly without looking down. It took ages, but Green_by finally dethroned Alien_Queen and took her spot at the top of the scoreboard. Izuku had no idea he had caused a bit of a stir by doing this. Since he was always at the arcade on its emptier nights, it was like some cryptid dancer had thrown out a challenge to the other players. Ashido Mina was both incensed and excited by this. She and others had watched as Green_Boi's score slowly went up until it was in second place. She fought hard to make sure he wouldn't overtake her, but in the end he won. She had a lot of fun fighting to keep her title as top dancer, but it would have been way more exciting if he had actually shown up for a dance-off. Since Izuku's goal wasn't actually to be the top player, he never read the other usernames. Which was a real shame because once he took first place, some very talented kids had danced their best to put out the following message. Green_BOI, 98,679. Alien 94,655. Hey_Greenboy, 88,127. Dance_off, 82,784. Sat_1 p.m. 79371. Please? 74354. A lot of people had shown up that Saturday, hopeful to see the dance battle of the year. Izuku was not one of them. He was cleaning a beach, still half expecting to find a dead body somewhere within the garbage. Along with Dance Off, there was one other game that caught his attention. Laser tag. While the dancing game was fun, and it did help his footwork, it didn't give him a lot of space to move. Laser tag though? It had a whole area where he could move about, not worry if he took a hard fall. Not only that, but he could face off against other people or robots depending on which route he felt like doing. There was an even option of joining a team or doing a solo run. The system for laser tag didn't have usernames like the other games. A team could put in a name, but solo players would have numbers assigned to them. Izuku always chose the solo runs because he would have felt bad if he had brought down a team's score by playing poorly. Again, he didn't really pay attention to the scoreboard and had no idea that over the months, his dedication and passion to become better had turned him into a feared player. He heard other players complaining about a demonic little solo gremlin that was able to manipulate teams into shooting their own players through clever sneak attacks and artful dodging. Thanks to the headgear everyone had to wear and the darkness of the arena, no one could ever get a good look at the player. Still, Izuku shivered at the descriptions, glad he hadn't had to face off against such a ruthless player, unaware that person in question was himself. So the arcade was for training, but there was a prize that Izuku desperately wanted. Sitting on the top shelf, locked in a glass case, was a figure of All Might standing in an iconic hero pose. Up for grabs for anyone with 100,000 tickets. It was the most hideous knockoff he had ever seen. The colors of the suit were wrong and the paint job was poor. One of All Might's antennas was longer than the other, and Izuku was ready to bet his life that the body mold was from some other hero and they just popped All Might's head on it and hoped no one would notice. The grin painted on looked more like a grimace of pain. For some insane reason, whoever made it tried to give All Might the most detailed eyes on the planet and failed horribly at the task. It gave off the vibe of being low-key cursed. Izuku had to have it. He needed that ugly thing on his nightstand, ready to scare him every morning for the rest of his life. He needed All Might to autograph. He was ready to pull out some cash for the tokens when the cashier took one look at him and asked, "What prize do you want?" "I, don't have any tickets. But I'm going to purchase some tokens." "Yeah, no. Don't worry about it. Just tell me what you want. You can have anything." "Really? Are you sure? I don't want you to get in trouble." "Oh, right." The cashier looked like they had just remembered something. "You don't know." "Know what?" "That you're our 100th customer tonight, so you get a free prize." "Really?" The truth was, employees saw the dance-off drama unfolding and loved it. Seeing a group of kids coming every day to find their mystery rival and always just missing him was a fine form of entertainment. The fact that the same kid was the reason their laser tag regulars were losing their minds was equally funny to them. They had already planned on letting him have a prize if he asked. Then the owner of the arcade saw the rise in customers and an increased interest in their laser tag arena. It didn't take him long to figure who had caused it, and he told all the employees that, if that green-haired kid ever wants a prize, give it to him. He's more than earned it. And okay, a few of them noticed he was the same kid in the meme that they sent each other in their group chat. It was a favorite when they were mocking difficult customers. The cashier, realizing this kid had no idea about the chaos he caused, was only able to hold their laughter in thanks to their years of working in retail. Izuku wasn't one to question a blessing and shyly pointed at the ugliest All Might in existence. The cashier raised an eyebrow. They had put that up there as a joke. "Really? You want that? Please." The next morning Izuku woke up and, after seeing the figure looking back at him, almost had a heart attack. It was one of the best decisions he had ever made. When the third month came, he was thinking deeply about how to add in what he loved to his training. All Might was right, wanting to be a hero that saves as many people as possible was basic. Izuku couldn't deny that. But how could he combine that with something else when heroes were his passion? His first thought was his quirk analysis. Despite what everyone said, his notes weren't creepy. They were meant to help improve quirk usage and be aware of potential weaknesses. He had been taking notes for years, he knew they were solid, but he wasn't sure how he could incorporate them into his own heroism. Somehow, he had a feeling most heroes wouldn't take it seriously if a quirkless teenager shoved handwritten notes into their faces with the claim that it would improve their lives dramatically. If he tried to send them anonymously, it might be taken as a threat rather than a critique. Even he could see how iffy and stalkerish that might look. It was annoying him enough that he asked his mom for some input. Does it have to be about quirks? This passion thing? She asked. She knew he had stepped up his training. At first, she had been worried, especially when Izuku showed her a picture of his personal trainer. All Might's civilian form didn't really inspire trust. But Izuku won her over by reminding her that he still knew how to throw his money clip one way and run the other. No? But besides heroes, I really like quirks, so I thought it would be good to incorporate. Somehow. I guess I don't understand why you need to do this. Isn't helping others enough? Her question caused something in Izuku's mind to click into place, and while he still wasn't sure if it was the answer, it might be the path to one. He gives her a kiss on the cheek before running to his room to look up some information about local volunteer opportunities. He rules out suicide hotlines first because he discovered they didn't accept volunteers under the age of even if he had been old enough, he wouldn't have volunteered. It hit too close to home, and though he's been in that headspace, he doesn't think he could help others out of it. The animal shelters are crossed off next. He loves animals as much as the next person, but he's more interested in helping people. The homeless shelters, the hospital, the senior care homes. He looks at all of them, weighing the pros and cons before making his decision. He starts volunteering at a soup kitchen. Just for a few hours every Sunday. Just to test the waters and see if he likes it. Izuku discovers he doesn't like volunteering at the soup kitchen. He loves it. His first few times were rough because he was unsure of himself, but once he was settled, it was like he was meant to be there. It was a smaller kitchen ran by a couple who wanted to give people down on their luck a hot meal to look forward to. All types of people come through the doors for a cup of warm soup and soft pork bun. Izuku does his best to give them all encouraging smiles as he pours their bowls. The 4th month in, as the leaves outside turn brown, he begins to tentatively talk to the people that come to eat. Some he only sees once. Others are regulars, and Izuku learns. He learns that the man dressed in the nice suit lost his job and is trying to cut expenses in small ways as he tries to get back on his feet. They chat, and sometimes Izuku will look over his resume to make sure there aren't any mistakes. He learns that the family with the 2 little girls lost their home in a fire. They're staying at a nearby homeless shelter but think they've found a new place to live. If he's finished with his shift and they're still there, he'll play tag with the girls outside. It gives them a chance to feel like kids again, and their parents appreciate the small break. He learns that the older woman who cries quietly lost her husband in a villain attack 2 years back and never recovered from her grief. He sits next to her and listens to her talk about all the adventures she had with him. Often she is caressing an old, worn photo as she recounts her life. He learns that everyone who comes to this kitchen has lost something dear to them. Slowly, he begins to learn how to read people. He knows when the people he serves are just looking to vent about life. He figures out when someone is desperately looking for advice while trying to look put together. He learns when to push, when to pull, and when to leave people alone. The experience polishes his tongue and gives him a keen eye for when someone needs a smile and when they need a hand up. It also, surprisingly, gives him information on other things. People talk. Even at their lowest of lows, people talk. Tell Izuku what they hear, they tell him what they know. And they know what's going on in these streets better than anyone else. They tell him to avoid some petty criminal that breaks into cars, the man is violent when confronted, and it's not worth dying for. They tell him to not to go to certain places at certain times because that's where the drug deals happen and it's not something he should be caught up in. They complain about the gangsters trying to mug them when they already have nothing. They hold nothing back, gang names, monikers, physical descriptions, they tell him everything. They give him an inkling about how the darker side of society works. He reacts accordingly. He gives anonymous tips to the police if he thinks it has merit. Sometimes he gives a description of an individual, sometimes he tells them a location. He offers to walk anyone who feels nervous back to where they live. Despite his short stature, the regulars have seen him lift some of the heavier cooking utensils with ease. They know he is strong. They know he's strong, but they still worry for his safety. The taser he buys is more for their peace of mind than his. Another new experience. When he mentions he's quirkless, no one cares. They have bigger things to worry about than pitying or hating him. Some even light up and say, "Me too." In the 5th month, he finds a homeless man in the alleyway 2 blocks down from the soup kitchen. He's propped against a few overstuffed trash bags, sleeping. There are a few bottles scattered around him. His dark hair and clothes help him blend in to the point that Izuku almost misses him. Izuku lets him sleep. He asks the regulars about him and they tell him he's been there for a few weeks. An alcoholic, one man said sadly, stirring his soup. Just can't seem to get away from it. I've tried to talk to him, tried to get him to come to the shelter, but he just grunts and goes back to sleep. You can't help someone who doesn't want it. So Izuku doesn't talk to him, but he does leave food for him. And because it's getting cold, he buys a thick black scarf and some gloves. He never stays to see if these gifts are accepted, just drops them at the man's sprawled feet and moves on. Finally, in the 6th month, after the chill sets in, the man squints as Izuku sets down a styrofoam cup of soup, still hot from the stove. "You can stop. I didn't ask for your pity." A surprisingly clear voice makes Izuku pause and he looks at the man. Black eyes, devoid of any addiction, look back at him from behind messy hair. Food is a necessity to live. Pity has nothing to do with it. Izuku replies after a moment. "You don't know me." The man flashes a knife before hiding it again. "I could gut you right now and no one would know." "You could," Izuku agreed, "but I don't think you will." He doesn't mention that he has the high ground. Even if the man did lunge, Izuku has more than enough time and skill to get out of range. "Oh, so eager to believe that everyone is a good soul?" the man asks mockingly, and Izuku thinks he even has one eyebrow raised. "No, I've met some real jerks," Izuku replied with a grin. "I don't think you're one though." "Why is that?" "The alley cats like you," Izuku said right as a feral cat made itself at home on the man's lap. "Don't get lost before I change my mind." The man's threat might have scared Izuku if he hadn't been petting a purring cat. Izuku gives him a salute and leaves him be. Aizawa, currently doing an undercover recon on a drug ring that he's been trying to break for months, is fondly exasperated. The soup was nice, but has no one told that kid that talking to strange homeless men is a bad idea? The days pass. The soup still comes. They don't talk much, but if Izuku hears that something illegal might be happening, he'll warn the man to steer clear of certain locations. He has no idea this is the exact information Aizawa needs to find the main base of the drug ring. It wasn't the biggest trigger bust he had done, but it was one less supplier off the streets. In the bitter cold of the 7th month, a girl commits suicide. Izuku didn't know her. She had gone to a different school. He only knows because he found morning flowers on his desk in science class. Next to them was a torn piece from that day's newspaper. There's a picture prominently featured. Kido Aiko was her name, written so small under the headline, it felt like they were trying to erase it from existence. Her face stares back him, eyes forlorn and determined, but he sees her exhaustion even through the black and white print. He's felt the emotion intimately himself. Under her name, under the headline, "Quirkless Student Commits Suicide," someone wrote in thick black marker, "Are you going to join her?" Izuku doesn't cry. He doesn't cringe. Doesn't even suck in a sharp breath. He's a little thrown because it's been a while since he's had to play a game like this, but he's more than willing to participate. He takes stock of the room. The teacher hasn't arrived yet and everyone is deathly silent. He realizes they're waiting for his reaction. One by one, he looks each classmate in the eye trying to discern who put this on his desk. The kids from homeroom are crossed off immediately. They had spread word of his verbose brutality and even after all these months, still pale if he says something too sharply. Right now they look like they are survivors from a horror film who've just discovered they haven't escaped and are still in danger of dying some rather gruesome deaths. Others, kids who have heard and have heeded the warning, look worried and meet his gaze for a moment before looking away. In the end, it wasn't hard to find the culprit. He sits 2 rows over and 3 desks up. When he glances at Izuku and fails to hide his smirk, Izuku knows he did it. Izuku grabs the damning items on his desk and walks over to the boy. "Hada-san," he greets. His smile is soft, his voice is quiet, and his eyes are cold as he holds the flowers and paper up. "I think you left these on my desk by accident." "Oh, my bad, Deku." Hada laughs, rubbing the back of his head in faux sheepishness, and Izuku sees where the marker had stained his hand. "I saw that in the morning paper and thought of you. Didn't know if you knew about your friend. Sorry for your loss." "Thank you," Izuku murmurs back. "I didn't know her, but I will mourn for her." "Oh, sorry. I thought all quirkless kids knew each other." A common misconception. It's one I see a lot, though there's one I see more than anything. Oh, what's that? The idea that having a quirk somehow makes you better than others. I see it so often it makes me sick. Quicker than Hada can blink, Izuku slams the flowers and paper onto his desk. The resounding noise makes everyone jump. Hada's desk has a dent in it. "Oops." Izuku gives a little shrug and Hada looks at the indentation in shock. "Don't know my own strength some days." He spies a book peeking out of Hada's bag and grabs it without much thought. "Oh, a prep book for Shiketsu? I didn't know you were going to take their entrance exams," Izuku said as he leans against the desk, casually flicking through the pages. "Why, my dad went. Trying to make it a tradition." Hada laughed, clearly uncomfortable with Izuku in his space. He flinches when Izuku snaps the book shut and drops it on his desk. "Wow, what a nice thing to try for." It is a good prep book." Although, Izuku leaned in and whispered quietly for only Hada to hear, "I don't think it will be enough. Not for you. You think a hero school would want someone who blatantly spits on the loss of life? Who laughs at it? I think you should rethink your school choice." "Che, you think you can scare me?" Hada snapped as Izuku steps away. "So what if everyone else here is scared of you? I'm not. You've got them all fooled into thinking you can ruin their lives, but I'm not gonna fall for it. You can't do anything to me." Izuku's smile turned into a grin. "If you say so, Hada-san, but you look scared, so I wonder if you really believe that. Don't worry though. I'm not going to harass you or anything like that." But Izuku begins to walk back to his desk. "What you've done today, I'm going to make you regret it for the rest of your life." Their science teacher walked in right before Hada could retort. Later at Dagoba, Izuku takes the rage he hid so well out on the garbage. He's clearing it away at such a fast rate that All Might is impressed before he realizes something is wrong. It takes him a few tries to get Izuku to stop swinging sharp metal around and calm down enough to talk to him. "What's wrong, my boy?" It was said with such gentleness that Izuku feels the tears falling down his face and the sobs racking their way out of his throat before he can stop them. He feels All Might's hands guide him until they're both sitting on the sand. He explains everything through heaving breaths and wet cries. All Might sits next to him, rubbing his back as it all come bursting out of him like an overburdened dam. Finally he quiets. "I don't understand," he confesses after his hysteria has died off. He looks out at the ocean, but all he sees in his mind is a tired face in black and white. "What don't you understand? Why it still hurts so much? I should be used to it. No one's tried in months, but the other kids used to write things like that on my desk. You know, go kill yourself, useless, space waster, whatever they felt like writing. I didn't really care. It hurt a little, but I would clean it off and forget about it. I don't know if it's because he went out of his way to buy flowers or if it's because he used someone else's tragedy as a prop for his joke, but I can't let it go. Not this time. It shouldn't hurt me this much, but it does, and I dashed." Izuku cut himself off, rubbing at his face, frustrated that the tears are still coming. "I think it's okay to feel hurt. What that boy did was beyond cruel. If you would like, I could put in a word at Shiketsu. I could tell them what he did without mentioning your name." All Might offers, and Izuku's heart soars at the gesture. "No," he says after a moment. He wants so badly to take All Might up on that, but it would cause too many questions if word got out that All Might used his influence to try and ban some kid he didn't know from a hero school. I don't want to get you involved in my messes. Besides, I already know what to do. Hada Shiro thinks he's untouchable because he has a quirk, but he's in for a surprise. Izuku's smile was grim. I'm going to dismantle his future without touching him. And for the first time in months, Yagi catches a glimpse of the boy he had talked to on the roof. He also takes note of the other boy's name. On the very small off chance that whatever Izuku has planned doesn't work, Yagi will take care of it, awkward questions be damned. Yagi also contacts the funeral home that has Kido Aiko and anonymously pays for all expenses. Her family already has to bear the burden of burying their daughter, he won't stand for them having to pay for it. He also makes sure that Naomasa has someone look into her school thoroughly. He doesn't tell any of this to Izuku. The 8th month brings the early spring sun and the start of a retaliation. True to his word, Izuku did not harass or speak to Hada for the remainder of the year. Hada had been tense for a few weeks before falling into a false sense of security. Izuku overhears him bragging to his friends that Izuku was nothing but talk. He might have even been tempted to pull a similar stunt, but Izuku likes to think that the dent on Hada's desk made him think twice. Not that it matters. Hada has no idea he's already ruined. It was ridiculously easy to find dirt on him. Izuku didn't even have to dig deep, it was all there, proudly displayed on his social media. Videos, tweets, likes, and reposts of things no one trying for a hero school should ever in their right mind promote. Hada really doesn't like quirkless people. He leaves death threats and insults in the comments of anyone who says anything remotely nice about them. He also seems to have an issue with mutant quirks if his liberal use of the word freak in his internet rants is anything to go by. He toes the line of getting banned, going dark for a few days when admins get onto him, before coming back full force, never learning anything. It took less than a week for Izuku to seal Hada's fate in a Word doc filled with screenshots and links, but because they have so much time before exams, he decides to keep adding to it because Hada can't seem to stop himself from liking and spewing hateful things into the world. Since he was so proud of his beliefs, Izuku thought it was only fair to keep all of it on file for Shiketsu's administrators to review. Maybe if Hada had apologized at some point, Izuku would have backed off. Maybe if he had shown some remorse or guilt, Izuku would have extended an olive branch. But Hada's still having the time of his life on the internet, not having a care about who his words hurt, so turning him into a walking dead man is Izuku's only option. Halfway into the 9th month, as the flowers bloom, Izuku sends an email to Shiketsu High School. To whom it may concern, Hada Shiro, a 3rd year at Aldra Middle School, will be participating in your entrance exams. I have read your policy on bullying and discrimination and believe he would not be a good fit for your school. Please see the link doc for more details. If no action is taken, I and the rest of world will know where Shiketsu's standards for potential heroes lie. Thank you. Izuku uses an alt email he made at an internet cafe. He doesn't leave a name in the email. All he's done is put public information into a neat little document, but he's well aware this could still be considered sabotage because it is. Just to be petty, he forwards that same email to every hero school he could think of. Netsu cackled when it popped up in his inbox. He recognizes the writer's style. He reminds Yagi that he wants to meet his protege. Yagi purposely coughs up blood to get out of the conversation. Shiketsu does their research and outright bans Hada Shiro from taking part in their entrance exam. He's probably the first person to receive a rejection letter before the exams even start. And not just from one school. Despite their rivalries, the hero schools of Japan want only the best and brightest. When something like this happens, they let the other schools know. At the beginning of the 10th month, as spring conquered winter, Hada comes to school looking like a ghost. His friends ask him what's wrong and he says nothing. He locks eyes with Izuku. Izuku never logged back into that new email he made, but he had been keeping an eye on Shiketsu_official. They had posted the other day reminding potential students that discrimination was not something they tolerated. Then and there Izuku knew his plan had worked. Izuku gives him a sweet smile and Hada's eyes widen in terror. He makes it through the day but stops showing up to school shortly after. The students whisper about it and side-eye Izuku, but that's it. There's no proof that Izuku did anything. There's another student's future that Izuku could destroy with the push of a button. But when Bakugo came back to school after the villain attack, he was oddly withdrawn. He would still yell, still explode, but over time it was happening less and less. He ignored Izuku for the rest of the year, though sometimes Izuku would catch him staring out of the corner of his eye. It wasn't the normal glare Izuku was used to feeling. In the rare moments that he caught Bakugo's expression, it was like he didn't quite know what to make of Izuku anymore. That said, Izuku was good for his word. Bakugo had left him alone, and that was enough. The day before the entrance exam, Dagobah Beach was clean. Surprisingly, no dead bodies were found. Izuku watches as the sun rises above the water, making the waves glint and sand sparkle. He hears footsteps, and soon All Might is standing next to him. "Congratulations, Midoriya," All Might said with a smile filled with pride. "You did it. You gave this beach a new life." "Thanks." Izuku blinked, turning away from the sunrise to look around. It hadn't quite sunk in that he succeeded. It felt a little surreal. "Do you think it will be enough, though? The entrance exam is tomorrow, and, while I'm definitely stronger, I don't know if it will be enough." "Don't doubt yourself now, my boy. I believe you'll pass with flying colors." All Might's words warmed Izuku's heart. He was right. Izuku had worked too hard to stop now. He could do it. He could get into the hero course. "There is, one thing I wanted to talk to you about." All Might continued, nervously tugging at his hair, avoiding Izuku's eyes. Izuku felt his mood plummet. Something was wrong. Did Yuuei see his application and deny him? Was this All Might's way of saying that Izuku did good but not good enough? Were the last 10 months for nothing after all? What if— No, Midoriya, it's nothing like that, I promise. All Might was quick to assure him. He had become an expert at decoding Izuku's muttering. "You're not in trouble. My apologies for making you think that. It's just that." All Might sighed before giving Izuku the news. "Principal Nedzu would like to talk with you today if you have time, and if you could bring some of your analysis journals, he would greatly appreciate it." All Might hugged him tightly. "I am so sorry. I did my best to distract him and keep you off his radar, but he's begun making vague suggestions about stopping by your apartment for a visit. Best to just bite the bullet and go see him." Izuku only had the slightest idea about Nedzu's reputation. The principal purposely kept himself shrouded in mystery, making it almost impossible to get reliable information on him. There were rumors, of course. Wild, unverified rumors about him and what he could do. So while Izuku wondered why it felt like he was about to attend his own funeral, he was also very, very intrigued. In his office, Nedzu began to giggle. The sludge villain attack had set more events into motion than one would expect, and Midoriya Izuku was not the only one experiencing a drastic life change. Bakugo Kastuki could attest to that, with many interesting curses in between. The day of the attack was nothing special to him. He had gone home with his mom, received a relieved hug from his dad, took a shower and then went straight to bed. Not because he was exhausted, but because by the time they had made it home, it was late and he wasn't about to let some no-named villain ruin his routine. And no, the aftertaste of garbage didn't linger in his mouth because he brushed his teeth thoroughly. He didn't wake up in the middle of the night gasping for air. He didn't shove his blankets off of his bed because it felt like they were suffocating him. He did it because he's always ran a little hotter than most. It was the next day that change bore its fruit. Katsuki sked in annoyance when he woke up and saw he had overslept. He could still make it to school in time, but he would have to skip breakfast. Whatever. If people could deal with Deku's damn muttering, they could deal with his stomach growling for one day. Throwing on his uniform, he grabbed his book bag and trudged downstairs. He was a little annoyed that neither of his parents had woken him, but he wasn't going to complain. It wasn't their job to get him up. "Where do you think you're going?" his mom asked from the kitchen as he made his way to the front door. "To school." "Where the hell do you think?" he yelled back, tugging on his shoes. The smell of oatmeal filled the air, and he did his best to ignore his mouth watering. "No, you're not. I already called and told you'd be out today and tomorrow. You can start fresh next week. Come eat some breakfast, brat." Katsuki froze, fingers stopping in the middle of tightening his shoelaces. The next, he was stomping towards the kitchen, anger rising with each step. What the hell? I'm not sick, why'd you call me in? Because I'd be a pretty shitty parent if I let my kid go to school right after he was involved in a villain attack. Now sit down, damn it. Your dad and I need to talk to you about something, but it can wait till after you eat, she replied, scowling at him, and he felt his eye twitch. He had to hand it to her though, she hadn't called him a victim. He would have exploded if she had used that word. He was fine. Grumbling, he made his way to the table, flung his book bag on the floor and sat down. His dad gave him a smile and a quiet good morning before returning to his newspaper and coffee. Really? His mom complained as she shoved a bowl of oatmeal at him. Tossing your bag on the floor like a little kid? You're gonna trip on it later. Shut up. I will not, he grumbled as he dug into the meal, doing his best to eat quickly. The faster he eats, the faster whatever his parents want to talk about will be over with, and then he can go back up to his room. He's still pissed that she called him in, but it would be stupid to try and go to school now. He let out a grunt as he finished his food in record time. I'm done. Thanks for not burning the food this time, he muttered as he took his bowl to the sink and washed it out. Crusty oatmeal was a bitch to clean. Yin, yeah, I know you're super grateful for the food I put on the table, his mom said, coming up to him and putting her and Dad's dishes in the sink. She kissed the top of his head as he made a move to clean them. Go sit down. I've got this. He grimaced at the kiss but didn't protest. After yesterday, if she wanted to show him some affection, he wouldn't cause a scene over it. If only he could have said the same for the next words that came out of her mouth. By the way, I plan on having Izuku and Inko over for dinner sometime soon. Be prepared to eat katsudon, okay, brat? Mitsuki called over her shoulder with a teasing smile. That smile faded fast at Katsuki's reaction to the news. What? Why are you inviting them over? I don't want them here, he screamed, and she heard the telltale popping of small explosions followed by the smell of smoke. Oi, knock it off. What the hell is wrong with you? Izuku saved your life. Of course I'm going to invite them over and make his favorite food, it's the least I could do, she yelled back as she turned towards him, annoyed at his reaction. That annoyance became a cold fury at his next statement. I didn't ask for his help and I didn't need it. I would have been fine without him. I don't want Deku in this house. Ever. What did you just say? It wasn't her that spoke, and Katsuki froze when Masaru set his gaze on him. Katsuki, Masaru began with a soft voice, but anger could be heard simmering underneath. Calmly, with stiff precision, he folded the paper and put it down, full attention on his son. You called him that when you were 4 and couldn't read his name right, but we told you it was wrong and corrected you. So why did I just hear you call Izuku useless? Katsuki's eyes moved frantically between his parents. From the panic in them, it was easy to tell that he was trying to come up with a response that would appease both of them. However, it seemed like he couldn't think up anything remotely acceptable and decided to do what he does best. He exploded. Because he is. He has been ever since he was 4 and his quirk never came in. That stupid idiot still wants to be a hero dash. Stop. Mitsuki saw her husband rubbing his hands together. An anxious habit he had never successfully broken. But he just doesn't get it. He'll never be a hero because he doesn't have a quirk, and no amount of creepy muttering is going to change that. And dash. Katsuki, stop. Everyone's told him to give up because we all know he's going to fail. I've told him for years that he's never going to amount to anything, but I guess he's too fucking stupid to realize that dash. That's enough. Masaru's roar and explosion as he slammed his hands on the table made Katsuki stumble back in shock. It was silent for a moment, save for Masaru's heavy breathing. Go sit on the couch. I don't know where all this is coming from, but we are discussing it and you're going to explain everything. Am I clear? Katsuki gave a shaky nod and booked it to the living room. The kitchen was silent as Masaru tried to clean the burn marks off the table with his sleeve. Sorry about the table. Think I ruined it, he admitted, giving up. Masaru, I don't give a flying fuck about the table. What the hell was that? Mitsuki asked in a hushed voice as she moved towards him. I knew they weren't close anymore, but that sounded way worse than friends who've drifted apart. That sounded like, shit, You know what that sounded like. Masaru took a deep breath and released it slowly, trying to regain his composure. He met her gaze and shook his head. I'm not sure. We were never informed that he was acting out or bullying anyone at school. Even though the teachers have always complimented his quirk, they would have told us if he was doing something like that. Chayurai, you really think that? Maybe if the other kid he was bullying had a quirk. Hell, maybe not even then. Mitsuki scowled. That last parent-teacher conference was crap. They went on and on about what a model student he was, and I almost asked if they had the right kid. But I thought maybe he acted differently at school. Like, maybe he had friends who helped him chill out or something. Now I'm worried the teachers are covering for him. Well, there's only one way to find out, her husband said as he stood up. It's going to sound bad, but since Katsuki inherited her personality, she had been expecting his school years to be filled with detentions and maybe a suspension or two. Not because she thought he was a bad kid, but because that was her experience in school. She'd be the first to admit that she's not a fan of authority, and neither was Katsuki. What she hadn't accounted for was that while Katsuki had her personality, he also had Masaru's razor-sharp intelligence. Her nerdy husband had been the top of his class all throughout middle school and high school, and Katsuki was following in his footsteps. Every year he came home top of his class with glowing recommendations from his teachers about his quirk and personality. The first time it had happened, Mitsuki thought it was a fluke or a typo, at least for the personality part. Her kid had never played well with others, and he only knew the word polite because it had been on a vocab test once. But it kept happening year after year, so her and Masaru figured that Katsuki restrained himself at school. Mitsuki knows he studied hard to be at the top, and she believes he deserves some praise for his accomplishments. That said, she is suspicious that Aldera has been playing favorites every time she sees the class rankings after exams. Izuku's rank is always lower than she expects. She doesn't see him often, but he's Inko's son and she knows he's smart. So she can't help but wonder if there's some sabotage going on behind the scenes. She had broached it once with Inko, and Inko had only sighed and gave a tired shrug. She couldn't do anything unless Izuku said something about it. He wasn't failing, and if he didn't bring it up, Inko would look like an overprotective mother causing a fuss over nothing. As they walked into the living room, she had a dreadful feeling that Izuku might not be the only student being sabotaged by Aldera. If her kid was being a little shit and they weren't correcting him, he would be in for a rude awakening when he hit adulthood. Alright, spill, she said, arms crossed as she sat down across from Katsuki, Maharu next to her. Spill what? Her brat of a child spat back. Apparently he had regained himself while waiting for them. What? You're acting stupid now. I didn't realize I raised a fool and a coward. Mitsuki was quick to anger, but she also knew how to get Katsuki to open his mouth. He detested lying, so if he didn't want to talk, he would deflect or just not say anything. When he used those tactics, she would deliberately piss him off and hit him where it hurt most, his pride. She wasn't going to be winning Parent of the Year anytime soon, but she does know how her kid worked. Fuck off, hag, he snarled. Deku knows what he is. Just because you and Dad like to pretend he's worth something, doesn't mean the rest of us will play along. Katsuki, Masaru began, and Katsuki clicked his mouth shut. Mitsuki understood that. Masaru was slow to anger, but it was not something you wanted directed at you when he made it to that state. Katsuki and her had rage like fireworks. Loud, bright, but gone in multiple flashes. When they were mad, people knew. Masaru's rage was like the tide. When it was far off, it looked harmless and small, but if one wasn't paying attention, the tide would be upon them in a blink, high and daunting, ready to drag and drown. Inescapable. Her husband's anger was quiet, but it was deep. If he had gone to get Katsuki yesterday, Death Arms and a few other heroes would have gone into early retirement. 2 things. First, you will not call Izuku that name in this house. Call him Midoriya if you can't bring yourself to say his first name. Secondly, Masaru's breath hitched. He saved your life yesterday. I don't care if you think you needed help or not, he saved you. Even if he had been a stranger to your mother and I, that alone makes him precious in our eyes. No matter your personal feelings, do not expect us, parents who almost saw their child murdered on live TV, to be dismissive of his actions, You cannot ask that of us. Do you understand? Katsuki swallowed and nodded. Good. Now, tell us what's been going on. Grudgingly, the story slipped through stubborn teeth and Mitsuki and Masaru listened in muted horror. Katsuki talked about how the teachers had praised him for always understanding everything first. He mentioned that everyone was in awe over his quirk, how he realized since he was young that he would always be on top. He admitted that he put Izuku in his place daily and the teachers did nothing, some even encouraged it. He told them how much he hated that Izuku still wanted to be hero even though he had no power and how frustrating it was that no matter what he did, Izuku just wouldn't let the dream die. By the time he was finished talking, Mitsuki shared a look with Masaru and she could see he was just as disturbed by the confession as she was. They both knew it would be bad, but since primary school? Since he was 4? How the hell had they missed this? Fucking hell, Katsuki. What on earth? Where the hell did get the idea that you could treat others like that? Because I know it sure as fuck didn't come from either of us. Mitsuki snapped once she had words again. Why are you pissed at me? You always told me to be the best. You were like this too in school too, so why were you lecturing me? Katsuki yelled back and Mitsuki stopped short at the accusation. What are you talking about? We told you to always do your best, not that you had to be the best. Not that how you've been acting is even close to that, and I've never told you to look down on others. As for my time in school, I know I've never discussed that with you. How'd you get it into your head that I was some queen bee? She asked, confused at where he got this notion. Like it isn't obvious. You and Dad are always winning over clients at your design agency and you haven't lost your position as the top designer the whole time you've been there. So you were probably the top student all through school like Dad, right? Che, bet you had a bunch of kids at your whim buying you lunch and shit. He scoffed and Mitsuki almost scoffed back in disbelief. She glanced at Masaru and they held a silent conversation before he gave her a small nod. She withheld an annoyed sigh because she didn't want to talk about her school years, but it looks like she didn't have a choice. All right, Katsuki, since you seem to think you know it all, let me tell you how middle school went for me. There was this one girl, super pretty, right? Could have been a model even back then, and she only got prettier in high school. Wow, mourning your looks already, hag? She had fairy wings, Mitsuki continued on, ignoring the insult. They were small and delicate, but when she felt like she was being ignored, she'd spread them out to get everyone's attention. She was well-spoken, smart, and knew how to read people. The teachers loved her, the boys wanted her, and most of the girls wanted to be her. She sounds perfect, yeah? Sounds like an annoying teacher's pet. Yeah. She was, and that helped her secure her place as top dog. Mitsuki laughed, sharp and bitter. Masaru squeezed her hand. She also took the time out of her day to make sure that I knew my place as well, that I was a worthless, sweaty bitch who would never amount to anything. She made sure I knew that. Damn. Day. Katsuki froze, eyes widening in shock. What? His voice came out hoarse. Katsuki, Mitsuki started, not unkindly, my quirk is literally moisturizing sweat. In a world where strong and unique quirks are valued, mine is as close as you can get to quirkless without a diagnosis. Hell, I did think I was quirkless until my last year of primary school. Your grandma took me to the doctor because she was worried about the excessive sweating since I couldn't control it yet. They took a test sample and that's the only reason we found out. No, he shook his head, you had to be at the top. Even if your quirk isn't meant for combat, you still could've dash. Could've what? I don't know, he yelled, but there's no way you'd let some fairy-winged jerk push you around. Well, you're right about that. I did try to stand up for myself in the beginning, but here's the thing, Katsuki. She waited until he met her gaze. It didn't matter. It didn't matter how many times I stood up. It didn't matter if I told on her or if I hit back. Because of her standing, because of my quirk, the story was already set. I was the girl with a weak quirk trying to hide her jealousy by pretending to be a victim. No one would believe me, and if they did, they didn't care. The teachers weren't doing shit to stop her, so I must have done something wrong, right? School was a nightmare for me and I hated going. Your grandparents and I had screaming matches over it and I skipped class so much I was almost declared truant. I barely passed my final exams. Taking a deep breath, she continued on. If she was going to talk about this, she might as well say all of it. That was how my middle school years went. All 3 years, and she never let up once. She tried to ignore the burning in her eyes. I threw my yearbook away because she and her friends had grabbed it on graduation day and wrote about how much they hated me and wished I would die, and, after reading their words, I couldn't help but think they had some pretty compelling arguments. Guess it's a good thing I was a spiteful bitch that decided that I'd rather live miserable than give them what they wanted, huh? Otherwise, I would have never met your dad. She tried to joke at the end to soften the harsh truth. Her kid looked like she had just told him all might had died. She considered stopping because these memories weren't fun for her, but if this was the only way for him to understand that he is and has been in the wrong, then she'll talk until she's hoarse. She never got her own hands dirty. Her favorite tactic was cornering me in the bathroom with 2 other girls and giving sweaty Mitsuki a head dunk in the toilet. They'd hold me down and she'd push the handle. This happened about 3 times a week at least. Girls knew not to come in if they saw them entering the bathroom, so we weren't interrupted. This was routine all throughout middle school. It followed into high school. The day I found out her and I were going to the same high school, I cried so hard I passed out. At that point I had given up. I couldn't get away from her, no one cared, and it wasn't worth fighting back because I was the only one who ever got in trouble. I was resigned to 3 more years of hell because why would it be any different? Same bullshit, different school. That's what I thought. Katsuki's breath hitched. But one day an upperclassman stepped into the bathroom while they were pushing my head into a toilet. I'd never seen her before, but she took one look at what was going on and demanded an explanation. One girl said it wasn't her business and to fuck off. She didn't take kindly to that sort of talk. Next thing I know, the mouthy one had been dragged over to the sink and the upperclassman was forcefully washing her mouth out with soap, asking her how she liked being held down against her will. Mitsuki smiled at the memory. What happened next? Katsuki asked quietly. The 2 lackeys ran. Fairy Girl was annoyed that her fun was interrupted, but, remember, she never got her own hands dirty. Instead, she tried to cozy up to the other girl, putting on an act of a pitiful first year who was being bullied and her friends were avenging her. She admitted they had taken it too far and that it wouldn't happen again. Since we had just started high school, she was still low on the food chain. You know what that upperclassman did? She believed her shit story? No. Inko used her quirk, yanked her by her ear and said, "You'd best make sure that this doesn't happen again because if it does, I'll rip these pretty wings right out of your back." Auntie Inko? Yeah, and we've been best friends ever since. She was a weird one in high school, the perfect mixture of a good girl and a delinquent, Miss Stucky cackled. She'd be so embarrassed if she knew I was telling you this. She's mellowed out a lot. You think I'm intense? You think you're intense? Neither of us could have matched her back then when she was in the mood to fight. She once caught a guy harassing a girl and ripped his teeth out with her quirk. Had him on his knees in 10 seconds flat, apologizing. Holy shit, that's badass. Katsuki said, awestruck at the information. She didn't take all his teeth, Mitsuki amended, just a few. Said she wanted him to have the rest as a reminder of what he could lose if he didn't change his ways. He changed his ways very quickly after that. Did she get in trouble? He asked. Yes, she did. For both incidents. Fairy Girl spun a sob story to a teacher, so she got a detention. She was suspended for quirk usage and causing bodily harm to that guy. Come to think of it, I think she met Hisashi while waiting in the principal's office. Mitsuki couldn't help the laugh that came out of her mouth. She was so funny back then. Most days she was this shy, anxious thing that was constantly worrying about if she was bothering other people. The moment she got even an inkling that someone was being mistreated, though, all that anxiety was gone and she was on a warpath. Us first years learned pretty quickly that bullying was a no-go at school because Inko would find out. And no one wanted to face her anger. She took a deep breath. So you better thank your lucky stars that Izuku hasn't spilled the beans on what you've done to him. Because, Katsuki, if she ripped out teeth to protect a girl she didn't know, imagine what she'd do to someone who messed with her son. Mitsuki knows she was laying it on a little thick here. Inko had calmed down over the years, and despite how upsetting this news is, she knows when Inko finds out, she won't hurt Katsuki. Physically, anyway. As for Hisashi, well, it was probably a good thing he was overseas. He tended to get creative with people that made it onto his shit list. Katsuki looked scared. Then, it was like he discovered an answer to one of the many mysteries of the universe. Fuck, he got it from her, he said under his breath, but both her and Masaru heard it. What? But Katsuki wasn't listening. Instead, he had a hand over his mouth and his whole body was trembling. Mitsuki reached over to comfort him. She wanted him scared but not this scared, when he jerked away and began laughing. A full-on, belly-aching laugh, with tears coming down his face fast. Okay, not the reaction she was expecting. Why are you laughing? Midoriya, he corrected himself as he gasped for air. He threatened to rip some kid's eyes out. He said he'd cut my hands off. He told me weren't friends and to leave him alone, and he didn't cry once. I thought it was from some stupid quirk, but it was all him. He got it from Aunt Inko. They waited until Katsuki cackled himself out of breath before trying to make sense of what he just told them. You're going to need to explain, Masaru said. Yesterday our stupid homeroom teacher told everyone Midoriya was applying for you. We all laughed because we've told him it's not gonna happen and normally he just cowers and tries to defend himself in this weak-ass voice that no one can hear. But he didn't do that yesterday. Instead, he threatened our teacher's career, hijacked the lesson plan, and methodically ripped our quirks apart. So he got sent to the principal's office. Not that he got in trouble, must have pulled the same shit on the principal. Katsuki smirked before frowning. Then we talked at lunch, and it got a little heated. That's when he threatened to cut my hands off. Well, good for him. Mitsuki blurted out unintentionally. As a mother, she was concerned that Katsuki was threatened like that, but as someone who had been bullied herself, she was cheering for Izuku. I thought he got hit with a quirk because people don't change like that overnight, but if Aunt Inko was like that, then maybe he just stopped giving a fuck. Katsuki admitted with a shrug. Perhaps. Inko had never tried to threaten a teacher, let alone the principal, and Mitsuki can't really imagine Izuku being that bold. Maybe that was a bit of Hisashi shining through him? Mitsuki could see that man being daring enough to try that as a kid. Look, I'll leave him alone, okay? I'll even apologize if that's what you want. Katsuki said after neither of them had said anything. What good would apologizing do? Masaru asked. You wouldn't mean it, and it sounds like he doesn't want you anywhere near him. I can't blame him for feeling that way. Not after everything you've told us. Well, what do you want me to do then? Mitsuki glanced at her husband. Their kid was already upset, but at this point it was better to tell him what was going to happen than wait for him to calm down. We'll figure that out as we go, but we're going to therapy. Mitsuki said, counting down in her head. Detonate in 3, 2, 1 dash. What? Katsuki shot off the couch and banged his shin against the coffee table. He didn't notice. I don't want to go to therapy. I don't need that shit. I said I would leave him alone. Oh my god, listen to me, Katsuki. I said we're going to therapy. As in all three of us, not just you. Mitsuki exclaimed, rolling her eyes as her kid sat back down in shock. That's what we wanted to talk to you about. Your dad and I decided on this last night. But I don't dash, he stopped, eyes narrowing as he connected the dots. Because of yesterday? I told you I was fine. And I don't believe you. Mitsuki responded, barely stopping a snort from coming out of her mouth. Well, I am. While Katsuki was focused on her, Masaru leaned across the table and gently touched the side of Katsuki's neck. Instantly, there was a yell, "Don't fucking touch me," and a slapping noise before the explosion went off. As the smoke faded, Mitsuki saw Katsuki had jumped behind the couch, hands protecting his throat. She wanted nothing more than to go to him, but she had her own episodes like this, so she waited. It was torture, but it was the best thing to do. Katsuki's heavy breathing slowly went back to normal as he realized what had happened. With guilty eyes, he saw the burn mark he'd left on Masaru's arm in his attempt to get away. He tried to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. He tried a few more times before managing to croak out an apology. You had a near-death experience yesterday, Masaru told him, leaning back. His focus was entirely on his son. He probably didn't even notice the pain from the burn. No one walks away from that, okay? Therapy isn't a punishment, it's meant to help you. To help us. Why do you need it? Katsuki asked once he had calmed down and Mitsuki felt Masaru wrap his arm around her. She leaned into his comfort. Yesterday I was in our Tokyo office when the news broke. Someone turned on the TV and do you know what I saw? I saw you being suffocated alive and heroes were standing there watching. I called your mom and she was already on her way to get you. But I had to watch. I had to watch and wonder if you were going to die on live television as the people I put my faith in to save you did nothing. You think I won't be haunted by that image for the rest of my life? Masaru asked him, voice cracking. Katsuki didn't say anything. I was in the middle of a client meeting. Mitsuki broke in, voice quiet. At first I didn't realize it was you, not until they zoomed in and I caught a glimpse of your face. I froze. I fucking froze, Katsuki, because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Then I was moving so fast I made a few people fall when I shoved them out of the way to get to the car. I recognized where you were, and I think I broke every traffic law in existence to get to you as fast as I could. But even with that I would have been too late. If Izuku hadn't stepped in, I wouldn't have been picking you up. I would have been identifying your body. I hope you never know the panic I felt yesterday. Leaves out the part where she sat in her car, knuckles white around the steering wheel after she had parked, afraid to open the door. Afraid of the reality waiting for her because she didn't know if her son was alive. She leaves out how she had played head games with herself, saying, it's 4:03 right now. If I step out now, Katsuki will be alive. If the clock turns to 4:04, he'll be in bad shape but alive. If it goes to 4:05 then he'll be. She doesn't tell him about the sheer relief that came over her when Masaru called her, telling her that Izuku had pulled Katsuki away from the villain. That their son was alive and relatively unscathed. She'll never admit she had cried so hard that she had to hastily redo her makeup before stepping out. Those heroes had watched on as her son was almost murdered. She'll be damned if they saw a single tear from her. She looked Katsuki in the eyes. So go ahead and say you're fine if that helps you, but I'm not, Katsuki. So I'm getting help because I don't want to live my life seeing you almost die every time I close my eyes. I don't want to spend my nights taking sleeping pills to avoid nightmares. I want to heal. She never breaks her gaze. And I want you to heal too. Please, don't fight us on this. Please. Katsuki was quiet. She waited with bated breath, hoping against hope that he would listen to her for once and not his pride. Okay, but don't get mad at me when the bills come. Shit's expensive, he finally grumbled out, breaking her gaze and staring at the ground. Oh, don't worry about that, Katsuki, she cackled as Masaru let out a sigh of relief. We can pick the most expensive and ritzy therapist in Japan if we want. And if we don't like we'll find someone else. Don't act like we're rich. I'm not gonna do this if you're gonna go into debt over it or something stupid like that. Let me finish, you impatient punk, she said, grin wicked and wide. Cost doesn't matter because we're not paying. Death Arms Agency is footing the bill. It's the least that fucking negligent piece of shit can do. Therapy isn't punishment and they have no intention on turning it into one. Katsuki would be punished for putting Izuku through hell, but that will come later because it wasn't just about their disappointment in his actions. There were others who needed to be informed and involved. Later, after Katsuki has gone up to his room, Mitsuki makes a call. Hey, Inko, she begins with a sigh, so, you're not gonna believe some of the shit I've discovered today. It's best if I tell you in person, but first I need you to promise that you won't murder my son. For 10 months, Midoriya Izuku would be training his body for Yuuei's entrance exam. For Bakugo Katsuki, those same 10 months would be the starting point for treating trauma and unraveling and correcting 10 years of cruel behavior and thoughts. It would take much longer before he would be ready to own up to his past actions, but it was a start. After All Might had told him about the meeting, Izuku rushed home, frazzled but determined to make a good impression since he wasn't sure why the principal wanted to meet him. According to All Might, Principal Nedzu had cleared his whole schedule for today so Izuku could stop by any time. Curious and anxious creature that Izuku is, he told All Might he could be ready in an hour just so it could be over with sooner than later. With a promise to meet in front of Yuuei's gates, They parted ways, Izuku furiously looking up everything he could about Nezu. There wasn't much. At least, there wasn't anything new. Izuku might not have followed Nezu's hero career as closely as others, but that was due to the lack of data, not lack of interest. An animal with an intelligence quirk is going to garner attention, even if most of the information about him is unconfirmed. His mom was at work, so the house was empty. Thankfully, Aldra always had a break the week of the entrance exams, so he didn't have to worry about class. Izuku showered, dressed, stuffed some of his journals into his backpack, almost choked on a bagel, and made it to Yuuei in record time, greeting All Might with a gasping breath. He was so nervous about what he was going to say to Principal Nezu that he didn't even notice All Might punching in the security code or leading him down the halls to the office. "Are you sure you heard him right? He really wants to speak with me?" Izuku asked for what was probably the umpteenth time. All Might had the patience of a saint and simply responded the way he had the last time Izuku asked, which was 5 minutes ago. "He's wanted to talk to you for some time, though he didn't tell me why. Do you think it has to do with my application? Because I'm quirkless?" Izuku couldn't think of any other reason why Principal Nezu would want to have a meeting with him. "I promise you, it has nothing to do with that. That much I know," All Might said as they stopped in front of a door that kindly had the label Principal Nezu attached to it. "Here we are." Izuku's hands clutched tightly around the straps of his backpack that was bulging with notebooks. He couldn't fit all of them in, so he left his earlier volumes behind. His first few notebooks weren't that good anyway. Actually, now that he thought about it, he should probably comb through those volumes and do some major editing. "You don't need to be so nervous, my boy." All Might touched his shoulder, jerking Izuku out of his thoughts. "Principal Nezu is a kind soul. I'm not sure what rumors are swirling about him right now, but they're wrong. Probably." All Might coughed out the last part under his breath, but Izuku still caught it. "If he's so kind, why did you hug me at the beach like it was a final goodbye? Why are your eyes suspiciously shiny right now? Am I being sacrificed or something?" Izuku wanted to voice these questions but held his tongue. All Might would help him out if he made a fool of himself in front of Principal Nezu. He was Izuku's emotional support for what Izuku knew was going to be a nerve-wracking experience. Best not keep him waiting. All Might said as he knocked on the door. "Good luck. I'll be in the waiting area if you need anything." "Okay." "Wait a minute." Izuku blinked. "What? You're not staying with me?" "All Might." Izuku whisper-shouted because All Might was already at the end of the hall and around the corner. He sure moved fast when he felt like it. All Might did poke his head back around and gave Izuku a thumbs up before disappearing again. There went Izuku's plan of having All Might talk for him if things went bad. "Come in," a chipper voice called right as the door clicked open on its own. Gulping, Izuku stepped inside. Hello. I'm Midoriya Izuku. It's an honor to meet you." Izuku blurted out, bowing frantically several times. Silence. Izuku felt his heart sink. He's already ruined his first impression. He took a tentative glance at the principal's desk and saw the high back chair was facing away from him. It began to vibrate and then he heard a little giggle. I'm surprised. You're not what I expected at all." The chair swiveled around and Izuku found himself staring in shiny black eyes. He couldn't help but think they looked hungry. "Hello. I'm Nezu. Am I a dog or a mouse or a bear?" he asked, leaning forward eagerly. "You're the principal." Izuku's mouth decided it didn't need to wait for his brain to review his thoughts before speaking. Nezu looked at him. Just looked at him without a hint as to what he was thinking. Izuku glanced at the window behind Nezu's desk. It was a nice window that spanned most of the wall. If he gathered enough momentum, he could jump over Nezu, barrel through the glass, and put himself out of his misery. He'd be billed for the window if he survived, but it might be worth the cost. "It's true, I am the principal. It is a nice window, I'm glad you like it, but you wouldn't be able to break through it, despite how thin it looks. It's the toughest glass in the world." Nezu laughed. All Might was right. Your muttering is fascinating to hear in person. Please take a seat. You don't need to be so nervous. Whatever you've heard about me is mostly false. Mostly? Izuku asked, taking a seat in the guest chair, setting his backpack by his feet. There's a grain of truth in every rumor, isn't that how the saying goes? But I'm more interested in what you know about me. Well, Izuku stopped and rubbed his chin in thought. Principal aside, you're one of the few animals recorded to have a quirk. Although your quirk is considered classified, due to your unique status, the quirk registrar had to give something to the public once your existence was made known. The public quirk registry has it listed as high spec. It gives you one of the highest IQs in the world. I'm sure there's more to it than that, but nothing I can confirm without more information. You worked as a hero for several years before becoming a teacher here and then being promoted to your current position. You were something of an in-between hero because while there are a few videos of you defeating villains, you mostly worked alongside police to shut down organized crime syndicates. People rarely bring that up. Thank you for noticing. Thank you for making the streets safer. Currently, your profile on Rate My Principal has you listed at 5 stars, but there are no reviews from verified students. On the way here, I read on a conspiracy board that Yuuei is actually a giant lab you created to look like a school and all the students are being studied and tested like lab rats. I'm pretty sure that last one is a lie. Izuku took a deep breath. I've been told I can be a bit long-winded, but that's the basic summary I have on you. Also, I've watched your fight against the villain Redentia a million times. It's one of my favorite battles. It hadn't been much of a battle, more of a one-sided slaughter. Nezu had toyed with Redentia for a little bit, leading him on a cat-and-mouse chase across the city before abruptly ending the fight by tricking the man into knocking himself out by running into a brick wall. It was only made funnier by the fact that Redentia was clearly frustrated and there was a battalion of rats following his every move. When he knocked himself out, they all scattered in different directions and Nezu was in the middle of it, laughing at the chaos. Redentia. There's a name I haven't heard in some time. Yes, he thought I would be easy to defeat because his quirk allowed him to control any type of rodent within a certain distance. He was quite frustrated when it failed to work on me. Nezu chuckled darkly, rubbing his paws. Now, can you tell me why it didn't work? Izuku in his element, grinned back. Redentia's quick didn't work on you for 2 reasons. The first is that he could only control normal rodents because he could manipulate their brainwaves. You technically have a mutant quirk, making you an outlier since you function differently. And the other reason? The second reason kinda kills the first, but you're not a rodent. Even if you didn't have a quirk, he couldn't have controlled you. Excellent. Nezu clapped. How did you know? That you're not a rodent? Izuku asked, blinking. If you were, you wouldn't ask people if you were one, they would be able to tell. We all know what rats and mice look like. High spec is a mutation, but it would have kept some typical traits found in rodents. Your front teeth aren't incisors. Also, rodents don't have canines, but you do. Izuku frowned. I'm not an animal expert, but I think you're part of the weasel family? Nezu's smile grew wider. I knew I was going to enjoy talking with you, Midoriya-san. You can just call me Midoriya. Thank you. You can just call me Nezu if you'd like. Now, All Might mentioned you have several analysis journals. Thus, quirk analysis is a hobby of mine. Here, I brought some for you to look at. As Izuku handed over his backpack, he mentally decided to ignore Nezu's offer. That was just asking for trouble, especially if he passed the entrance exam. He had no interest in special treatment, even something as small as being on first-name basis. Izuku waited with bated breath as Nezu opened up Hero Analysis for the Future, volume number 8, and began reading. He was a quick reader, flipping through pages as if he was skimming, but sometimes he would stop on a page and study it a bit before moving on. Journal after journal, he did this with a few chuckles in between. When he was on a newer volume, he spoke. I was wondering if you had a cipher. I'm not familiar with this one. Is there a reason why you coded this volume and not the others? What? Izuku furrowed his brow and leaned forward to get a better look. I don't know any codes or ciphers. It should be that's one of my rush journals. Sorry, I must have grabbed it by accident. He felt a blush creep onto his cheeks at the mistake. Rush journal? Nezu asked, curious at the terminology. Yeah, usually when I see a live fight, I don't have time to write down everything. so I use a mix of shorthand and keywords. I have to write fast so I don't miss anything. When I get home I transfer and expand it into the actual volume. I try to find the fights online to rewatch and make sure my notes are accurate. Sometimes I'll reference older fights if I'm not sure about something. I tried filming with my phone and writing everything at a later point, but it didn't work well for me. My hands are too shaky to get good footage. I see. This method is good as a stopgap. However, if you're going to keep doing analysis like this, I would suggest learning a code. These rush journals are a good deterrent since the handwriting is messy and hard to read, but anyone with enough patience and time could figure out the key points you've noted. Nezu told him, and Izuku noticed he wasn't being scolded, just cautioned. I think you know how dangerous this information could be if it fell into the wrong hands. Yeah, I do, Izuku said. Then his eyes widened when he realized that sounded like an implication that his analysis had hurt someone. Not that that's happened. What I mean is, I learned analysis etiquette online after I started watching Quirk breakdown videos. I'm sure you already know, but the basic rule of thumb of analysis is to help people use their quirks more efficiently, not to show their weaknesses to the world. Do no harm is kinda of the adopted motto for the online analysis community. I'm aware. I'm also aware that small_might15 is well respected in that community. Nidas grinned at him. Yes, I made that account when I was 7 and they don't let you change the username. Izuku felt his face become hot again. He knew they had access to that stuff, but did Nezu really have to say his username out loud? But when I was new and just watching videos, there was another user who was really good. Most of what I know I learned from them. But there was one video where they went too far into their analysis and revealed a major weakness about a hero's quirk. There's no proof it was their fault, but the next villain that fought that hero injured him to the point of retirement. Even so many years later, the fall of the hero Zephyr was still used as a cautionary tale in the community. While the mainstream media and most of Japan assumed the villain had gotten lucky, the analysis community knew better. That was Veritas09's last post. Izuku hopes they're doing okay, wherever they are in the world. Information truly is the most dangerous weapon one can have in their arsenal. Nezu said as he began thumbing through the rest of the journals. Though I'm sure you're already aware of that. That last statement almost sounded like an accusation. There was a subtle jab in it that put Izuku on edge and the relaxed air vanished. I mean, yeah, sometimes information is the only thing between winning and losing a fight. Izuku responded, keeping his expression neutral. He had a slight idea as to what Nezu was fishing for, but he ignored the implication that he had done something, waiting to make sure he wasn't being paranoid. No need to be coy. You certainly weren't when you sent that email about Hadashiro's online activity. I must say, the amount of hateful things he posted was alarming. Nezu replied as he gathered the journals up and sat them neatly at the corner of his desk. There it is. Izuku wondered how he had been found out. Still, Izuku's positive he hadn't left any concrete proof that he had sent that email, so he took a gamble and decided to play dumb. Who? Izuku tilted his head. Oh, Hada-san? I don't really know him, we're classmates but that's it. Or at least we were. He hasn't been to class in about a month. Yes, he's an interesting case. All the hero schools he's applied to have already informed him that he will be turned away if he shows up to their entrance exams, Yuuei included. Admittedly, even if his online activity hadn't been sent to us, it would have been caught before acceptance letters would be sent out. The result would mostly be the same. Mostly, the smaller hero schools don't comb through social accounts. Nezu told him there was a chance he would have been accepted to one of them. If his online activity was that bad, then it's a good thing they were informed about horrible he was beforehand. Izuku replied, barely holding back his scowl. Oh. Nezu's ears perked up. It sounds like you know what he was posting. Interesting, considering you just told me you didn't know him well. Well, if the schools won't even let him take their exams, then it must have been bad. Izuku couldn't help but feel annoyed and a little hurt. While he had feared the worst when All Might told him Principal Nezu wanted to talk to him, the thought that he wanted to trap Izuku into confessing never crossed his mind. At least now he knew not to expect the staff of Yuuei to be on his side if he got in, but it still stung. He had hoped this school would be different. Well, if this is how it was going to be, Izuku didn't see a point in playing nice. "Can I ask you a question?" Izuku asked and Nezu nodded. "What's the point of a hero school?" "To help the next generation of heroes learn and start their careers." Nezu responded promptly. "Exactly. So any hero school that would allow someone so blatantly hateful into their classrooms, well, I would question their policies at the least." Izuku told him, "Allowing someone like that access to power, that's how you get villains pretending to be heroes." Nezu was silent for a moment. He studied Izuku and this time Izuku met him head-on, looking him square in the eye and in the most daring tone he had, asked, "Am I wrong?" "Not necessarily wrong," Nezu responded, tone even. "Though I'd hesitate to say you're completely in the right." "How so?" "Because I don't believe you are looking at the long-term effects. Yes, it's true that someone with those beliefs is dangerous when given a position of power. That said, Hadashiro is 14 years old, hardly an adult who understands the consequences of the power of words. I think he understands them well enough now." "Yes, I'm sure he does," Nezu agreed, "but I also think you're selling hero schools short. Some students will have prejudice towards certain topics that can't be stopped no matter how many social media accounts we look through or how many background checks we conduct. As educators, it's our job to correct such thoughts. Will we always succeed? No, but we have to try." Nezu took a deep breath and continued. "You used the phrase, villains pretending to be heroes, but consider Hadashiro now. He's been blacklisted from all viable hero schools and that sort of news can't be kept secret. Private schools and academies will hear about it and what do you think they'll do? They'll follow suit. Then it will trickle down so forth until the only possible high schools that might take him will be third-rate ones. Online school is also an option." Izuku refused to feel bad. That clipping from the newspaper with that damning question is still fresh in his head, even months after the incident. "It is, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. Midoriya, when all potential paths are closed off, a person can become desperate. I don't think I need to tell you what desperate people with nothing to lose can become." Nezu ended quietly. Silence settled in the room but the tension had died as Izuku mulled over Nezu's words. While it's true he doesn't regret what he did to Hada, he hadn't considered that other schools beyond hero schools would close their doors to him. He had wanted to teach him a lesson, not end his education. "I decided I didn't want a potential villain to come from this and reached out to a few high schools that I know are dedicated to their students. They have very strict discrimination policies and I told them about his unique situation. I believe one of them will be a good alternative for him. I understand your reasoning for sending that email, but please hold back a little next time." Nezu said before glancing at the journals, "Do you mind if I make copies of some of your entries? Some of the pros you mentioned work here and I think it would do them good to see these." "That depends." Izuku responded. "Depends on what?" "Depends on what you're trying to accuse me of. You brought up a classmate I have little interaction with and tell me all these things I didn't know. I see no reason why I should give you anything if you're going to imply things about my character without saying what you actually think. With all due respect, sir, I wouldn't have agreed to meet with you if I knew you were going to lecture me for something that you can't prove I did." Nezu grinned. "I know your type, Midoriya Izuku." Nezu said, hopping up onto his desk. "You do. 10 years. 10 years of having society wear you down. 10 years of having your sense of self called worthless, of being told you're beneath others and, while not explicitly stated, heavily implied to be subhuman. In terms of how others have judged us, we're on opposite ends of the spectrum, but the end result was the same for both of us." Nezu sat on the edge of the desk, little legs swinging. Izuku noticed they wore similar shoes. "Yes, Midoriya, from one outlier to another, I understand you very well. That's why I've been wanting to meet you." "So this isn't a lecture?" Izuku asked, still suspicious. "Of course not. Sometimes the only way people can learn is through ruthless methods. I simply wish for you to think about long-term consequences. As for whether or not you were involved in this situation, you're right, I can't prove it was you that sent the email. The reason why I highly suspect it's you is because the writing style in the email is the same as small_might 15s. All Might also mentioned the cruel prank Hada pulled on you, which is another thing I wanted to talk to you about. What about it? It was months ago. And yet there's no record of him receiving a detention or any punishment. That's because I didn't report it. And why is that? Nezu asked. Izuku hesitated. With Hada, he could have gone to the principal about it because he would have been listened to for once. Things truly had changed at school in that regard. He hadn't though because he had wanted to teach Hada a lesson himself. He had wanted to prove that being quirkless didn't mean weak. Or harmless. You said it yourself, I've been called worthless most my life. Teachers haven't really been in my corner. They weren't in Kido Aiko's corner either. Nezu pointed out and Izuku was shocked the other knew that name. Nezu saw his expression and reached over to pat his shoulder. All Might was rather upset when you told him what happened, not just about the prank but he was concerned about why she chose to commit suicide at her school. That I didn't know she had done it at her school. The article didn't mention that. Izuku managed to choke out as the words, "Do everyone a favor and take a swan dive off the roof," echoed through his head. Jaku Middle School paid the media to keep that part out. All Might was suspicious of school after hearing about your own experiences and had his connections in the police force investigate them. He also asked that I look through their security recordings since I'm good at spotting glitches and edits. After her death, several recordings both recent and old were tampered with. Thankfully it wasn't with a quirk and I was able to recover the originals. It was hard to tell with his face but Izuku thought Nezu might be trying to comfort him. I can't share in detail what was discovered, but I can tell you that Jaku's staff is being gutted and replaced. Several students and teachers are also in the process of being prosecuted as a result of our findings. The Kido family will be getting a hefty settlement. It won't bring their daughter back, but I hope it will help them believe in justice again. Would you like a tissue? What? You're crying. Oh, sorry. Izuku hastily wiped his eyes with his sleeve. I wasn't expecting you to tell me that. I also hope it will help you believe that justice is alive and not just for privileged groups. I've looked through Aldra's own pitiable recordings. They'll be fined soon for failing to keep their security up to code. Since I was already in their system, I couldn't help myself and poked around their server. I noticed your permanent record was updated a few months ago to reflect a much different story than the original. Nezu's tail swished back and forth. Would you like to tell me about that? There's not much to say, Izuku told him, still teary-eyed but grinning. I simply reminded the principal how some actions from students and lack of reaction from the school might look from a law standpoint. He was much more open to change after that. I see. And Izuku knew that Nezu wasn't just saying that. They both looked at each other, kindred souls recognizing each other, and began to giggle. In the waiting room, Yagi shivered. What did I unleash? He whispered to himself. In the teacher's lounge, Aizawa shot up out of a dead sleep, making Yamada yelp and spill his coffee. Ah man, I just graded these papers. What the hell, Shoyuta? Bad dream? Something problematic just happened, Aizawa said groggily, looking around the room, eyes squinted in suspicion, somewhere on this campus. If you say so. Congrats on gaining a new quirk that helps you sense disturbances in the force. Go back to sleep. If you really think my notes can help some of the teachers, you can make copies. Izuku said, remembering Nezu's earlier question. Thank you. They'll appreciate it, I just know it. Nezu moved and began to sort through the journals. Can I ask you another question? Izuku asked, feeling nervous again. Of course. You know I'm going to try for the hero course, right? Yes, I saw that on your application. Of course he did. Duh, Izuku. You're not going to try and stop me? Or tell me to try for Gen Ed, he asked. Just because Nezu hadn't brought it up didn't mean he supported it. Nezu stopped his sorting and looked at Izuku. Midoriya, I'm sure I don't need to tell you this, but my first interactions with humans did not end well for me. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Izuku said and he meant it. I'll spare you the details but it took a very long time to get where I am today. First, I had to convince people that my intelligence was on par with theirs. Not more, not better, not beyond, because then they felt threatened. My true intellect had to be revealed slowly over time. If I had proved it in the beginning, I would have been killed. Nezu's voice didn't shake, and Izuku admired him for it. Once I gained that, I had to convince people that my judgment could be trusted. When I first became a hero, do you know what type of hero the Hero Commission suggested for me? Underground? Maybe a support hero? No, they wanted me to be a mascot hero. Well, originally a mascot sidekick, but that idea went as quickly as it came. They wanted me to be more palatable to the public, something cute that said cheesy phrases and helped children cross the street. As a mascot, I could have sold a ton of merchandise in my likeness. That's what they tried to sell to me, an easy career with easy money. Izuku wrinkled his nose. I love merch, but if that's why you're becoming a hero, no thanks. Exactly. I may have appealed to the public more, but being in a position where I couldn't be myself was not something I wanted. A place where I couldn't use my full potential held no interest to me. Being told, we think this is best for you, without having a chance to prove myself was tiring. So regarding your question, no, I'm not going to stop you from taking the hero exam. It would be blatantly discriminatory of me if I did, and while it would be fun having a battle of wits with you, I'd rather do that over tea and outside of a courtroom. Now, I have one more question for you. Hit me with it. One moment. Nezu pushed a button on his desk. All Might, please come to my office. He turned back to Izuku. Though him and I have spoken at length on this before, I think it would be interesting for you to hear his input. The more, the merrier. Yes. Sure. Izuku had no idea what he was agreeing to. Of course it is. Now, hypothetically, what do you think about a quirk that could be passed down from person to person? When Yagi heard Nezu's voice over the intercom, he jumped a little. Thankfully, he was the only one in the waiting area, and Yuui's intercom system was advanced enough that the message wasn't broadcasted across the whole school. No one besides Nezu and Midoriya knew he was here, and he'd like to keep it that way. There wasn't class today, but the campus was still open for students who wanted to study in the library or needed to speak to a teacher. As he made his way back to Nezu's office, he ran into Aizawa stepping out of the teacher's lounge, yellow sleeping bag tucked under one arm. The man looked exhausted and annoyed about something. Admittedly, though, this seemed to be his default expression. Yagi-san, Aizawa nodded. I didn't know you'd be here today. Yes. It's a bit last minute, but I need to go over some paperwork with Nezu before I'm brought on board for the next semester. Yagi said, hiding his nerves behind a polite smile. Underground heroes were notorious when it came to reading body language. They could figure out if someone was hiding something with just a glance. Thankfully, Yagi had been in the business of hiding things for most of his life and was rather good at keeping secrets. The incident with Midoriya on the rooftop notwithstanding. The fact that a few other people know his secret because he overworked himself is something he is willfully ignoring at this moment. I'm still surprised that All Might's letting you leave so easily. You would think he'd fight harder for someone that's worked closely with him for so long. Aizawa said the last part under his breath, expression dark. Yagi did not wince at the attack on his character, but it was a close call. Originally, the plan for joining Yuuei had been simple. He would come on as a teacher and reveal his situation to the other pro heroes on staff. His time limit would make it hard to keep up appearances, so it would be easier to tell them than try and hide it. That he was looking for a successor would be kept under wraps unless a student caught his eye. Mirai had recommended a second year with an interesting quirk, but Yagi had wanted to see other students before making his choice. Meeting Midoriya Izuku changed that plan. The first change came as he was training Midoriya. The exercise and nutrition portion was almost effortless, but Yagi realized that teaching was a vastly different experience than being a hero. It was easy to talk to Midoriya about what to expect as a hero, but to explain why certain rules and regulations were the way they are? Yagi felt like he was drowning every time the boy asked a question because he rarely knew what to say or, if he did, how to explain it adequately. It worked itself out because Midoriya is a smart kid and could figure out Yagi's poorly worded answers. He also realized that his version of safe was not the standard version that everyone else adhered to. Midoriya unintentionally pointed this out when he asked for safety gear for cleaning the beach. That, and Yagi had to stop a fridge or two from falling on the boy when he got a little too ambitious in the earlier months. It became painfully clear to Yagi that if he was having this much trouble teaching with one kid, how was he going to handle 20 at once? Multiple times a day? He told Nezu his worries. As much as there was a hidden motive in becoming teacher, Yagi wasn't trying to sabotage the future generation of heroes by being a bumbling fool. So they changed his position from teaching foundational heroes studies to a general teacher's assistant. This way he could still help the students, but if he needed help, the actual teacher would be there. It also killed the need to be all might in front of students. His time limit was already dwindling. Using it to keep up appearances was foolish in hindsight. The second thing they changed was announcing to the world that All Might would be teaching at Yuuei. This was a change Nezu made after they vetoed the teaching position. All Might's name was held in high regard. To announce he would be a TA would cause a stir. Obsessed fans would demand he receive a better position. The media would have a bloodbath making up juicy headlines and trying to gain exclusive interviews. He could see them trying to frame it as Yuuei undermining him. People that hated him would have a field day knowing that he had such a lowly position. It would be an annoying can of worms that neither of them wanted to deal with. There was also the chance that while most villains wouldn't even dream of looking at Yuuei if they knew All Might was there were a select few that might try something simply because he was. Why not keep him as an ace up the sleeve? These changes had both Yagi and Nezu agreeing that revealing his situation to the other teachers wasn't needed at this time. The fewer people that knew about his condition, the better. All the staff knew was that All Might's personal assistant, Yagi Tashinori, was leaving Might Tower to work at Yuuei. A bit of a head-turner because when people were employed at Might Tower, it was rare for them to quit. Yagi treated all his people well. Is it because of your medical issues? Aizawa's question pulled him out of his thoughts. By his glare, it looked like Aizawa had already decided that was why and was ready to storm Might Tower to give All Might a lecture and maybe a punch or two. Because of my medical dash? No, that's not why All Might let me go. He spoke to Principal Nezu on my behalf to create the TA position. Yagi was quick to assure before Aizawa's opinion of him sunk even lower. I've always wanted to go into teaching, but I don't have the qualifications. All Might's known that I've wanted this for some time. Besides, his schedule will be changing soon. He's planning on taking a step back from the public eye to work more closely with police and focus on crime that doesn't make it in the papers. Aizawa groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose. He's going underground? What? The spotlight's not enough for him now. That idiot will never make it. He's too big and upright. What is he thinking? Oh dear. Better assure this man that All Might wasn't going through a midlife crisis and changing careers. I promise you won't see him on your turf, Aizawa. Yagi smiled. He really will just be with the police. If they need him for any case another hero is working on, that hero will be informed beforehand. So there won't be any surprise backup on any cases. Speaking of cases, you just finished one up, didn't you? Spent most of the year pretending to be a homeless drunk to get intel on a group selling trigger. I've only been back for about 3 months. Deep undercover then. I guess underground heroes really do need a whole different set of skills. All Might would have never been able to keep an act up that long. I'm just glad it's over. Sleeping on trash bags didn't do my back any favors. Aizawa grunted. Aizawa didn't mention that it had almost been pointless if it hadn't been for that kid warning him. As much as he would like to go and thank the boy and tell him off for talking to strangers, it was best to not revisit an area he had been undercover in after the job was done. Well, I hope the school year will be better for you. If this TA position is a good fit, I'll be a fixture here for some time. And if you're horrendous at it? Goodness. Did Aizawa always have to go for the throat? Then I'll return to Might Tower without a fuss. Even if I don't retain my job as his PA, All Might will find something for me. I know you're skeptical of my abilities, but I don't intend to cause you any troubles. I'm here to help the teachers and students. Yagi glanced at his watch. Better book it before Nezu calls for All Might over the intercom again. He'd do it just to put Yagi in a tough spot. Forgive me for being rude, but I need to go. Keeping Nezu waiting is not a good idea. True. Aizawa said as they parted ways, him languidly walking one way while Yagi practically ran to Nezu's office. Yagi was out of breath by the time he made it his destination. Right as he walked up, the door opened, so he let himself in. Closing the door behind him, he opened his mouth to speak but stopped short as he took in what was happening in front of him. He wasn't sure what he was expecting when he walked into Nezu's office, but it wasn't this. A whiteboard normally hidden behind a wall panel was out in full view, and it was filled to the brim with equations and the red, hurried scribbles of someone hell-bent on writing their thoughts down before they left this earth for good. It looked like the writing of a madman on the brink of a discovery. That Midoriya was holding the red marker in hand was no surprise. That Nezu was right next to him, blue marker in tiny paw, correcting mistakes was, well, not out of character, but it still made Yagi blink. Look, all I'm saying is that a quirk that stockpiles power is going to end up being unusable someday. Unless you have bones made of metal and a really fast healing quirk, you're in for a bad time if you're like the 15th user or something. Probably sooner than that. Midoriya ranted, waving the marker wildly in his hand. Anyone else is going to become paste if they try to use that much power. But what if the quirk adjusts the power output to the user? Nezu asked, blue marker crossing through a red equation that Yagi couldn't make heads or tails of. Then it wouldn't just be a stockpiling quirk. I arg. There's not enough info for me to get a good grasp on this quirk's workings. How so? Well, for instance, what power is it stockpiling? Physical strength? Quirks from previous users? Both? Because if it's just physical strength, not every user is going to have the same power level. If there's the power of, say, 8 people and 2 of them were severely weak, they wouldn't add much strength to the quirk. If it's stockpiling the power of previous quirks, how? Are they manifesting together? One by one? There are too many possibilities to consider with such little information. Yagi felt a pit form in his stomach. Surely Nezu hadn't told Midoriya about One for All without him? A fair point. What do you think, All Might? Nezu asked, still writing on the board. Midoriya whirled around, curly hair bouncy at the force, and looked at him with sparkling eyes, red marker on his cheek and hands. All Might, why didn't you tell me that you and Principal Nezu talked about hypothetical quirks? It's so much fun. I would have never thought about a quirk that could be given to someone. Yagi stared at Nezu as things clicked into place. Nezu capped his marker and stared back, unabashed. He should have known that when Nezu requested to meet Midoriya that he was laying a trap for Yagi. They had a silent conversation as Midoriya rambled on. I wasn't ready to talk to him about this. Couldn't you have waited? You've had 10 months. If not now, when? I don't know, but I wouldn't have picked the day before the entrance exam. Then you shouldn't have been a coward. Yagi can't read minds, but he's known Nezu well enough that this might as well have been spoken. What made you think of it? Midoriya's voice caught his attention. I'm sorry, my boy. Could you repeat that? What made you think up a quirk that could be passed on to others? It's so unique and outside the standard norm of quirks. Was it because you were a late bloomer? Midoriya had gone back to writing on the board. Nezu's eyes bored into Yagi's, daring him to back out. Yagi, recognizing he had been backed into a corner, steadied himself. It was now or never. I didn't think it up. Oh, did you hear it in passing? I think up quirks all the time, but never anything like this. No, Midoriya. What I mean is it's not a hypothetical quirk, it's my quirk. Yagi tried to prepare himself for whatever questions Midoriya would have for him. With such an inquisitive and curious mind, it was hard to tell what he would ask. Real funny, All Might. If a quirk like that existed, it would probably be considered a national secret. Midoriya drew out the last word, marker jerking as he comprehended Yagi's words. Stiffly, he capped the marker, put it down, and turned around, staring at Yagi with blank eyes. It is that? A national secret. Yagi smiled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. It's called Dash. Wait. Midoriya sputtered, hands moving rapidly. I know where this is going, I think, but before you say anything, I need to know 2 things. First, am I going to have to sign an NDA? No, Dash. Yes. Nezu piped in. Midoriya closed his eyes and took a deep breath before speaking. Okay, I'm okay with that provided that if I accidentally break it, I'm not automatically killed by an assassin or something. Oh no, nothing like that, Nezu replied with a serene smile. Just a very large fine you would never be able to pay off in one lifetime and public humiliation. Midoriya blinked and then shrugged. Not including the fine in this year, that's been my life since 4. That's not so bad. I can work with that. The thought that Midoriya felt public humiliation was a slap on the wrist made Yagi sad, but he also had a feeling Midoriya would find a way to return that public humiliation tenfold, so perhaps it wouldn't really be a punishment, fine not included. That said, Yagi trusted Midoriya and he wasn't going to put him in a binding contract. My boy. No. Yagi glared at Nezu. You don't have to sign anything, you couldn't anyway without a parent since you are a minor. I'll explain everything. One other thing before you begin. Midoriya interrupted him. His cheeks were slowly turning red and he became shy, eyes looking down as he mumbled something to the floor. What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Midoriya gave a long-suffering sigh and spoke louder. I know I'm not entitled to this info, but if you're going to tell me a national secret, could I please know your civilian name? This question took Yagi aback, as he wasn't expecting it. He must have been quiet for too long because Midoriya began to talk again. I'm sorry, that's not something I really need to know. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I just was hoping that after 10 months that I could call you something besides All Might. I'm not uncomfortable, Yagi blurted out. I'm confused. Didn't I tell you my name? No, Midoriya looked pained. Yagi thought it over, eyes widening in realization. He looked at Midoriya in shock and pointed at him. I never told you my name. I know. Why didn't you say anything? No wonder the poor boy had been calling him All Might even when others were nearby. It was the only name he had. Yet another reason why becoming a T was better for Yagi. If his memory was this bad, teaching alone would be hell. I thought you would tell me if you wanted me to know. Oh, I am so sorry. I honestly thought I told you. Yagi barely held back his laughter. Another thought occurred to him. But didn't you show a selfie of us to your mother? Yes. And she didn't ask for my name? Now Midoriya looked like he really was in pain. He rubbed his hands together and glanced at the floor. I panicked and told her your name was Himawari. Himawari. Sunflower. It took a moment for Yagi to process this information. You told her my name was Sunflower? I'm sorry. Midoriya cried out over Nezu's laughter. It was either that or Rayon. Rayon? Lion. In what way did he resemble a lion? He stopped short, amusement filling his heart. Because of my hair? Yagi grinned, as Nezu's laughter tuned into wheezing. Midoriya's face was so red he could almost see steam coming off him as he nodded. I didn't have time to text you when she asked. So, yeah, my mom thinks you're Himawari-san. Well, next time I come up in conversation, you can tell her that's a nickname and that my real name is Yagi Tashinori. He gave a small bow as he caught Midoriya's gaze. It's a pleasure to meet you, Midoriya Izuku. Oh my god, Midoriya whispered under his breath, and Yagi thought he saw tears in his eyes. Goodness, still fanboying even after all this time? I know All Might's civilian name. Yes, now, let me tell you about my quirk. He took a deep breath. As he sat down, it's called One for All, and it's a quirk that stockpiles power that can be transferred from one person to another. I'm currently the 8th holder of it. I received it when I was before that I was quirkless. He was about to explain more but Midoriya began to talk. So it's a quirk that can be passed on to a quirkless person even though we lack a quirk factor. Fascinating. Midoriya practically lunged at Nezu's desk, grabbed a notebook and pencil, and began to write. That indicates that it adapts the host's body to it, not the other way around. Keep going, please. How is it transferred? Yagi had no idea what Midoriya was writing, but if he kept up his current pace, that pencil was going to run out of lead within the hour. The DNA of the current user must be consumed by the next. Usually a strand of hair. But it could be something else? Midoriya muttered, still writing. Like a fingernail, saliva, or blood? Yes. but I believe a strand of hair is the most sanitary option. But other sources of DNA would work. Only if I will it. Yagi said, the current user decides who to give one for all to. If you plucked one of my hairs out and ate it right now, nothing would happen. So there's an activation phase that only the user can trigger. How sophisticated. Yes, as far as quirks go, mine is unique in its workings. He took a deep breath. But there are drawbacks. The most major being is that it must be passed on. Midoriya's pencil stopped moving and he looked at Yagi, brow furrowed in confusion. What? Why can't you keep it? Think of it like a torch. I can carry it for a little while and even feed the flame, but over time it will weaken. Age, injury, mental stress, and other things can actively affect one for all. My injury severely impacted how long I could use it. When I was in my prime, I could activate it for several hours without worry. Nowadays I'm lucky if I can use it for more than 3 or 4 hours. I need to pass it on and have it reignite in the next user. Otherwise, it will die in me. Midoriya was looking at the floor, trembling. Yagi saw teardrops hit the carpet. You mean this whole time, you were running out of time, and you spent your days training me? Midoriya gasped out, roughly wiping at his eyes. Of course, I'm not at my limit yet and I enjoy your company. Thank you no. All Might dash. Yagi. Yagi gently corrected. Yagi-san, what is wrong with you? You should have just sent me on my way after you apologized. Oh man, where are we going to find a suitable person to take it? The symbol of peace is an important structure in our society. If you lose your power abruptly, I don't know what will happen, but it won't be good. Midoriya's eyes widened and he turned to Nezu. Hey! With all the records you have, there's at least one student that could be suitable for one for all, right? In a manner of speaking. Great. If we track them down and explain the situation, I'm sure they'd help out. Actually, wait, we should observe first. What am I thinking? Midoriya smacked his forehead. What about new heroes? A student having to navigate a whole new quirk and having to study is asking a lot. What if they decide being a hero isn't for them? Or they can't control it? Midoriya, Yagi broke in, thank you for your concern, but you're overreacting. I am not. Society will survive if All Might retires. I think you're severely underestimating how much our society relies on you. They won't have a choice. I can't be around forever. I'm not a god. I'm human and sooner or later my body will give out. I wasn't wasting my time by helping you. You have the makings of a great hero and I wanted to nurture that even if you don't accept one for all. Midoriya was only half listening to him. He had begun pacing, hand on his chin, mumbling about society's structure. Okay, a world without All Might. I never thought of it because you were always so much more than any other hero. You give off this feeling like you'll always be there to help people in their time of need. But you're right, you're only human. You can't do this forever, and it's not fair of us to demand that of you. Oh no, I just realized, when you retire a lot of villains are going to get bold. Endeavor, Best Jeanist, Hawks, they're all strong and capable heroes, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Trust that they will be. That's why I'm stepping away from the spotlight and will be teaching here. It will give other heroes and civilians time to acclimate. That got Midoriya's full attention. He stopped pacing and turned to Yagi with impressive speed. You're going to be teaching here? No way. Yagi swore there were stars in those green eyes. Yes way, he laughed. Well, I'll be assisting the other teachers and helping the students where I can. You mean to tell me, Midoriya started, that if I pass the entrance exam, you'll be teaching me how to become a hero? Oh, the awe in that young voice. It made him want to cry at how dense this incredibly sharp child could be. My boy, Yagi wanted to say, I've been doing that for the past 10 months. I won't be teaching as All Might, he said before Midoriya got ahead of himself. It'll be Yagi-sensei to you. Now I definitely have to get in, Midoriya muttered to himself. I can't pass up this opportunity. I can even tag team with Principal Nezu to make sure he doesn't overwork himself. I can hear you. Yagi sighed. So can I. I approve, Midoriya. We can make a game out of it. Nezu chimed in, But before that, you really should give Yagi-san an answer. It's only polite. Huh. Midoriya glanced between the two of them. Answer to what? Whether you'll accept one for all, of course. He asked you but you weren't listening. Midoriya stopped dead and stood ramrod straight. After a moment of processing their conversation, he spoke. I'm sorry, I think I misunderstood you. You didn't. Yagi and Nezu replied at the same time. No, that can't be right. Midoriya dismissed them. It doesn't make sense. Why doesn't it make sense? Because I'm quirkless, it was said with a hint of sarcasm and a raised eyebrow. It'd be more advantageous to pick someone with a quirk. Even if I wasn't, I don't think I'd be a good fit. Yagi's heart broke. My boy dash. I would be too powerful. Midoriya continued on, absent-mindedly handing Yagi a handkerchief as he started coughing up blood at the answer. If I had that much power, I might accidentally become a villain. You know, in a path paved with good intentions kind of way. Midoriya. Yagi struggled to regain his composure. I sincerely doubt that. You have a good heart and a good head on your shoulders. Yagi-san, Midoriya replied, I literally spent 2 months gathering info to destroy the future of a classmate I hardly knew. He had it coming, but that's not the sign of a good heart. If I could do that because of a stupid joke, who knows what I'd do if I had the power of one for all. Thank you for confirming my suspicions. Nezu smiled and Yagi heard Midoriya mutter a curse under his breath. It wasn't, Yagi growled, wiping the blood from his mouth, glaring at Midoriya. What? It wasn't a stupid joke. It was a deliberate attempt to convince you to kill yourself. I've said it before and I'll say it again, you're allowed to feel hurt, and this time I'll add on that you're allowed to retaliate. If a villain attacks a hero, the hero doesn't brush it off and make excuses, they fight back. Within reason. Nezu stressed. If you don't want one for all, that's fine. Yagi tried to assure his pupil. I was going to wait a little longer before asking you. My apologies for springing it on you like this. I know you have your own ambitions and I don't want you to change those for my sake. This was all Nezu's fault, but Yagi couldn't say that when he was about to be on the other's payroll. Can I think about it? Midoriya asked. I don't want you to give it to me and then find a better candidate later on in the year. I also really want to take the entrance exam as I am. I need to know if these past months of hard work were enough. That wouldn't happen, but, yes, take as much time as you need. Yagi held Nezu's gaze. There's no rush. Okay, that's a lie, but I'll go along with it for now. Also, I have another question. Midoriya continued. Yagi felt a twinge of danger at the way Midoriya said that last part, but he nodded. If you offer me the hair, what if I cut it in half? Izuku asked, staring Yagi dead in the eye. There was a pause. What? What if I cut it in half? Midoriya repeated, never breaking eye contact. Do I get half the power or did I double it? I don't think it would cancel the transaction because the hair is still there. So if we cut it, are we multiplying the power or dividing it? Yagi did not wake up this morning prepared for these types of questions. He floundered, trying to come up with a response. I don't dash. If I ate one part and Principal Nezu ate the other at the same time, would we both receive the quick? Midoriya bulldozed over Yagi's strangled voice, clearly more invested in throwing uncomfortable questions out into the world than actually wanting answers. Yagi admired and respected Nezu, but there was no way he would give him one for all. For a brief moment, he had a vision of the small principal running across Japan, overly buff, leaving a trail of destruction and chaos behind him as he laughed wildly among the carnage. Nezu didn't need that much power. He was beginning to wonder if Midoriya had been right in his earlier assessment about being too powerful if he received one for all. Or, he was relentless in his questioning, what if you willed the quirk into 2 hairs and I ate both? Wait, what if you gave me a hair but I hadn't eaten it yet, but then you found another person and willed the quirk to them? Would we both get the quirk? An interesting line of questions. Nezu broke in with a feral smile. We've never really delved into the transaction portion of the quirk and how it could be manipulated and exploited. What do you think, Yagi? Yagi thinks that he only has a limited amount of blood in him and he's trying desperately not to cough it all up at this time. No further questions. I truly cannot answer any of those questions. Please stop trying to give me a heart attack. Desperate to change the subject, he did just that. We can talk more later. Now, if you two are done, I believe Midoriya still needs to prepare for tomorrow's exam. The deer in headlights look Midoriya gave him was all Yagi needed to know the boy had forgotten that vital piece of information. As Izuku was having his chat with Principal Nezu and Yagi, his mother was not at work like he had thought. Izuku hadn't been the only person in the Midoriya household making preparations for something big. For the past 10 months, Inko had been making plans of her own. After talking with Mitsuki and learning a few things, she had spent her time mulling over how she wanted to go about this distasteful situation regarding Izuku's treatment at school. Truthfully, she had wanted to wait for Hisashi to come back so they could go confront Aldra together, but his current contract was strict and breaking it would cause more harm than good in the long run. So they made the best of it and planned together over phone calls. Inko had initially wanted to have a meeting with Principal Akashi as soon as possible, but Hisashi talked her out of it. Wait until it's closer to the end of term, he told her one night when she had been particularly upset over the situation. I know you want to go and rain hellfire down on them, so do I, but we have to be smart about this. Use this time. Gather evidence, talk to other parents, look into law firms that specialize in school-related disputes. Wait so that Izuku doesn't have to bear the brunt of the outcome. Also, if this principal is as slimy as I think he is, he's going to wait until last minute to meet with you anyway. There was a reason why Midoriya Hisashi was one of the best freelance analytical consultants in Japan. That his current contract was with a foreign company was a testament to his skills. Her husband's prediction about Principal Akashi worming his way out of meeting her was spot on. Each excuse was more ridiculous than the last, that she actually started a bingo card with Hisashi. He got a bingo before her when Principal Akashi claimed his car had caught fire so they would have to reschedule. She had just needed him to say his house had flooded again and she would have won. Now she owes Hisashi a date night when he comes back. Which, yes, they were going to have anyway, but that's beside the point. There are only so many excuses one can use before they have to face the thing they've been avoiding. Inko felt she had been rather generous towards Principal Akashi, allowing him months to plan for this meeting. She could have just shown up at the school after he cancelled on her the third time, but Hisashi was right. Why rush when waiting was in their favor? So, here she sits across from Principal Akashi, dressed nicely, hair in a bun, with a simple manila folder in her hands. She gives him a sweet smile. Hello, Principal Akashi. It's so nice to finally meet you in person. Midoriya-san, Akashi began with a small bow. My apologies for delaying this meeting for so long. Life has been throwing obstacles in my path left and right. If there is anything you're worried about regarding your son's education, let me assure you he is doing wonderfully. Good grades, polite, and always willing to help others. I could go on. Akashi's not sure what Midoriya Inko wanted from this meeting. Her email had been vague, but he hoped it was just a simple check-in to see how her son was doing. Parents always became more interested in their kids' grades when graduation began to roll around. Yet judging by how her expression didn't change at his praise, he had a feeling she wasn't taking a bite from his buttered words. I'm glad to hear that. I expected no less from him. Inko replied, thumbing the manila folder on her lap. Akashi felt a flash of hope. But that's not why I asked to meet you. See, the truth is I made a mistake. Hope died and confusion was quick to take its place. A mistake? Well, nobody's perfect, Midoriya-san. I'm sure whatever it is can be fixed. Oh, it will be. The way she said that as if it was a fact made him tense. No matter what, it will be fixed. How difficult that will be depends on you, Akashi-san. It was then that Akashi knew he was in dangerous territory. He wanted to dismiss his feeling of dread because Midoriya Inko was a petite woman with a calm demeanor. However, he remembered Izuku's chilling attitude and couldn't help but be wary because the boy had to get it from someone. It depends on me? Midoriya-san, I'm afraid I don't understand. My mistake, she continued, was believing that this school was taking care of my son. You know that old saying, no news is good news? That's what I thought, in the beginning at least. When Izuku was in primary, I'd get a note every now and then. Izuku did this, Izuku did that, Izuku had to sit out at playtime because the other children were too rough, small things like that. Sometimes they'd accuse him of things. Being jealous is the one I heard the most. The truth of the matter was they just didn't want to deal with him because he was different, so they made their excuses and called it a day. That said, they did at least step in before Izuku was physically injured. Her eyes met his and Akashi discovered that her and Izuku had the same eyes and the same smile. The same cannot be said for this school, can it, Akashi-san? Not good, he thought. Razors in velvet. Knives in silk. He opened his mouth to speak but she wasn't done. Do you remember our phone call from 2 years ago, right before Izuku began as a first year? It was the only time I was able to get a hold of you. Your secretary insisted that you were busy preparing for the new semester, but I was adamant that if I couldn't meet you in person, I would at least speak with you once before classes began. She sat still, not fidgeting once, smile never changing, though she tilted her head in a curious manner. So do you remember what we spoke about? Because I remember it very well. Akashi studied her as he tried to ignore the sweat forming on his forehead. Though the memory was foggy, if he thought hard enough, he could almost remember a shaky voice asking about their policy on bullying and discrimination. Back then he had assured her that they had a strict, zero-tolerance stance on the topic, thinking she was just another overprotective parent, and then promptly forgot about her and the conversation. Yes, of course I remember. Aldra has very high standards for our students and we don't tolerate bullying. Trust me when I say that Izuku has only shown kindness towards his classmates. He had also shown them an air of retribution if they crossed him, though that was new. Akashi didn't mention that because the words, Quirkless Protection Act, were always in his head nowadays. This whole year had been tense for him and his staff, and it was all thanks to Midoriya Izuku. While the boy had not acted out again, just seeing him in the halls reminded Akashi of their conversation and the possible consequences of what could happen to Aldra if Izuku took action. Akashi had held an emergency staff meeting the day after Midoriya Izuku so kindly shifted his perspective. He had stressed to his staff that they needed to keep an eye out for bullying and punish students appropriately when caught in the act. He didn't mention any students by name, but some knowing looks and raised eyebrows assured him they knew who he was talking about. A few teachers that were comfortable in their positions felt that he was overreacting and voiced their complaints. They thought Midoriya had been bluffing and Akashi understood why they would think that. The boy was always so quiet and nervous. They hadn't seen the viciousness in his smile like Iwamoto nor heard the calm threats in his voice like Akashi. To show them how dire the situation was, Akashi played the clip of Midoriya laying into a hero without fear of consequence. That's what really made his staff sit up and pay attention. He had them all go over the Quirkless Protection Act and how it could wreck their careers if Midoriya Izuku felt like he had a case against them. And he did, damn it. They all knew it. They had just assumed he lacked the confidence to try anything. So the whole damn year had felt like walking on a tightrope, one thoughtless remark from a teacher, one little ruckus from the kids, whether it be cruel words or something more physical could end Aldra and them with it. Thankfully, there hadn't been any incidents like Akashi had feared. Midoriya had already scared the other students into submission, and when Bakugo returned, he ignored Midoriya. Akashi has no idea why, but he was eternally grateful. Well, there was one incident. A student was suddenly pulled from Aldra by his parents a few weeks ago. When asked why, his parents stated they were moving to a different city. Akashi never got the full story as to why, but he suspects Midoriya was involved somehow. It was a gut feeling. Akashi really thought that as long as they didn't annoy Midoriya, everything would work out. Oh, I know he would never cause you trouble. Izuku isn't the type to do that unless provoked, Inko said sharply, bringing him back to the present. I'm here to talk about the trouble you've been causing him. Does it? Before Akashi could say anything, Inko began to talk again. When we last spoke, you told me this school did not tolerate bullying. You said such things didn't happen here at Aldra. You told me that, Akashi-sen, her smile turned bitter, and I believed you. Right up until 6 months into Izuku's first year, I really thought you were good for your word. Midoriya-san dash. So when Izuku came home these past 2 years, sometimes bloody, sometimes smelling of smoke, with his possessions destroyed, do you know what he would tell me? He would say he was roughhousing with friends he never invited over. I let him have that lie for a few months before getting some of the truth out of him. He switched to saying he was clumsy and that Katsuki got overexcited about one thing or another. Izuku and him have been best friends since they were babies, so it made sense. She took a deep breath. It was only recently that I was told that was outdated information. You have no idea the heartbreak I felt when Bakugo Mitsuki called and told me what was really going on, that her son was the reason mine was in pain and everyone here knew. You have no idea how hard it was not to come down here 10 months ago and demand answers for the things this school has kept from me. I promise you Akashi tried to cut in but she continued on. I know why Bakugo Katsuki was protected and never punished for his actions. I also know he never tried to hide his actions from your teachers, so don't even bother trying saying otherwise. I'm not stupid, I know how society views the quirkless. My mistake was trusting your word and Izuku's. She took another breath. I forgot that Izuku doesn't like to see me worried. I forgot that he would rather lie to me than tell me what was really going on. See, somewhere along the way he realized he wasn't the only one being judged. I never bothered attending the open houses or PDA meetings because I already know what sort of gossip would be whispered about me. I know any opinions I have would be dismissed simply because I gave birth to a quirkless child. She met his gaze and Akashi shivered under her gaze. What Izuku's hasn't realized yet is that ugly words from ignorant people could never hurt me. It's not his job to protect me. Rather, it's my duty as a parent to protect him, and I've been doing a poor job of it. That ends today. Actually, it ended a few months ago, but sometimes it takes time to collect payment. Do you know what I do for a living, Akashi-san? Inko asked, abruptly changing the subject as she tucked a stray hair behind her ear. No, I don't believe I do. I'm an accountant for a marketing agency. I'm part-time at the moment since my husband is overseas and Izuku doesn't deserve to come home to an empty house. Akashi glanced at her hand and saw a wedding ring glinting in the office light. For some reason, he had assumed she was a single parent. The reason I bring up my job is so that you understand that I work with numbers. I calculate and review transactions such as payments to the agency, credit card info, budget expenses, employee payroll, and so much more. She slipped the folder she had been holding onto his desk and opened it, pushing 2 sheets of paper in front of him. They were math tests, one labeled Bakugo Katsuki and the other Midoriya Izuku. Before you ask, Bakugo Mitsuki gave me her son's test so I could confirm a suspicion I've had for a while. I've always found it weird that Izuku's scores were average in some of his classes, especially math. I know he's smart. I know he could bring home better grades than what he's shown me. I let it go because he wasn't failing. I chalked it up to his anxiety. We both have it, and I thought maybe tests were stressing him out, causing him to underperform. But her smile was sugar-spun and saccharine as she tapped at the tests. That's not the case at all, is it? Akashi felt the atmosphere of the room grow darker as he looked over the tests. Both had the exact same answers. One was scored 100%, the other 82%. Would you like to explain to me why your math teacher can't do basic addition when it comes to my son's tests? She asked. Because Kenji-sensei seems quite competent when I look at Katsuki's. I'm sure this was a one-time mistake, Midoriya-san. Akashi tried to gain control of the conversation. Unfortunately, this test is over 6 months old, so it's too late to change it. Finally, Inko's expression changed. She was no longer smiling. In fact, the glare she leveled at him made Akashi wonder if her quirk had to do with the temperature. His office suddenly felt very cold and he fought the urge to shiver. Akashi-san, I need you to understand something. I'm being nice right now. I didn't have to arrange a meeting with you. I could have served you court papers and we would have been speaking before a judge. She looked at him like he was the remains of a crushed insect she found under her shoe. Did you really think I would come here with only one example of how my son's tests have been graded? Several more papers were pulled out of her purse. Akashi gulped as she slapped them down on the desk. Come now, Midoriya-san, he said, internally cursing Kenji. He told his teachers they needed to be careful. There's no need to bring up lawsuits. I'm sure we can resolve everything peacefully right now. I was unaware this was happening. Rest assured I will look into this. For some reason this made her laugh. I'm sorry, did you just say, you'll look into this? You? Inko shook her head. Absolutely not. I wouldn't trust you to look after a dog, let alone a matter this serious. No, that's not why I'm here. She composed herself and flashed him another smile. I'm here to tell you how it's going to go. Like you, I don't want to take this court. I have no interest in dragging this out and having to deal with costly legal fees. I'm sure you understand. Yes. I'm sure we can reach a solution without the need for that. He quickly agreed, relieved to know legal expenses wouldn't be in Aldra's future. Oh, we will. You can start reparations with this. She handed him another paper. Akashi took it and frowned when he realized it was an itemized list for school books and healing ointments among other things. That's the combined amount of money I spent last year alone replacing books and buying medical supplies for my son. The Bakugus have already reimbursed me for Izuku's first year. That was the agreement we came up with. Katsuki is responsible for his actions just as much as you are responsible for your inaction. The number wasn't that large, but Akashi still felt the need to protest. Midoriya-san, Aldra is not responsible for injuries or damaged items caused outside of school grounds. Even if this happened during school, you have no proof. Time seemed to stop. His office went quiet. It felt like he couldn't even hear his own breathing. That I see, Inko said. She didn't seem near as upset as he expected by his refusal. Very well. She began gathering the papers and stood up. We're done here. What? Akashi did his best to hide his glee. Was it really going to be this easy to get off the hook? I was foolish to think you would be reasonable. From now on all correspondence from me will be done through the go-to law firm. I'll see you in court. Have a nice day. She gave a shallow bow, turned to leave. Akashi barely managed to reach over his desk to grab her elbow. Wait, Midoriya-san, I don't understand. I thought you didn't want to drag this out? He didn't quite manage to hide the desperation in his voice. She shrugged him off and turned to face him. Akashi swore he had never seen such a cold expression before in his life. I don't, but I will if you're going to fight me on every little thing. I can pay for the fees. I've already spoken with Goto-san and he believes we are more than capable of proving Aldra has been negligent and abusive towards my son based on evidence I was able to gather. In fact, the Goto firm just finished up a school-related case. Jaku Middle School, if I'm remembering right. They couldn't share any details except that they won. Suddenly that itemized list didn't seem like such a big deal. Rumors of what happened to Jaku had spread like fire through the surrounding schools. The fact that a quirkless student committed suicide hit too close for comfort for Akashi, and he made sure his teachers knew he would end them himself if they had an incident like that. While he wasn't fond of Midoriya, he didn't want the boy dead. Midoriya-san, I will write you a check right now if that's what you want. She stared at him for a moment, as if she was confused by his sudden eagerness to comply. Akashi-san, she began, sitting back down, I will be taking that compensation, but I don't think you understand. This isn't about money. She leaned towards him. This is about accountability. You want to know what I want more than your money? I want an explanation as to why not a single person at this school informed me of what was going on. I want to know why every time I tried to get answers, I was stonewalled. And please don't act like I didn't try, I did. I called, I emailed, I tried to get answers at parent-teacher conferences, and every damn time I was hand-waved away. I was told Izuku wasn't being bullied. I was told boys will be boys. I was told nothing was happening. When I asked about some of the detentions Izuku's received, I couldn't get an answer beyond play fighting that got out of hand. I need an explanation for why Aldra has been so apathetic towards my son. If I may, those detentions were wiped from his record earlier this year. That's not the point. Inko yelled, standing up again. I don't care that they were wiped. I just need to know if they were deserved in the first place or if Izuku was being punished for things he didn't do. I'm guessing by the fact that they were removed it's the second option, but I'd rather hear why from you. Yes. I looked through them and spoke with Midoriya about them to get his side. Due to the inconsistencies and from the way he spoke, I had reason to believe they were erroneously given to him. There's no tactful way of saying your son blackmailed me into deleting them, and Akashi liked his version better. It sounded nicer at least. Erroneously given to him. Inko repeated. All of them? Yes. And what of the teachers that gave them out? Did you reprimand them? Yes. I told them that if this happened again, they would be punished. Akashi lied. Why? I'm sorry. Why did they do this to my son? I'm assuming since all the detentions were removed, you found a common denominator. She was trying to get him to say they gave her son detentions because he was quirkless, but Akashi had been in the education industry for years. He knew how to admit things without actually saying them. I'll be honest, some of the detentions were so old that no one remembered why. On the newer ones it was due to carelessness. I've let those individuals know that such mistakes won't be tolerated. So you're telling me that not single one of those detentions was given because Izuku is quirkless? Correct. They locked eyes. He knew she didn't believe him, but there was no proof to back up her claim. And what of Bakugo Katsuki? Has he been punished? She asked. He has been warned that his actions will not be tolerated and that if he continues on as he has, expulsion would be in his future. Thankfully both boys have stayed away from each other. At this point, Akashi was willing to tell this woman anything to get her out of his office. I see. Inko closed her eyes and let out a deep sigh. Well, I suppose there's not much more you could have done. I imagine Katsuki was rather confused since he was allowed to get away with it before, but it's for the best. Once he understood what was at stake, Bakugo straightened right up. Akashi said, and he felt like Inko was barely stopping herself from rolling her eyes. Well, as long as it's been corrected, I can't ask for much else. I'm satisfied that you've made these changes, though I wish I had been informed of what was happening in the first place. Again, I deeply apologize. Akashi gave a low bow. I will make sure that your son's tests are reviewed and corrected. I am embarrassed beyond belief by all of this. He waited with bated breath, hoping that this would be enough. That she would finally just leave and he would never have to think about her or her son again. Her soft laughter made him look up. For the first time her eyes looked kind and her smile genuine. I know it's hard being a principal and that you won't be made aware of everything. As long as you write that check, correct those tests, and keep Katsuki and the other students in line, I will be happy. I'll tell Goto-san there's no need to move forward. Akashi had never written a check so fast in his life. After seeing her to the door and watching from the window to make sure she left the school, he pulled out some whiskey he kept in his desk and took a shot. Fumoto's bad habits were rubbing off on him. This year cannot end fast enough, he sighed to the empty room. Inko hummed as she stepped out of a cute stationery shop. She had stumbled upon it after making a quick stop to her bank to cash the check and decided to pop in since she had time. After discovering they had a collection of imported items as well as some created by local artists, she decided to splurge a little. The notebooks were on the expensive side, but Izuku deserved something nice after all the chaos and harassment he had to deal with. She also bought a few erasers parodying off of a hero called Eraserhead. She vaguely recognized the name from Izuku's rants and thought he'd appreciate them. She'd tell him it was an early graduation gift because he would freak out if he knew she was aware of everything. As she walked home, she dug out her phone and called Hisashi. Normally she'd wait until later in the evening when it was a better hour in his time zone, but he had insisted that she call him as soon as possible. He picked up on the first ring. How was it? Did you rip out the guy's teeth? Do I need to send bail money? His voice was low and smooth, though Inko could tell he was trying to hide his excitement. Hello to you too, Inko responded dryly, ignoring the blush forming on her cheeks. She was never going to live that incident down, was she? And no, I didn't. It would have made the situation worse, and I'm not giving them any ammunition. It went how I expected. He tried to weasel out of responsibility until I proved I had evidence and threatened a lawsuit. Then it was all apologies and I was assured that corrections would be made. It's been a while since someone's lied to my face so many times in one sitting. Once I got the check, I left. Oof, Hisashi said, so we're not suing? No, but I'll still be a witness if Goto needs me. Mitsuki will probably send us some money when they win. Funny how Akashi thought that the Midoriyas were his only worries. One could argue the degrees of harm varied vastly, but Izuku wasn't the only student hurt by Aldra's actions. Mitsuki and Masaru were going to slap Aldra with a lawsuit so big, Inko would probably be able to hear Akashi's screams from her apartment. She could only hope. Well, as much fun as that would have been for you, I'm glad. I really didn't want Izuku to have to deal with that. I remember having to go to court when my parents divorced, and it sucked being on the witness stand. Hisashi grumbled. Though I guess Akashi wasn't thrilled when he heard about your other meeting. Inko stayed silent as she pulled out her keys. Inko, Hisashi said after a moment, you did tell him, right? No, Inko admitted cheerfully, entering the apartment. Oh my god. Hisashi breathed out softly before he began to laugh uncontrollably. Oh my god. You didn't tell him? I didn't see a point in saying anything. He was so relieved we weren't suing and I didn't want to take that away from him. This man, oh, his whole world is going to come crashing down. You wicked woman, I love you so much. I am not wicked, Inko protested. He tried to treat me like a fool, so I thought turnabout's fair play. What really made me decide was when he tried to say that they had admonished Katsuki. Hisashi, I showed him the tests Mitsuki provided me. I practically screamed that we were in contact, and he didn't think that I would ask her to follow up on that claim, not that I need to. Still, for him to not know, Hisashi began to giggle again. I can't believe you're laughing at this man and his school's upcoming demise, and you're calling me the wicked one. We're cut from the same cloth and I like your style. I'm just trying to imagine his face. I hope he gets served the papers from Goto and that the school board drops by for a surprise visit at the same time. The alternative that Inko and Hisashi came up with, since they really didn't want to go to court, was to inform the school board. Inko wasn't lying when she said they could afford the fees, but the case would drag, and unlike Mitsuki, neither her nor Hisashi had the energy to deal with that. So they came up with a simpler option. Inko went to the school board last week and told them what Aldra had been doing to Izuku. Unlike Akashi, the people she met with seemed genuinely concerned and upset when she showed evidence of Aldra's misdeeds. They had told her they would look into the matter and would make sure her family was compensated for both physical and emotional damage. She would have to broach the subject of therapy to Izuku very carefully. Now wasn't the right time. Perhaps after he's settled in it. Granted, he hasn't taken the exam yet, but Inko knows he'll pass. And when he does, Inko will be scheduling a meeting with Principal Nedzu. She doesn't care if she has to camp out at the front gates to see him. She will be speaking with him one way or another. This time she will be clear and concise about her expectations. Izuku will not suffer at the hands of another school. Inko will make sure of it this time. Warning: suicide and grief are mentioned heavily in this chapter, as well as a minor scene of non-consensual touching. Please read with caution if these subjects disturb you. A synopsis will be in the end note. This chapter expands on Inko's backstory. It will not cause any confusion with later chapters if you decide to skip it. Inko is 4 when her life changes twice. The first change is when she spots her favorite doll across the room. She could go get it, but something in her assures her that if she just reaches out, her doll will come to her. And it does. One trip to the doctor later and her family is celebrating her quirk. They called it attraction and Inko loves it. The second change comes later in the year. Her mother, whose stomach had grown round in the last few months, comes home one day wearing a love-tired expression and holding a bundle in her arms. Her father stumbles in shortly after, arms filled with a baby carrier, as he thanks her grandmother for watching her. Inko is more fascinated with what's in her mother's arms and stands on her tiptoes, eager to see what it is. Her mother leans down and Inko sees a tiny face scrunched up in sleep. His name is Izumo and Inko loves him. What's his name mean, Mama? It means clouds appearing. I wanted to give him a name without weight. Inko is determined to be the best big sister in the world. She offers to babysit so her parents can take a nap or eat or talk, whatever it is adults do for fun. Her parents appreciated the offer, they say, but tell her it would be some time before she would be needed for that. Izumo is 2 and Inko is 6 when she gets in trouble for drawing on his face. She wanted to give him freckles. Her mother did not appreciate this, but her father laughed as he snapped a picture. But I love freckles, Mama. Izumo is cute, but he'd be so much cuter with freckles. Why didn't you give him freckles when he was born? I didn't get to decide how Izumo-chan looked before he came out. I'm sorry I couldn't give him bright pink and green freckles like you did, Inko-chan, but we need to wash them off before they stain. Now, go grab some rubbing alcohol. Izumo is 4 and Inko is 8 when his quirk comes in. It's similar to hers except his attracted gases. Her parents were proud, but since his quirk could be harmful to others if he lost control, the doctor cautioned them to keep a strict eye on him. Izumo-chan, that's so cool. Just remember not to take all the oxygen for yourself. Izumo is 6 and Inko is 10 when he asks her how to make friends. She puffs her chest out in pride, glad her little brother is coming to her for advice, and tells him as long as he's himself, he'll make plenty of friends at school. Of course, if there's a thing in common you like, that helps. I met a lot of my friends because we all like the show Magic Showdown. Oh cool. A lot of kids say my quirk is scary, but I know we all like Monster Catcher. This will be easy peasy. Thanks. Inko thinks her advice must have worked because Izumo never asks again. She can't wait for him to invite a friend over. She's gonna do her sisterly duty and embarrass him so much. Izumo is 8 and Inko is 12 when she sees him come home looking weary and haggard. His uniform is smudged with dirt and grass stains. His eyes are swollen red from crying and his cheeks are bruised. What happened, Izumo? Are you okay? I'm fine. Was playing with some friends and it got a little out of hand. Don't worry about it. How can you say that? Mom will have a fit. She's already yelled at you for messing up your uniform and that detention you got for using your quirk. She'll ground you if she sees this. So what's new? Her and Dad are always mad at me since I can't do anything right. That's not true. Yes, it is. You don't know because you never get in trouble. Sorry, I'm not perfect like you. Dummy, I'm not perfect. Look, they're not home yet. Gimme your uniform. I'll fix it before Mom sees it. If they ask about the bruises, just say I did it. Izumo is 10 and Inko is 14 and the new semester has started. She comes home, excited to tell her family that she was voted to be class president. Her parents are still at work, but she has to let someone know. She rushes up to Izumo's room, banging open his door, mouth going a mile a minute. Izumo, you'll never guess what happened. I'm class president. Can you believe it? Wow, really, Inko? They picked someone who's nice and never bothers anyone? A doormat who'll do all the work without a fuss? I never would have thought of you for that. Her brother doesn't even look up from his phone. Inko frowned. She didn't think he'd care, but she wasn't expecting such a rude response. I was just sharing some good news with you. Why can't you be happy for me? Maybe because it's always about you. You're such a brat, you know that? Maybe if you lightened up, people would like you more. They fight as siblings do. She uses her quirk to tug at his hair and he uses his to make her a little lightheaded. It's a light scuffle that turns into a play fight that has them both laughing in the end. Inko thinks that she can't remember the last time she saw Izumo laugh so hard and vows to make him smile more in the future. That night when she tells her parents the good news over dinner, she doesn't see her brother's eyes darken at their praise. Inko is 14 and tired when she comes home from school. It's been a few weeks since she became class president, but she thinks she's getting the hang of it. As she closes the front door, she hears her parents scolding Izumo in the kitchen. Really, Izumo? Sleeping in class? School hasn't been in session that long. Why are you slacking off like this? You'll end up with awful grades like last year. You don't need to get perfect scores like your sister, but you have to at least try and pass. Sorry. I'll study harder. You've said that before, and what do you have to show for it? From now on, have Inko look over your homework before you turn it in. She kicks softly at his door later that night, her arms filled with snacks. He opens the door just enough for her to see one eye. She smiles and holds up the food like an offering. Let's have a movie night, Izumo. It'll be fun. Not tonight. Didn't you hear Mom and Dad? I gotta study. Oh, well, okay. Maybe I can help you. No thanks. I want to do it on my own. Being class president is hard work. She has to keep everything in order. Class work, forms, student duties and so much more that she hadn't anticipated. She does her best despite the fact that her vice president never seems to be around. For the first time, her best is not enough. Did you collect the field trip forms? I need them before the end of the day. Sensei, I asked Kashima-san to collect them this morning. She was supposed to give them to you. Well, she hasn't, and it's your responsibility to get them. Don't blame others for your failings. 6 months into school and her stress levels are at an all-time high. She's afraid to miss class even when she's sick because she knows nothing will get done and she'll be blamed for it. Her classmates aren't mean, but they always seem to find ways to shrink responsibility, and she has to take up the slack. Yet when she tries to hold them accountable, they give such reasonable excuses for why they can't do whatever she asks of them. Over time, her chest starts to hurt at random intervals, and she becomes hyper-vigilant in making sure that everyone in her class is happy. It's all at her own expense, and one day while walking home from school after staying late, she trips over her own feet and realizes that she's exhausted. She wonders if she can keep doing this, wonders if she even still wants to be class president, and decides to vent to her brother. Without knocking, she opens his door, uncaring of his privacy. You know, Izumo, I think you were right. I am a doormat. I don't think I'm cut out to be class president. I think I'll resign tomorrow. But her words die as quickly as they came when her brain catches up with her eyes. Inko is 14 and Izumo is 10 when she finds him hanging from his bedroom ceiling. Her screams are loud enough for the neighbors to call the police. The rest of 14 is a blur. The school is informed and she doesn't have to come back for some time. 2 weeks? A month? 3 months? She doesn't know. Her position as class president is handed over to someone else. Her brother's funeral is a quick and quiet affair, just like his life. Her parents mourn together, not understanding what went wrong. He didn't leave a note, so there is no explanation for his decision. Though the incident changes them, they both pick up the pieces and move on, trying to return to normal. Inko does not. She can't. And a part of her is furious that her parents seem to do so easily. She sneaks into Izumo's room in the middle of the night when they're both asleep. No one had been inside after they had removed him that day, but she had heard her parents talking about cleaning it out soon, so she needed to be quick and remove anything she knew Izumo wouldn't want them to see. It's her last duty as a sister. She boots up his computer and deletes his history. She does the same for his phone. She checks under his bed for dirty comic books and the like, but finds nothing. It's the same for his closet and desk. She thinks she hits gold when she checks under the mattress and finds a notebook. Curious, she reads. Enlightened, she cries. She hides the journal in her room. Before long, her brother's room is emptied out. Her parents mention turning it into a guest room, and she loses her temper, screaming at them for the first time in ages. If you do that, I hope Izumo haunts you forever. Inko. I hope he curses you for forgetting him. He was here. He was real, and you're both acting like he was just a guest that just checked out or something. I hate you. She doesn't know how much time passes before she returns to school, but she returns a changed soul. She's still polite, still quiet and kind, but there is a heavy air about her. A sorrow that she can't quite cover with a smile. The teachers give their condolences, and her peers are as kind as teenagers who don't understand unexpected loss can be. Principal Abe is the only adult that gives her something more than meaningless sympathy. On her first day back, he called her into his office and she goes obediently, numbly, because she had no reason to refuse. Whatever he wants doesn't matter to her, she just has to get through it and then go back to class. Thank you for stopping by. I won't take up much of your time, Akatani-san. Inko. She cuts in before he can go further. Just call me Inko, please. Principal Abe is quiet as he takes in her request. Inko's aware it's a bit forward to be asked to be called by her first name, but it's something she's requested of everyone since coming back. She hates her family name more than she cares about formality. With her luck, he will ignore her request and continue talking as if he hadn't heard her. He wouldn't be the first adult to do that. Very well, Inko, he says, surprising her. I just wanted to let you know that I'm happy to have you back at school. Please do not push yourself too hard to try and make up for lost work. You're a smart girl, but take your time. I can make the deadline go into the summer if that's what you need. Oh, Inko hadn't even thought about all that. Oddly, she didn't feel stressed at all the assignments she needed to make up. Izumo made it very clear her priorities had always been in the wrong place. Thank you. I'll make sure you won't need to do that. And, he says, if you ever feel overwhelmed, there is a spare room in the teacher's lounge you can use. You won't get in trouble. Or, if you need to talk to someone, you can come here during my office hours. Inko blinks, blindsided by the gesture. She has no plans to accept and opens up her mouth to thank him, but he continued to talk. I won't lie to you, the rest of this year and the ones that come after won't be easy. Grief is quite cruel because just when you think you've overcome it, it returns with a vengeance. Sir Dash. He turns around a picture frame on his desk. It's a photo of him and a woman grinning up from a picnic blanket, surrounded by food and flowers. They look about Inko's age. One moment the best person in my life was with me. In the next, she wasn't. The smile he gives her is gentle and Inko realizes that he's not pitying her, he understands her. Inko, do your best and be patient with your teachers and classmates. People mean well, but they'll never have the right words unless they know. Inko bears it as well as she can. As the days drag through the year, she thought she would be numb forever, but there is something inside her that is slowly building, slowly boiling. Every time someone gives her a pitying glance because they know what happened. Every time someone tells her, it'll get better. As if they know what she's going through. Every time someone giggles behind a hand after glancing at her, like they think she can't hear or see them. There is something strange inside her, growing, and she doesn't know what it is. Inko is 14 and it's the last week before summer break when she realized what the uneasy feeling is. What it has been since the beginning. In the middle of a crowded hallway where everyone can see, a boy in her grade pushes another boy down and kicks him in the gut. No one does anything. There's some uncomfortable laughter and eyes looking everywhere but the two boys, no teachers in sight. People take a glance, but they ignore it and carry on with their day. As if what's happening in front of them isn't any of their business. And all Inko can see are the words from her brother's journal. Why do they hate me? How do I make them not hate me? If I can't make friends like Inko, how do I get them to stop beating me up? Why can't I be perfect like Inko? The world goes black. By the time Inko comes to, she's sitting in Principal Abe's office, knuckles bloody, hands aching. He's asking her why she attacked someone so violently, and she doesn't have an answer. Her parents are called to pick her up. They are furious, but Inko can only focus on the pain in her hands and the bruise slowly spreading across swollen knuckles. All she can think about is how well rage suits her. Because she had a perfect record, because it was the last week, because of her circumstances, because Principal Abe is kind, she's let off easy. Formal apology to the boy she attacked and detention for the next few days until school lets out. A very light punishment considering the damage she caused. She wonders if Principal Abe came to regret his kindness towards her in the coming years. Inko spends most of her summer thinking. She ignores her friends' pleas to hang out. Her parents knocking at her door is met with silence. She's still angry at the world, still grieving for her brother, but now she realizes that she can do something about it. She can't let others suffer like Izumo did. So she thinks and she thinks until she's satisfied with what she plans to do next. Near the end of break, she leaves her room, goes out with her friends, and continues to ignore her parents. A typical teenager. That's what Inko is. When school starts back up, she's 15 and people assume she's back to normal. They are wrong, and they learn this soon after she's voted to be class president again. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your support. Also, if anyone is being bullied or harassed, please come see me. I will take care of it. Her class laughed it off. They thought she was giving them a polite, pointless platitude. In their defense, Inko started out small, distracting people if she caught a certain look in their eye, figuring out would-be targets and making sure they weren't alone, de-escalating arguments before they evolved into conflicts. More or less, she was redirecting aggression before it became a problem. It was only after she caught a group of girls ganging up on another that they learned she meant every word. Principal Abe, they called Eunice-san ugly and were going to cut her hair with some dull scissors. Ripping out some of their own was the least I could do as class president. Inko, you don't get to decide the punishment for others. Sir, as class president, it's my duty to make sure things like this are stopped before they happen. It would be inexcusable if I allowed this type of behavior to happen under my watch. Noble of you, but you still don't get to make that call. I've been lenient with you, but if it happens again, you will be punished. Suffice to say, Inko is removed from her position at an astonishing speed. Such a shame, the teachers said, heads shaking sadly. The power went to her head. They gossiped to each other in the teacher's lounge. But it was never about power. Not for Inko. Oh no, it was never something so trivial as that. It was about correcting the balance between classmates. It was about reminding people that they couldn't get away with being cruel. Most importantly, it was an apology to her brother. Inko spends her second year quietly gaining a reputation among the student population. She keeps her kindness, her polite manners, and her quiet anxiety, but now it is all backed with a hidden steel that her classmates figure out very quickly should not be touched. She tries to keep physical fights to a minimum because she's not looking to be expelled. She has a certain smile now that everyone knows if it's aimed at them it's a warning to behave. Usually this is enough to stop something before it happens, but not always. Some kids think they're sly, but Inko's vigilant and ruthless in her pursuit. She keeps her ears and eyes open, and the next time an incident like Yuna's happens, Inko takes care of it quietly off of school grounds. She does end up in a few more physical fights at school, but they're spaced far enough apart that she can't be labeled a troublemaker. Inko is 16 when she discovers a girl being held down by two others in the bathroom while a third presses the toilet handle. They let up when she enters and she sees their victim glance at her, eyes dark and hopeless, like she thinks Inko won't step in. She has the same eyes as Izumo. Inko already knows what's happening, but she gives them a chance to explain. A small grace she always offers. What's going on here? Fuck off, bitch. It has nothing to do with you. The girl holding the blonde's head snarls at her. Oh, you must be first years. Inko smiles and with a practiced hand, removes the girl's hands from her victim before her or the others can react. Grabbing the girl by her hair, Inko drags her over to the sink, ignoring her yelp of pain. It's clear that you're forgetting your manners. As your senpai, I need to correct that. It's not hard to see who's in charge of this group. Their actions were well coordinated and it was clear to Inko that this was a little ritual they had done before. Their leader is beautiful and calm, even as her friends rush out of the bathroom. Out of the corner of her eye, Inko can practically see her thinking up her next move. She flares out her wings and her eyes fill with tears as she begins to sob. Short little stuttered breaths about being bullied with a few hitched hiccups in between for company. A guilty admittance that their retaliation went too far and a desperate promise that it wouldn't happen again. It was a good performance that deserved an award for believability. Such a shame that Inko is a natural at crying and could spot fake tears in under a second. Such a shame that this isn't the first pretty girl to think she can get away with being cruel by pretending she's the victim. Oh well, Inko thinks, as she uses her quirk to yank the other by her ear, away from the other girl, away from the toilet handle. If her parents didn't bother to teach her that she wouldn't always get her way, then Inko will. You'd best make sure that this doesn't happen again because if it does, I'll rip these pretty wings right out of your back. You heard me. Inko kindly shows her the door. Get out before I change my mind. Ask around, Kohai. She gives her a polite smile. Ask around about Inko. That should give you a pretty good idea about how things work around here. Because I guarantee it's not going to be like where you were before. Inko is 16 when she meets her best friend. Mitsuki has a duality about her. Some days she looks at Inko like she hung the moon and on others she's snapping at her to give up the act, waiting for Inko to peel back a fake face for a prank. It takes a few weeks for it to sink in and solidify that Inko's genuine. Once Mitsuki gets that, once she finally realizes that this isn't a sick joke, that Inko will stand up for her even if no one else will, the embers of a once fiery spirit begin to glow. It's worth the detention she received just to see Mitsuki laugh rambunctiously without a care. It's worth it to see her casually flip off her ex-bully in the hallway with a fearless grin. Inko is 17 when the world goes black again. She had come upon them by accident. She was heading to her class on the second floor and decided to take a staircase that didn't see as much foot traffic. It was a little farther than the main stairs, but she wasn't in the mood for crowds. She remembers seeing a girl huddled against the wall, trembling. She remembers a boy trapping her, hands sliding under her shirt as she shakes her head, whispering for him to stop. When the color of the world returns to her, the boy is against the opposite wall and her forearm is pressed tightly against his throat. He's stuttering, blood dribbling down his lip, eyes wild with fear. Clutched in her hand is a tooth. I swear it's not what it looks like. We're dating. And that makes it fine. Your girlfriend was shaking like a leaf and told you no. She said no and you ignored her. Pig. Just for that excuse, she drags another tooth out of him, slowly and at an angle. As he cries out, she moves back and he drops to the floor. She bends down next to him and begins to talk in a hushed tone, calm and measured words that contained a bridled rage. I've taken 2 of your teeth and left you with 30. Not because you deserve them but to help you understand and remind you. You didn't like it when I took something of yours without your consent, did you? Imagine how your girlfriend felt. So this first tooth? It's hers now. If she wants to give it back, that's her decision. The other one though? It's mine forever. So that I know there will at least be one gap in your mouth to remind you that if I ever catch you doing anything like this again, I'll take them all. What? As slowly as I want. Please reflect on your actions. She stands back up, walks over to the shocked girl and, after wrapping the tooth in a tissue, gently hands it to her. She turns back to the boy, ignoring the crowd that had formed, and gestures towards the girl. Now, apologize to your girlfriend. Inko gets in trouble, but by this point in her high school career, her parents have accepted that their perfect girl is gone. She's grounded, has to clean the whole house by herself, and endures a lecture about Quirk responsibility, but she can't bring herself to care. The incident also got her a phone number. So, you come here often? The boy in the chair next to her asks, voice low and smoky. He has wild curly hair that's ash white and a constellation of freckles on his face to match. His golden eyes take in the blood on her uniform, but he doesn't look concerned. Yeah. She's still coming down from the adrenaline and her tone is short and sharp. He doesn't take offense. Instead, he grins. Hey, me too. Guess we both must have just missed each other all those other times. I'm Midoriya Hisashi. I'm kind of famous around here. You might have heard of one of my many nicknames. Dragon, Smoky Galore, the Bathroom Smoke Bandit, Asshole, the list goes on. That gets a giggle out of her and she hates him a little for it. She had wanted to stew in her anger. She looks at him with half a glare and realizes he's waiting for her to say something. Sorry, but I've never heard of you. I've been busy studying. He laughs and smoke swirls at the corners of his mouth. You're funny and cute. What were you studying? How to get away with murder. Because I've been thinking about it and insurance fraud is definitely the way to go. As long as you do it right, you get rid of the person you hate the most and get money. I mean, you'll have to endure a few years of marriage with them, but sacrifices gotta be made, yeah. Thank you for the tip. Inko smiles and shows him the tooth in her hand. Sadly, I don't have any advice to give back, but I do have a tooth you can look at. Whatever retort he was going to say died as the principal stormed in, face red and eyes glaring daggers at Inko. Inko, out of all the things you could have done dash. I cannot protect you every time you do something like this. You have gone too far this time and you'll receive a proper punishment. My office, now. Hey, Principal Abe. Been a while. It was Hisashi that spoke as he stood up and stretched. Look, I was here first, so let's get this over with, yeah? Also, in my defense, I didn't know there was a student here that could produce flammable gas. Sorry about the fire, but we put it out. Mostly. He talks like he and the principal were old friends. Principal Abe does not appreciate this. Midoriya, I will deal with your shenanigans after I'm done with Inko. Hisashi's smile changes. What was once genuine turned a little stiff and his eyes became cold. Principal, he purred, blowing smoke, I insist we talk about my punishment first. The quicker we talk, the quicker you can talk to Inko. I'd be really upset if she got to cut in front of me. You shouldn't be showing favoritism like that. Also, why are you on a first-name basis with her and not me? Pretty sure I see you more often. Inko can't tell if Hisashi has something on Principal Abe or if the man knew it would be easier to just agree. Whatever the reason, they were in his office for some time before Hisashi came out, smile genuine again. You're up, Tooth Fairy. As he passes her, he tosses a small wad of paper at her and winks. I wore him down, so don't worry. You'll be fine. Invite me next time you want to throw down, okay? With that, he's gone before she can reply. Unwrapping the paper, she finds a phone number. Smiling, she stuffs it into her bag as she's called into the office. She should have been expelled. Instead, the principal gives her a week's suspension. Inko is 18 and she's falling for a boy and trying her damnedest to resist. From the moment she had texted Hisashi, he had been in her orbit, pestering her, flirting with her, and being a general nuisance that she couldn't ignore. A nuisance that made her laugh. She learns that despite his cheerful and somewhat lazy attitude, his observational skills were phenomenal. In fact, that skill was why he could be lazy. He never admitted it, but Inko knew he had made some sort of deal with his teachers. Why else was he never in trouble for sleeping in class or outright skipping? Mitsuki cackles whenever he pops up to join them in their free time. Don't you have English right now? Inko asks, one eyebrow raised as Hisashi tosses his bag on the table and sits next to her. Mitsuki is across from them and quickly abandons her book to look at them, like they were a reality TV show she was addicted to watching. I'm fluent. Sensei told me to get out since my snoring was distracting the others. Hisashi shamelessly yawns before leaning into her space. Why are you guys in this stuffy library? The sun's out and the weather's nice. Free periods are meant for studying. Go somewhere else if you're bored. Can't. Love to, but can't right now. Hisashi mutters, eyes closed, as he gets comfortable in the chair. Inko takes a moment to study him. She must have looked too long because he cracks open one eye and gives her a grin. What? Like what you see? Hell yeah, she does. Mitsuki snickers, pretending to go back to her book and yelps when Inko kicks her. You set something on fire again, didn't you? At the way his shoulders tense, Inko knows she guessed correctly and smirks. That's why you're here. Principal Abe is probably running around trying to find you right now, isn't he? There was guilty silence before Hisashi spoke. Look, it was an accident. The pollen is really bad this year and sometimes my quirk activates when I sneeze too much. I'm currently the #1 enemy of the gardening club and they sent Abe out like a hunting dog to track me down. He knows all my usual haunts, so now I'm here. Please don't sell me out. Thankfully, she won't need to make such a hard decision. Principal Abe's voice made all them jump and Hisashi yelped when a hand dropped down onto his shoulder. My office, if you would, Midoriya. Graduation comes and she's surprised to learn Hisashi is the top student of their year. All the teachers look particularly vindictive as he walks up onto the stage to make his speech. Inko can tell he's nervous by the way he tugs at his hair. Whatever deal he had with them wasn't enough to get him out of public speaking. Hey all, I'll keep this short, he starts. I'll be honest, I'm looking out at a crowd of faces and I think I only know maybe a third of you. Some of you I knew would make it, others of you are only here because the teachers don't want to deal with you again next year and cut you a break. Don't lie to yourselves, you know it's true. A few whistles of agreement and raucous laughter rose from the crowd. I'm a realist at heart. I don't believe in giving peppy speeches about how we'll all go on to do amazing things because it's not true. Some of us will, but most of us will go the normal route, go to college, get a degree, get married, have a kid or two, etc., etc. And you know, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. He gave them that charming grin that made her heart thump a little faster. Our teachers all harped about how school was the most important thing and if we don't get into good colleges we'll be failures, blah blah blah. Well, forget them. From this moment on, I want you guys to remember this. It's your life, not theirs. Forget about the pressure to succeed. That's not near as important as finding happiness. Do what you want to do, not what's expected. Yes, I see you glaring at me, Principal Abe. Come up here and wrestle this microphone out of my hands if you want to stop me. I'm only telling the truth. Somehow, he met her gaze in the crowd. That's all I want for you guys. Even the people I don't know. Find your happiness and enjoy life. Thank you. Of course they end up at the same college. After months of asking, Inko gives in and finally agrees to go on a date with him. The loud whoop he let out got the attention of several bystanders, making her blush. The next few years are filled with love and late-night study dates. Inko tries to keep an eye out like she did in high school, tries to make sure no one is being treated unfairly. She doesn't see anything and her stress builds up to the point that Hisashi calls her out. Inko, people grow up. The things we saw in high school aren't here because we've all matured. A lot of kids use college as a way to reinvent themselves. I'm more responsible, don't you think? But what if you're wrong? Inko couldn't stop the paranoia from rising up. What if it is happening and I'm not seeing it? I can't allow that, Hisashi, I can't. Why, love, he asks, not in annoyance but in genuine concern. Why does it have to be your responsibility to stop every bully you see? Why do you care so much? Help me understand. Because I'll never be able to face Izumo if I don't try. Izumo? Who's that? And the dam she had built so high and strong since 14 breaks. For the first time, Inko lets him into her heart completely. She tells him everything, her brother's suicide, her parents' blasé reaction, the notebook, her guilt and her plan to make sure it will never happen to anyone else if she's around. He hugs her tightly. Inko, I don't think your brother would want you to tear yourself up like this. It wasn't your fault, you were a kid too. He never told you what was going on, you couldn't helped him. I should have known. I should have figured it out. How? How were you supposed to do that? I don't know. Fail a test or two so he didn't feel singled out at home. Walk him to school so I could see who was bothering him. Start a few fights with our parents. Okay, no, he interrupts her frantic pleas and wipes her tears. Bringing yourself down to lift him up, Inko, do you hear yourself? This may be harsh but it sounds like he didn't try to reach out for help. Expecting you to know he was having troubles is ridiculous. And I don't think he would be happy to know you've been carrying around all this guilt for something out of your control. She can't stop sobbing. Remember when we first met in the principal's office? I knew who you were the moment you stepped inside the waiting room. You, kinda made a reputation for yourself and no one wanted to cross you, he chuckles. So, yeah, when I saw a girl with blood on her uniform walking in like it was normal, I thought to myself, there she is. And I was a little taken aback because from everything I had heard, I thought you would be sadistic and crazy. Like a psychopath who was cleverly getting her kicks in by targeting bad kids. He touched her forehead with his and hummed. But all I could think when I saw you was, she looks exhausted. It was like there was a weight on your shoulders that you couldn't shake off. I wasn't expecting that and I knew I had to do something, anything to get you to laugh or smile. Anything to bring you joy if only for a moment. Then you smiled at my stupid joke and I knew once wasn't enough. I knew I was going to spend the rest of my life doing my best to make you smile. Not because I owed it to you but because it makes me happy to see you. Happy. One gentle kiss and Inko knows she's done for. There's no one else for her but this man. So please, if not for yourself, then for me. For Izumo. Please let this burden go. Slowly she lets go. She stops keeping an eye on her classmates and focuses on herself. A tension she never realized she had leaves and she finds herself breathing a little easier. At 21, Inko graduates with a degree in accounting. Hisashi's right next to her, business degree in hand. At 22, they're engaged and living in a little apartment. Inko's an accountant and Hisashi hops from company to company, performing brilliantly but frustrated at the restrictions they place on him. At 23, they're married with only Mitsuki and Masaru as witnesses. Neither her nor Hisashi mind. Inko's relationship with her parents had never recovered and she learned that Hisashi's parents had more or less abandoned him after they divorced when he was. People are so strange, Hisashi had said one night when Inko asked if he wanted to invite them. She knew they were divorced but he hadn't gone into detail. My parents, I really thought they loved each other and me. My childhood wasn't bad. I had birthday parties, they took me to fun places, and did what parents were supposed to do. I don't remember them fighting. I thought everything was great. Then I turned 13 and it's like all this hidden anger and resentment came spewing out of them. Mom would make these passive-aggressive remarks that Dad was cheating. Dad would snap back that for a housewife she was crap at it, and it would snowball into screaming matches. Inko sets her pen down and held his hand. She stayed silent, caressing his ring as he continued. Looking back, it really stressed me out. I loved both of them, but I couldn't defend one without the other yelling at me. It's kind of funny, they'd try to get me to pick a side, but once the divorce finalized, neither of them wanted me. Dad wanted to start over fresh without any reminders, and Mom was planning to move to the other side of Japan. She said she didn't want to uproot me since I only had 2 years of school left. It was such a flimsy excuse, but by that point I didn't care. He squeezed her hand. The judge made them get me an apartment that they would both pay for, as well as provide a monthly allowance for food and stuff. I think she was disgusted that neither of them were really trying to hide their reluctance to keep me. Honestly, I was glad. Coming home and not having to feel tension in the air or hear screaming, it was really, really nice. But, Inko spoke barely above a whisper, it still hurt, didn't it? Yeah, it did. Still does sometimes because neither of them told me what I did wrong. Hisashi laughs, wiping at his tears. I didn't know them not being in love meant they would also stop loving me. I know it's not healthy, but I can't help but think, what did I do wrong? What could I have done differently? And I'm scared, Inko, I'm terrified because what if that happens to us? It won't. It might. Hisashi counters, I don't want that. I never want to wake up hating you. Then don't, Inko says like it's simple. Down the road, if I do something you don't like, tell me so we can discuss it. If you do something I don't like, I'll start planning so I can collect on that life insurance policy you signed. Hisashi's startled laughter and peppered kisses make her grin so wide it hurts. The next few years are a blur. They're both working full-time and budgeting like crazy. They want to have a baby, but only when their bank account is a little more full. Still, life isn't just exhaustion. True to his graduation speech, they make time to find happiness. It's there when they mock the bad movies that come on late at night while eating cheap ramen. It's there when she gives him flowers she finds on the way home, and when he sweeps her into impromptu dances from pure joy. It is such a lovely life that Inko wonders if she deserves it. At 26, 2 little pink lines change their world, and at 27, Inko bravely, painfully, brings a child into the world. Hisashi holds her hand the whole time. He's so small. Her husband's voice is soft, afraid to wake the baby in her arms. Inko hums in agreement, looking in awe as her son gives a sleepy yawn before settling again. He has freckles. We never picked out a name. Hisashi reminds her, and they both wince a little. The doctor hadn't been impressed with either of them when they admitted names hadn't been a top priority. Did you have one in mind? She asks. Not really. I'm still surprised we have a baby. You did most of the work so you get final say, but what about Izumo? Hisashi asks tentatively. She'd be lying if she said that name hadn't crossed her mind a million times. A name that's been dead for 13 years and has haunted her ever since. It would be a touching gesture, but Inko has no intention of shackling her child with a name that holds so much weight. She shakes her head and a name comes to her. Izuku, she says with finality. His name is Izuku. It's weird having a child. Neither of them had ever done this before, and all the parenting books in the world couldn't really prepare them for the real thing. Thankfully, Izuku is an easy baby if Mitsuki's complaints about her own are anything to go by. Apparently Katsuki likes to scream like a banshee for minutes on end and already has enough strength to throw things. Inko's not a fan of cleaning diapers and spit up, but Izuku's had her heart the moment she laid eyes on him, and that love only grows with each delighted giggle and smile. Hisashi is the same. She shut the door softly behind her and slid her shoes off. Going back to work was harder than she thought, but her and Hisashi's hours deviated enough that they didn't need a babysitter. From the living room she hears the TV and her husband's voice. See him, Izu? That's All Might. He's strong and he'll protect you if you're ever in danger. I still don't know how his quirk works and it's driving me crazy. No way it's just super strength. And because he's light years ahead of all the other heroes, it's a secret. Sucks, but it is what it is. Izuku squeals happily and Inko smiles as she steps into the kitchen. Hisashi made katsudon and it was still warm. Idly, she lets her husband's chatter wash over her. That's hypnotic. Everyone says she can hypnotize a person by locking eyes with them. I think the longer she keeps eye contact, the deeper the hypnosis. I wonder if she could hypnotize herself by looking in a mirror? Whatcha think? Izu. Bwah. Yeah, she's pretty but your mom is way prettier. No comparison. Don't tell her I said that. She's in this marriage for the insurance money and I can't let her have any advantages over me. It's literally life or death, so this is a secret between men, okay? As Izuku grows, Hisashi gives up on trying to find a company to stay with and tries a different avenue by freelancing. It's tough at first because he has to build up a clientele that trusts his assessments, but with his charm and methods, they see the results they want and soon he has more bookings than he knows what to do with. He's making more money, but it comes at the cost of being away from home for months on end sometimes. Inko's not thrilled about that, but she knew how miserable he was before and couldn't ask him to go back to that. He does his best to find companies close to home, so she knows he doesn't like it either. It helped that he would call every night he was away, whining about how much he missed both of them. When he returned, he would always have a gift for her and something hero-themed for Izuku, as it was clear he was becoming obsessed with any and all things hero-related. When Izuku is 4, Inko leaves the doctors with her heartbroken child. There was nothing she could say to cheer him up, even the All Might toy from his Happy Meal didn't make him smile. So when they make it home, she lets him get on the computer and calls Hisashi. What did the doctor say? He told me Izuku is quirkless. She manages to say after a moment of fumbling for the words. What? Hisashi says after a moment of silence. Are they sure? It's not just a really subtle quirk or something. He has an extra toe joint and there aren't any other signs of a quirk. Izuku is torn up about it. You know he wants to be a hero, and to hear this news, the doctor hadn't been kind about it. Inko admits with a scowl. Well, this isn't what we were expecting, but it's not a bad thing. At least we don't have to worry about some random quirk mutation. Can you imagine if he could make or attract fire? I mean, I know how to fireproof a house, but still, no burned hair or belongings is always a plus. Trust her husband to find the bright side of dark news. I get what you're saying, but you're missing the point. Izuku's dash. Still the same kid I kissed on the forehead this morning. Hisashi cuts in. Nothing's changed. Everything's changed. Inko snaps back quietly. You know quirkless people aren't looked upon kindly. I'll have to inform the school, and who knows how his classmates will react. Then we will show him love and kindness even if the rest of the world won't. You don't have to tell the school right away, and you can request that they don't reveal his medical status. Look, I'm not saying this is going to be easy, but we can get through it. All of us. He sighs before continuing. Izuku is a good kid. He's our kid and he can overcome this. We just have to help him. I suppose. Inko replies, still uncertain. They talk a little more before she hangs up. She lets Izuku be on the computer longer than normal, but after an hour goes in to check on him and finds him watching his favorite video of All Might. He turns to her with a brittle smile. Mom, heroes are so cool. Do you think I could still be a hero? He asks her with a shaky voice, green eyes filled with tears. She's never seen her child look so hopeless before. Tears fill her own eyes and she runs to him, sobbing. It's the first time she fails him, but she would not realize it until many years later. Time moves on. Izuku still loves heroes, but he takes a special interest in quirks. Her diligent nature and Hisashi's analytical skills were passed on to Izuku, and it shows in childish handwriting about heroes he had only seen once. School is not difficult. Izuku does well, and she takes comfort that he has Katsuki as a friend. Once she disclosed he was quirkless, it was as if the teachers were looking at Izuku from a different perspective than the other kids. Suddenly she was getting notes about him misbehaving or that other students were being too rough with him. Yet Izuku never came home hurt and he never seemed upset, so she let it go. She thought everything had leveled itself out. Izuku understood that he was quirkless and there would be limitations, but that didn't mean he couldn't be happy. When he was 7, Inko learned she was the one who didn't understand the limitations. Izuku, she calls, can you come here for a moment? Sure, Mom. She's standing in front of the closet by their front door. She had been organizing the jackets inside it, trying to decide which ones to keep when she noticed a grocery bag stuffed in the back. Curious, she grabbed it and discovered some chips, dry ramen and some other food. There was even a bottle of water and a few cans of soda. Next to it was a little backpack she thought Izuku had lost. It was filled with clothes and a paper with a badly drawn map. "Did you need something, though?" Izuku's cheerful voice became despondent and she turned to him, holding the backpack in her hand. He was looking guiltily at the ground, hands behind his back. "Izuku, what is this?" she asks, hoping against hope this was for pretend play. It's for when you get tired of me." "What?" her voice cracks. Hurt wells up within her when she realizes he's serious. Izuku shrugged. "The kids at school, it's just in case. I heard that a lot of parents don't keep their kids if they're quirkless, so, his voice became small, "so I just wanted to be ready if you ever got tired of me. That's all." He tried to smile at her. "I wouldn't be mad if you did, Mom." She tosses the backpack and drops to the floor, pulling Izuku into a crushing hug. "Never, Izuku," she cries into his shoulder, "that will never happen." From then on she's a little more vigilant. She makes sure Izuku will never feel that way again. Hisashi helps, taking Izuku on father-son day trips when he can. He's not around as often, but when he is, he makes up for it tenfold. Their child would never feel unloved in their house. Inko can't say the same for school. She does go and makes sure they understand there will be consequences if she finds out Izuku's being singled out. To their credit, they take her seriously, but they can't control what the other children think and they can't force anyone to be Izuku's friend. That's fine. Izuku has Katsuki, so Inko knows he's not alone. Then middle school came. Inko had been assured by the principal that Aldera practiced its policies. Hisashi hadn't been convinced, but he had just signed onto a long contract out of the country, so there wasn't much he could do. No one in the Midoriya household had been happy about it, but the money was too good to pass up. If he could complete this contract, he could shoot for an early retirement. At first, it hadn't been bad. Izuku would come home, greet her with a smile, and then go on with his evening. Over time this changed. He would come home quieter and quieter until he stopped greeting her altogether. Inko thought he was being a teenager. Puberty wasn't fun and Izuku wasn't being rude or acting out, so she didn't pry. Then she noticed a hole in his uniform and half a box of band-aids had been used in less than a week. There was more going on here than she first thought, and the next night when Izuku came home, she caught him in the hallway and her greeting died in her throat. It was like she was looking at Izumo. Izuku stared back at her with blank eyes, holding one shoulder, cheeks bruised. She had sworn to herself that her child would never wear that look, that he would never feel like Izumo had. She swore she would be better than her parents. "What happened?" she demands, marching up to him to assess the damage. A Quirk overview revealed nothing would scar. "Oh, just some roughhousing that got out of hand. Sorry, Mom." Izuku smiles, lying to her face without an ounce of guilt. The rest of the year is spent with her trying to get answers. Izuku won't tell her anything, clamming up and telling her everything is fine. Even when he's bleeding, even when his books are ruined and smell like smoke. She calls Mitsuki, practically begging her to ask Katsuki to keep an eye out for Izuku. She calls Aldera. She emails Aldera. Again and again and again. Nothing. No replies. No indication that anything is going on. She bides her time because parent-teacher conferences are coming up. They can't avoid her forever. Their answers are less than satisfactory, but unless Izuku admits he's being hurt at school, she has nothing to back up her claims. Aldera could claim his injuries came from outside of school. She needed Izuku to tell her the truth. Out of all the people she had seen bullied, out of all the people she tried to protect, Izuku was the only who refused her help. It was only in his third year, after he confessed that he thought nothing would change if she knew, that Inko realized he hadn't lied to her out of misplaced pride. He had done it to protect her. He didn't want to burden her. That was it. All those lies, all those misdirections, it was never about trying to be strong or hiding his shame. Something inside her woke up at his confession. A cold anger she had thought long dead came back with a vengeance. She had taught Izuku kindness, but now she would teach him the value and virtues of retaliation. Izuku sat on his bed mindlessly scrolling through his phone. It was already evening, but today had been such a whirlwind of information that he was still trying to process it all. Who knew his day would consist of him learning about All Might's quirk and then being offered it? 14 really was shaping up to be the most interesting year of his life so far. As they had left the school, Yagi told him that there was more to One for All than what was mentioned in their meeting with Nezu, but he refused to elaborate, instead promising to explain everything to Izuku after the entrance exam was over. His exact words had been, "I don't want you to worry more than you have to. Focus on your studies tonight, my boy." Which was very kind of Yagi, but that only made Izuku more curious. He couldn't stop himself. Yagi's intent had the same effect as a cliffhanger. Izuku was dying to get more information on One for All. It was all he could think about. When something catches his interest, he fixates on it to the point of obsession, especially if he doesn't understand how it works. And a quirk that could be passed to another person by the will of the holder? It was perfect for fixating on. Of course, he still cared about the exam, but he couldn't look at his notes for more than 5 minutes before his mind drifted back to everything he had learned. A mystery had been dangled right in front of his face and then yanked away. Izuku had texted Yagi a few times, trying to wheedle some more information out of him. He tried his best to convince Yagi that Izuku was not afraid of spoilers without sounding like a rabid fan, but the man held firm in his decision. To say that Izuku was interested in One for All would be an understatement. He wanted to learn everything about it. He was determined to become the #1 expert on it. Becoming the next user, though, that he was eyeing with great hesitation, which was surprising. Izuku always thought he knew what he wanted. Indecision was something he only felt when he had to choose between buying hero merch or notebooks. He never thought he'd feel it when it came to becoming a hero. That Yagi felt Izuku was worthy to take his quirk was more than flattering, but it was also simultaneously the best and worst offer in the world. It was like Izuku's own little Pandora's box that he wanted to peek into but also chain up and bury deep in the earth. On one hand, he was being offered a quirk. One that could has saved a lot of people. No one would sneer at him for becoming a hero if he had One for All. He could finally be on equal footing with his peers, could finally throw the moniker Deku back in their faces and prove that they were wrong about him. But on the other hand, he was already doing that? Without a quirk? Nobody had tried to do anything to him after Hada's stunt, but no one had tried to befriend him either. Not that he would have believed them if they had. The "let's be friends, ha just kidding loser" prank had been played on him too many times for him to trust anyone's word at Aldera. He still thinks about those kids, the ones that would grin at him with their hands held out, only to laugh and pull away as he reached out. When you've lived most of your life with people genuinely smiling as they hurt you, it leaves an impression. Not all the confidence in the world could erase the feeling completely. Accepting the quirk would make his dream of becoming a hero so much easier. At the end of the day, a quirk is a tool, a unique evolution meant to help humanity survive. With One for All, Izuku would gain super strength and speed that few, if any, could match. He could save so many more people with it than if he stayed quirkless. Logically, he knew this. And yet, he felt hollow. Maybe if Yagi had told him his intentions from the beginning, Izuku wouldn't be feeling this way. Maybe he would have jumped at the chance and not cared about anything else. He remembers their conversation that first day. He had said most people would pick a superpower if given a choice. It was no-brainer at the end of the day. But the thing is, Izuku didn't spend most of the year training to receive a quirk. He hadn't been at the soup kitchen serving food, sometimes to other quirkless people, knowing he would have a way out soon. He didn't clean up the beach or practice at the arcade thinking they were warm-ups for something bigger. Izuku had been training to be the best hero within his capabilities. He had finally felt like he was worthy just as himself. He has never been ashamed of being quirkless, not really. Did he spend most of his life wondering what it would be like to have a quirk? Did seeing others use their quirks without a thought or care bring out a hungry greed to know in him? Yes to both, and his training didn't change what he's felt for 10 years, but it did shift his perspective. It made him realize that even without a quirk he could be strong. He could save people. Maybe that's why being offered such a blessing felt like a blow, because even though Yagi wanted to give him One for All with good intentions, it felt like Izuku was being told he wasn't enough. Like all the work he put into improving himself was a start but not enough to make it as a hero. And that other part of him, that hungry greed, is dreadfully tempted. So curious to accept the quirk and finally understand what normal feels like. Still, it's not like taking a quirk would magically make his life better. Izuku wasn't even sure if he could handle the quirk. One for All was insanely strong, and it clearly took a toll on the user's body. Yagi said he could will it to anyone he wanted, but that didn't mean the quirk would take nicely to the next user. What if Izuku accepted One for All and it blew his arms off the moment he tried to use it? What if the quirk said, "No thanks, I don't want this nerd," and just decked him into the afterlife itself? Not that Yagi indicated that One for All was sentient, but it's the principle of the matter. Izuku can't save people with a power he can't control. There was also the fact that Izuku couldn't hand wave away suddenly having a quirk after years of not having one. Saying he was hiding it the whole time wouldn't make sense and wasn't even worth considering. Claiming to be a late bloomer would work on just about everyone, except for the people that mattered. His mom would be skeptical, but would also accept his explanation without much fuss if he proved he had super strength. Accepting didn't mean she would believe his excuse, but he didn't think she would call him out on it. The real problem would be his dad. Even though he was so far away and in a different time zone, he still video called Izuku every Saturday without fail. He'd ask about Izuku's week and complain about how boring his job was. Since he was currently contracted with a financial company, they had him sign a boatload of NDAs, so he couldn't say much about what he was doing for them. He just liked to whine, and Izuku couldn't help but make a joke out of his suffering. "Dad, you don't have to lie. Mom and I know you're actually a spy. Going away for months at a time? Evading our questions about your work by saying you can't talk about it? Just admit you're on a long-term undercover mission. We won't tell." "Izu, if I was a spy, I guarantee I would have compromised this mission by shooting someone by now. These British jerks claim their tea brewing techniques are better than ours. You don't even like tea." "Not the point. They lured me in with their polite ways and then sprung this insult towards the Japanese people on me, the audacity dash." His dad loves quirks but not the same way Izuku does. Izuku likes to study them, to figure out their strengths and weakness and how they work. His dad likes that too, but his real interest lies in the genetic side of it, why quirks form the way they do. Just as Izuku buys notebooks, his dad buys scientific journals like cheap candy. Izuku once asked him why he didn't study quirks for a living and received a long rant on how that would suck all the fun out of his hobby. "Also, I like making rich people cry when I point out their business is going to go under in the next 5 years. There's just something magical about snot on Armani suits, you know, Izu? I don't fit. I really don't. You'll get there. By the way, why didn't you tell me you were a meme? I had to find out from your mom and that kinda stings. I'm a cool dad. I think it's neat you're famous." "It's not neat. I hate it. I'm not seeing it pop up as much, but it needs to go away permanently." Izu, don't be like that. It's popular because you expressed what many people are feeling on the inside but cannot say for fear of being fired. That's why I have it framed on my desk. When someone's trying to be chummy with me, I flip it around so they know how I feel about them. Works like a charm. You did not print out that photo of me. Dad, you did not. His dad would poke so many holes into the late bloomer excuse, there wouldn't be an excuse left. He'd probably even have a presentation ready with a million slides to prove why he was right. Izuku might have been able to say his quirk had been stress-activated, but his double-jointed toe and the lack of super strength in any family member was enough to cast doubt on that explanation. His dad was more likely to believe Izuku was hit by a quirk that gave him permanent powers, which, in a way, would be the truth. But he would also notice how similar Izuku's quirk was to All Might's and connect the dots himself. Midoriya Hisashi loved conspiracy theories. The more Izuku thought about it, the more he could feel a headache coming on. He was beginning to think that if he accepted One for All, an NDA would be easier to deal with than coming up with a convincing lie to tell his parents. If he accepted, he groaned, dropping his phone and rubbing at his eyes, annoyed at himself. "It shouldn't be this hard," he muttered. "The answer is so obvious. Having a quirk will make everything easier." "Sure, I'll have to learn to control it and not kill anyone or myself, but everyone with a quirk has to do that. This is a good thing, you idiot. It's everything you've wanted since you were 4. He looked up at his ceiling. So why do I want to say no? It's selfish, he thinks, to try and become a hero without a quirk. It's selfish because he wants to save people. How many people would be put in danger because he wanted to prove a point? How many people would die because he wanted to show the world that a quirkless person could be a hero? That he's even hesitating is almost proof enough that he was right about what he said in Principal Ned's office. Telling Yagi he would be too powerful was mostly a joke, but a part of him is worried that he might accidentally become a villain. It's a stupid little fear, but after thinking over what he did to Hada, Izuku had come to the realization that he might be angrier and a less forgiving than he previously considered when it came to certain things. Sometimes he wonders if getting hit by that confidence quirk had permanently taken away some of his empathy. Deep down, though, Izuku knows that's not true. He's always been angry. The quirk just loosened the tight hold he kept it under, is all. Well, when in doubt, it's best to get a second opinion. Izuku sighed, already guessing what type of responses he would get, as he grabbed his phone and opened up his forum app. Forum was the most generic and uninspiring name for a social platform, and it was intentional. On the surface, it looked like any other posting site in terms of interface and content, but there was a whole section that could only be accessed if one was approved by an admin. There was a small qualification process a user had to pass. It was easy for a select few and impossible for the rest, though, admittedly, no one knew they were being tested. One just had to prove they were quirkless. Izuku was only approved after messaging back and forth with an admin, talking about things only a quirkless person would know firsthand. Once he was in, he gained access to the chat feature and several sections ran by other quirkless users. There were other online quirkless communities, but those sites were more vulnerable to cyber attacks and hate simply because of what they stood for. Forum was more subtle for that reason and more selective about who was let in. Their concern wasn't to remind the world that quirkless people existed, but to give quirkless people a safe place to be themselves. Besides, who didn't want to be part of a secret online community? Izuku had made a few friends on Forum, but he wouldn't say he was close to any of them. He did value their opinions, but he realized that the site had a portion of followers who did not like quirks. Hated them beyond reason. Hated them as in, quirked people are freaks and need to die. Level of despise. The moderators did their best to counteract this type of thinking, but Forum was a place where quirkless people could air their frustrations, so the line between venting and hate could get blurry. As someone who loves quirks and loves to talk about them, it's awkward for Izuku. So he isn't on often, and when he is, it's usually to look at a chat message. He mentally prepares himself and begins to type. Bad diagnosis chat. _lurker_. I have a question for you guys. But you can't get mad at me for asking. Kiki, Lurky. You are here. Laughing face thought you died or something. Thundersk. I'm always mad, but I'll try my best not to be pissed. Just for you, Lurk. Vintage Din, ask. _lurker_. If you were offered a quirk, would you take it? Thundersk. The fuck kind of question is that? _lurker_. A hypothetical one. I've been thinking on it and I can't decide. Kiki, really? Dash? Weird, I thought you'd jump on it, Lurk. Since you live quirks. Thundersk. I wouldn't. Quirks are the worst. Why the hell would I want one? Kiki, oh? No quirk for the angry toe? Thundersk. Not even if you paid me. Not that it's possible anyway. Why even think about it, Lurk? _lurker_. Just popped into my head is all. Vintage DNA. I think it would depend on the quirk. If it was something weak and insignificant, I'd probably take it just so I could say I have a quirk. People would leave me alone then. _lurker_. You would want a weak quirk? Vintage DNA. Of course. Strong quirks are interesting, but they always come with a price. I know too many people who have to live their lives around their quirks because they'd hurt someone if they're careless. That's why I feel nothing but pity for people with touch activation quirks. Kiki? Or like that suicide bomber Midnight caught a few years ago. His head was literally a bomb. Vintage DNA. Exactly. What good is having a quirk if it's an inconvenience to me? If it affects my health or makes others think I'm dangerous, I don't want it. The underscored O, lurk. Is this really a hypothetical question? Underscore lurker underscore, yeah? The underscored O, really? You're not gonna become a faker, are you? Izuku winced when that question popped across his screen. Fakers were quirkless people that managed to convince the quirk registrar they were late bloomers. There was a whole section ran by them on forum. They had tips and tricks on the best type of quirks to imitate and how to do it. Most fakers' quirks were sleight of hand or relied on subtle support items. Izuku had tried once when he told the lady behind the counter that his quirk was common sense and it did exactly what it said. She kindly told him to try again. He never did. Fakers were a point of contention in the quirkless community because some felt like it was a betrayal and insult to other quirkless people. Izuku wasn't bothered by them because he understood the want to belong. Underscore lurker underscore, I promise I'm not trying to be a faker. It really is just a question. See, Kiki, even if lurky was, it's none of your business toe. Underscore, the hell it isn't. I'm not interested in being friends with people who are ashamed of themselves or of me. Vintage DNA, he said it was a question. Even if lurk's lying, people fake for other reasons than shame. You know, when it comes to jobs, a person with a quirk is going to be considered over one of us. Can you begrudge a quirkless person who wants to better their life? Stop being a judgmental asshole. Underscore, no, and I don't care. We shouldn't have to conform ourselves to their standards. Kiki, whatever, you guys fight about that somewhere else. Please lurky, I'm with Vin on this one. I would need to know what kind of quirk before saying yes or no. If it was something really cute like cat ears, then hell yeah. Gimme that quirk. Meow, meow, motherfers, but if it was like, people can see their worst fears when they look at me, I'd say that's a hard pass. Vintage Dean, Kiki, the chat's not censored. You can say motherfucker. Kiki, don't wanna, angry face gotta be cute and set a good example for Lurky since he's younger than us. Underscore, you're the most disgusting person I know. And I've never met you. Kiki, toe, I will end you quicker than Death Arm's reputation. Laughing face. At this point Izuku gives his thanks and logs off. They'll just keep squabbling and he has other things to worry about. He's relieved to know that some quirkless people wouldn't judge him if he did end up accepting one for all, but they didn't really help him come to a conclusion like he had hoped. Maybe he should just flip a coin? He thought about it for a second before shaking his head, eyes growing heavy. This was a life-changing decision. Leaving it up to chance would be disrespectful to himself and Yagi. Izuku dozed in and out of sleep that night. He never slept well when he felt stressed. He tried his best but gave up when the sun peeked through his window. Taking the exam tired wasn't ideal, but he'd power through it. After eating a small breakfast and getting a good luck kiss from his mom, Izuku made his way to the train station. On a whim, he bought a coffee and energy drink from one of the station's vending machines. He put the energy drink in his bag and immediately chugged the coffee, finishing right before the train pulled up. The nutritional plan Yagi had him on cut out caffeine completely, but he needed the extra kick today. For the record, Izuku had never had coffee or an energy drink before. They weren't staples in the Midoriya household. His mom said their personalities didn't mesh well with those types of drinks, whatever that meant. So to err on the side of caution, he had picked the smallest cans, figuring they'd be quick little pick-me's. Izuku doesn't really know what double espresso means, but it tasted pretty bitter. What he does know was that he wasn't a fan of the taste. The ride was 45 minutes, but all too soon Izuku was standing in front of Yuuei's gates again. Clutching at the straps of his backpack, he took a deep breath and stepped inside. Yuuei's campus was top-notch, as expected. Izuku hadn't noticed yesterday, but it was wide and spacious. A lot of thought had been put into the landscape and buildings to accommodate students and their unique quirks. Out of the corner of Izuku's eye, he caught sight of familiar spiky blonde hair coming his way. Bakugo passed by him as if he didn't exist. Didn't even scowl at him. But Izuku could only hope that it would stay like that if they both make it in. Hey, does that kid go to our school? He looks familiar. Izuku heard someone in the crowd say as he walked by. He didn't look their way, but he knew they were looking at him. A familiar dread came over him. Who, the guy with the green hair? I don't think so, but you're right. I feel like I've seen him before. That sentence didn't even need to be finished to have Izuku picking up his pace and biting back a groan. The meme wasn't even that funny. Why won't they let it die? He'd scream that from the rooftop if he thought that would make it go away, but he knew how the internet worked. They'd just make a new meme of him asking everyone to stop. In his haste to run away from his miserable fame, he ended up stumbling a little. He would have been able to correct himself, but before he could, he found himself floating. Is this a side effect from the coffee? Was all Izuku could think as he stared at the ground before his brain kindly reminded him that quirks existed. You alright? Someone asked as he felt gravity return to him. Izuku turned his head to find a girl smiling at him. She had warm brown eyes that matched the color of her hair and a wide smile. Yeah, I'm good. Thanks for the catch, neat quirk. If Izuku wasn't thinking about one for all in the back of his head and the upcoming exam, he would have had his notebook and pen ready because her quirk was fascinating. Was it gravity manipulation? Could she increase gravity too? How did she activate it? No problem. Sorry to use it on you without asking, but I thought it'd be a bad omen if you fell. She let out a laugh and adjusted her bag. Izuku caught sight of pink pads on her fingers. Touch activation then. I gotta admit, I'm pretty nervous. I can't believe I'm here, she grinned. I know what you mean. It feels like a dream. Right? Well, good luck, she waved to him as she walked away. You too. Izuku waved back, suddenly thankful for all his time spent at a soup kitchen. He hadn't volunteered there to work on his social skills, but he's met so many people from different walks of life that he learned social cues real quick. There was also the fact that several regulars who probably weren't on the right side of the law had taken a liking to him. After being forced into a conversation on how to, hypothetically, hotwire a car if you lost your keys too many times for comfort, talking to that girl had been easy. He made his way into the auditorium and held back a groan when he found his seat was next to Bakugo. He didn't have time to agonize over it as a familiar voice rang throughout the auditorium, gaining everyone's attention. Welcome everybody. Present Mike had entered the room and was standing center stage in his hero costume. Are you guys excited or what? Can I get a yeah? His enthusiasm was met with a dead silence. Oh, it's Present Mike. I can't believe he's here. Izuku whispered under his breath, too starstruck to realize a question had been asked. He's so cool. I have so many questions about his quirk. The rest of the sentence was lost in a sea of muttering that Izuku's seatmates learned to tune out once they realized he wasn't paying attention to their glares. Perhaps someone might have said something, but the blonde next to the mumbling boy had a look of pure venom in his gaze, so they let it be. All Might is Izuku's favorite hero and the chances of that changing are in the negatives, but Present Mike was a very close second on his list and it wasn't just because of his quirk. Izuku grew up listening to Put Your Hands Up radio. There was something comforting about listening to someone be so unapologetically themselves. Present Mike was loud but he was also kind. If someone called into the show sounding distressed, he never hung up on them. He never made fun of them, never got mad, and always stayed on the line until they were happy and laughing with him. Present Mike stayed on the line no matter how long it took to make sure his callers were okay. On his show, there was no such thing as a timed call. Izuku's heard the criticisms against him. Present Mike is too loud. He's annoying and weird. His voice hurts my ears, etc., etc. Every so often, people would call into the show and say those things to him directly, but Present Mike never lost his composure. He never sounded upset or angry when he talked to them. Even now, Izuku remembers what Present Mike would say to those people. My quirk's my quirk. Can't really change that. The only thing I can change is my style and I'm not doing that because I like it. I know my personality isn't everyone's cup of tea and that's okay. I can survive your words. Thanks for calling in. I hope you have an awesome, rockin' day. To have such a gracious response to hatred, how could Izuku not admire him? I'm gonna give you guys a rundown on how this exam is gonna go. You ready? Can I get a yeah? Present Mike yelled out to the crowd, pumping his fist in the air. Yeah. Izuku, who had stopped feeling shame around the time he saw Present Mike and probably wouldn't regain the feeling until after he slept, enthusiastically screamed back. He was the only one. Seriously? Bakugo muttered under his breath, trying to pretend the sudden scream hadn't made him jump a little. Oh, Izuku laughed lightly when he realized he had startled the kids around him. Sorry. I thought we were supposed to yell back. Plus ultra and all that. He managed to say and was rather proud of himself for sounding like a normal person and not an idiot who had brazenly drank a coffee after being on a strict nutritional diet that had no caffeine for almost a year. Meanwhile, Present Mike was valiantly withholding a squeal of joy. Finally, someone yelled back. He felt vindicated, and it was just icing on the cake that it was the kid that called out Death Arms all those months ago. The break it down for me meme was used heavily in all his chats, and that wasn't stopping anytime soon. He mentally renewed his vow that he would gladly die for this child. Plus Ultra is right. I like your fire, listener. Alright. Make sure you're paying close attention, everyone. There will be a 10-minute practice run at our replica city districts to test your courage. You can bring whatever want, just make sure to meet at the designated area after I'm done explaining, okay? The written portion of the exam is after lunch, so don't worry about being tired. You'll have time to eat and review for it, but here's what to expect from the practical. As Present Mike continued to talk, Izuku felt relief when it was revealed they'd be fighting robots. He could work with that. All those rounds of laser tag when he didn't feel like going against people were about to come in handy. In terms of weapons, he didn't have an arsenal to choose from, but he could make do. He brought his taser just in case the exam was going to be one-on-one sparring. Briefly, he had considered buying a metal bat but decided against it. Izuku was here to be a hero, not scare other kids into thinking he was out for their kneecaps and pocket money. As Present Mike went over the different type of robots and the point system, someone raised their hand. Excuse me, may I ask a question? A boy from a few rows down called out as he stood up. On the handout, there are 4 types robots but you only listed 3. Such an error should be an embarrassment for a top-tier academy like Yuuei. From Izuku's vantage point, he could only see the back of the boy's dark hair and his rigid posture. And you, the stern boy whirled around, pointing an accusing finger at Izuku. Izuku blinked. Do you think this is a game? If you're not serious, please leave. And stop shaking and muttering. You're distracting everyone. Izuku looked down at his hands and was surprised to see they were trembling. He had also been unconsciously shaking one of his legs at a quick pace. Oh, he thought, so this is coffee jitters? It's like all the physical traits of being nervous without the emotion. Nice. I don't think it's a game. Sorry about the muttering, I didn't realize I was doing it. Can't help the shaking though. Also, he met the other boy's glare with a calm gaze. I don't think Present Mike was done talking. The boy opened his mouth but Izuku never found out what he was going to say because Present Mike took over. I was just about to get to the 4th robot. The man screamed, getting everyone's attention again. It's worth 0 points. There's only 1 in each area but be careful. If it gets too crowded, they'll rampage. And trust me, you don't want that. The screen behind him showed a silhouette of the robot and it was far bigger than the others next to it. I see. My apologies for being rude. The boy gave a stiff bow before sitting back down. No worries. I'm pretty much done. I'll leave you with this before you head out. Present Mike leaned forward and gave them a big grin with his parting words. A true hero never stops overcoming misfortunes in life. Fight on and remember, plus ultra. Izuku was quick to change into his tracksuit and head to his designated area. In the auditorium, he had glanced at Bakugo's paper and saw he had a different number. Yuuei must have wanted to split up kids from the same school to avoid easy team-ups. As he took in the replica city, he couldn't help but be impressed by Yuuei again. They really did go all out, didn't they? Though, with Nezu in charge, Izuku was surprised the practical was robot hunting. It would still be challenging but after their meeting yesterday, from what Izuku gathered from the principal's personality, this seemed tame and simple. Too simple. There had to be a catch or a hidden motive, something. Izuku could feel it in his bones. Though, glancing around at the applicants, maybe Izuku was being paranoid. Everyone seemed at ease. He caught sight of the girl from this morning. Maybe he should go over and wish her luck? He dismissed the thought as quickly as it came and right as he did, a hand clamped down on his shoulder, making him tense. He turned his head and saw it was the boy from the auditorium. "Ahai," Izuku said, stepping away and out of the other's grasp. The boy was almost a head taller than him and physically fit. A quick glance at his legs revealed quite a bit about his quirk. Engines, it looked like, designed to give him an extra boost of speed and power. Not unlike the hero Ingenium. Izuku wondered if they were related. The boy continued to look at him with disapproval. Izuku wasn't a fan of that, having felt that look most of his life. Giving the other the benefit of the doubt that the boy was still annoyed about earlier, Izuku tried to give him a peace offering. In the auditorium, I really am sorry about the muttering. I don't realize I'm doing it. Is that what he wanted to hear? The other's frown deepened. Apparently not looking for an apology then. I see what you're doing. You did it while Present Mike was talking, but to continue to do so and to target specific people is shameful behavior. The boy scolded him. That what? I have no idea what you're talking about. Izuku admitted, scratching the back of his head. Don't try to pretend. I saw you looking at that girl. You're planning on breaking her concentration. Such behavior is unbecoming of a hero. The accusation was loud enough to draw attention from the kids around them. Any goodwill Izuku had just walked out the door and it wasn't coming back. Apathy settled in his chest as the boy continued to rant at him. Bored, Izuku took out the energy drink he bought this morning. It was one of those super small ones that could be finished in 2 gulps. The bold red words "Smash Energy Drink." Punch your fatigue away. Spread across most of the bottle. Izuku liked the retro-styled All Might in the background. That was partly why he picked it. He turned it over and his eyebrows rose at the amount of sugar in the drink. Is this safe to drink? He wondered when he saw the drink claimed to give a boost of energy for 5 hours and was fast-acting. Bringing the bottle closer to his face, he found a disclaimer written in minuscule type near the bottom. Please drink responsibly. Not meant for minors. Do not drink if you have a heart condition. Do not drink more than 1 Smash Energy drink per day. Maybe I'll drink this before the written exam. Taking it now while I'm on a coffee kick might be tempting fate. Izuku thought. And, are you listening to me? Nope, Izuku said, pocketing the drink. I stopped around the time you began accusing me of sabotage because I looked at someone. It's because you looked like you were going to dash. Izuku felt his last thread of patience snap. It was almost audible. Whatever the boy was going to say died on his lips when he saw Izuku's expression. It was the softest, most chilling smile he had ever seen. How unfortunate for Ida Tenya that Izuku did not have the same grace as Present Mike did when it came to criticism and accusations. Wow, really? I looked like I was going to do something awful? From a glance? Is that what you're telling me? Izuku asked, ignoring the snickering from those around them. Is that your quirk, then? Can you tell what someone's intentions are? Can you see the future? Well, no, but dash, the boy sputtered, but Izuku had had enough. His anger was slowly getting out the chokehold his apathy had it in. Look, I get that my muttering was distracting, but I already apologized for that. So whatever I did to make you mad, you're gonna have to break it down for me because I really don't know what I did for you to have it out for me. At the sound of that key phrase, several heads snapped to them, but Izuku didn't notice. It is him. That single thought was shared by a multitude of kids. Or maybe, Izuku took a step closer into the boy's personal space, still smiling, and began to speak softly. Maybe I didn't do anything and you know that. Maybe you're nervous and taking it out on me. I don't know. I don't know if you really think I'm here to cause trouble or if that's just a lame excuse you've thought up to make yourself feel better. To be honest, I don't care because, from my point of view, you're doing the exact thing you've been accusing me of. Except, I haven't done anything, have I? Izuku stepped away, expression never changing. From an outsider's point of view, he looked happy, like he was talking to an old friend. Please stop being a hypocrite, it's unbecoming of a hero. As the other boy's mouth dropped open in shock, Present Mick's voice boomed through the loudspeakers, breaking their concentration. And start. Nobody moved. What are you waiting for? There's no countdown in a real battle. Better run, the clock's a tickin'. That proclamation jerked everyone out of their thoughts and into action. Most of the kids began to run towards the city's entrance, creating a huge crowd. Izuku jogged behind at a reasonable pace. There was no point in wasting energy trying to run ahead, he'd be suffocated by the amount of people. Besides, if they're going up against robots, he needs a little destruction for everything to go smoothly. As he enters the city, it's already in chaos. A one-pointer busted out of a wall to his left, and he hears its robotic voice even above the screaming and explosions. Target lock on. Murder mode activated. Izuku tenses and waits. Right as he hears the sound of a high-pitched laser beam gearing up to be released, a much stronger laser beam takes the robot out as someone yells, "Art of Seduction." "Thanks," he called out, and a blonde boy surrounded by sparkles stepped through the smoke. "Non, merci beaucoup," he said with an accent and winks at Izuku before walking away. "We made a good team. Alas, our paths shall not cross again." "Yeah," Izuku said softly to himself as he picks through the wreckage of the robot. He pulls out a metal pipe and gives it a few practice swings. It was a good team up. He then proceeds to smash it into a robot trying to sneak up on him. 1 point for Midoriya Izuku. The exam was supposed to be stressful. It was supposed to challenge students to use their quirks in meaningful ways. It was designed to make them think. Yuuei changed their practical every year so no one could prepare ahead of time. As a school, they were only interested in taking students who could think on their feet. But Izuku? He was having fun. Maybe it was the coffee. Maybe it was the fact that it reminded him of the laser tag sessions against robots. Whatever the reason, he didn't feel nervous or stressed as he bounced through the city, smashing up robot after robot with pieces of their fallen brethren. He was grateful they actually were robots and not AI. A part of him had been worried that would be Nedzu's trick. Robots had set protocols they couldn't go against. They couldn't change their attack pattern or heighten their intelligence. In the first 3 minutes of the test, he figured out that it took them 7 seconds to lock onto a target. About 5 seconds before they attacked, he could safely move out of the way and get in close to take their heads off. Not everyone picked up on this. Izuku would call out warnings to other kids if he saw an attack coming. If he was near them, he'd tug them out of the way if there wasn't enough time to say anything. Very few people thanked him for this. He also laid the smack down on a few robots that had been damaged but not destroyed. He wasn't sure if he'd get points for those since someone else got to them first, but he'd rather have them out for good than getting up and attacking again. Does he get points for those? I've never seen a kid do that before. Of course. They got back up, didn't they? Izuku's favorite moment in the exam came when 2 3-pointers blocked him in from opposite sides. He sidestepped to the left and they blew each other up. He had always wanted to do that. It made him feel like a cool protagonist in an action movie. Everything was going well right up until the end. 2 minutes before the exam ended, the 0-pointer was triggered. It loomed above even the highest buildings in the city, and for one moment, all was quiet save for the creaking of metal joints. Then it punched the ground, causing debris to fly everywhere, almost like a warning. It was enough to have everyone running towards the entrance, Izuku included. As he was heading that way, he heard a faint "ow" and looked back. Izuku saw the girl from this morning trapped in some rubble from the attack. He stopped dead. His brain shifted gears. For him, this was no longer a test. This was real. She was hurt and it was only going to get worse if no one stepped in. She needed help. That was all he could think. She needed help and no one seemed to care. As people passed him, someone familiar caught his eye. He grabbed onto the arm of the boy with engine legs as he ran by, causing him to stumble. He shook Izuku off and glared at him. "What are you doing?" Present Mike clearly stated that attacking other examinees is against the rules. "She's hurt." The boy stopped. "What?" Izuku pointed to the girl, an urgency filling him. "She's hurt. Your quirk is speed-based, right? Help me get to her. We can pull her out. Do you not see the 0-pointer right there?" Izuku didn't have time for this. He grabbed the boy by his shirt and yanked him down to look him in the eye. 1 minute remaining. Do you want to be a hero or not? Izuku yelled, angry that they were wasting time arguing. Of course. Then act like one and help me save her." And something inside Ida's head clicked. Ida turned around. Hop on. The zero-pointer looks slower than the other robots, but not by much. I'm Ida Tenya, and with my quirk we can make it in time. Midoriya Izuku. Let's go. That's how Izuku found himself piggyback riding on the back of a boy with some serious speed. It felt like a blink and they were in front of the girl. Don't worry, we're here to help you, Ida told her as Izuku got down. She looked up at them, dazed. He turned to Izuku. We need to get this chunk of concrete off her leg. Together we should be able to move it just enough to get her dash. Izuku, who was running on adrenaline and was used to lifting fridges and other heavy junk, grabbed the piece of concrete and chucked it at the zero-pointer. It hit the robot's leg with a tiny clank. It didn't cause any damage, but it did get the zero-pointer's attention. Free. Ida ended, voice pitched a little higher, eyes wide behind his glasses. Get her out of here. Izuku never looked away from the zero-pointer. It's locked onto me as a target. If you go now, it won't chase you. But what about you? The girl asked as Ida lifted her up and held her close to his chest. I'm going to distract it. Go. Izuku yelled as Ida took off. Wait, the girl yelled over the wind. We can't leave him there. Don't worry. I'm sure he'll follow us. Besides, time is almost up. Ida tried to assure her. But he's running towards it. What? Ida glanced back and sure enough, there was Izuku running to meet the zero-pointer. 45 seconds remaining. Izuku never claimed to be smart. Running towards something that is way bigger, stronger, and wants to smash him like a bug is genuinely a stupid idea. 30 seconds. He doesn't have a plan. It was just, well, there was something he wanted to check. 20 seconds. The robots in the laser tag arena have nothing on these robots in terms of strength, but the models were similar. Similar enough to make him wonder if they were built the same. 15 seconds. Izuku saw its hand beginning to come down. He sped up. 10 seconds. Izuku dodged the zero-pointer's hand and ran towards the back of its left leg. This was a test. Kids were expected to get hurt but not be in serious danger. Surely Yuuei had some type of failsafe on this thing? 5 seconds. Eyes wild, Izuku looks over the green metal. If it's anything like the laser tag robots, then for the safety of the examinees there should be, there it is. Grabbing onto a large bolt, he gave himself a boost up and grabbed a handle that had been just out of reach. 1 second in time. The practical is now over. Present Mike yells and the zero-pointer shuts down. That right as Izuku rips open a panel to find the manual power switch. Heaving a heavy sigh, he let go and collapsed on the ground, relieved. It was blissfully quiet for a few moments before a faint buzzing filled the air. Annoyed, he turned his head and saw one of the camera drones floating near him. He hoped whoever was on the other side could see how unimpressed he was. The next time you guys build a robot, please consider us shorter people when you install the power switch. In a room filled with teachers observing this year's hopefuls, Aizawa feels a headache coming on as they watch an idiotic boy run straight towards the zero-pointer. An idiotic boy he recognizes. Oh, that one's going to be fun. Kiyama purred. She shuffled through some papers, looking for his application. Midoriya Izuku? I like him already. Looks familiar. Of course he looks familiar. Mike only sent that meme to the teacher's chat 1,000 times and then some. It figures that the boy who gave him soup was the same one that almost sassed Death Arms into an early retirement. Aizawa hadn't made the connection because the kid had never gotten too close to him. The points haven't been counted yet. He might not have enough. He kept his voice monotone. Oh please. He was rescuing kids left and right. If he passes the written test he'll be in and you know it. Snipe spoke. And running towards something like that zero-pointer, that takes guts. Or a suicidal mindset. Aizawa grunted. Next to him, Yagi stiffened at the words before relaxing again, and Aizawa felt a flash of guilt. He had never worked with someone quirkless before, but he knew the suicide rates were high for them. He would have to watch his words. Yagi began tentatively with a soft smile. I know it looks reckless from here, but I recognize that expression. He has a plan. Does he? Ken asked right as Midoriya barely avoided the zero-pointer's hand. They watched as he went around back and stopped at the leg. I don't know what he's planning, but if he doesn't do it now, this will have been pointless. Majima, who had been silent for most of the practical, suddenly leaned forward, eyes glued to the screen. He was in charge of the support course, but he liked observing the hero exam to get an idea about how his year was going to go. Aizawa had never seen him this interested. Clever kid. Majima whispered as Midoriya began to climb. Praise from Majima was rare and it made everyone shut up and watch. When Mike reached the end of the countdown, they realized what Midoriya was trying to do. Kiyama actually shrieked when the time ended. No, he was so close. But let him have it. Let him have the point, she yelled at the screen. It's a zero-pointer, there are no points for it. Aizawa reminded her and she pouted. Then I petitioned that he get something for pulling that off. A detention. No. A tired voice filtered through the room. One only a select few recognized. The next time you guys build a robot, please consider us shorter people when you install the power switch. It felt like all the air had been sucked out of the room. Those annoyed green eyes, that exhausted expression glaring at them through the camera, someone took a sharp intake of air and Aizawa knew they had all caught on. Oh my God, it's him! Several people yelled at once, far more excited than they had any right to be. Among the chaos, Aizawa felt a chill go through him. Turning to his right, he saw Nedzu set his teacup down and chuckle. There was glint in his eye. Never a good sign. I like him too. Nedzu looked at him and a slow dawning realization came to Aizawa. Something awful was coming his way this semester and it was green. Extra. Read your cursed might extras here. First try at the beginning scene of Izuku trying to wheedle more info out of Yagi. Wasn't quite the mood I wanted, but some of you might get a kick out of it. Izuku sat in his room mindlessly scrolling through his phone. It was already evening, but today had been such a whirlwind of information that he was still trying to process it all. Who knew his day would consist of him learning about All Might's quirk and then being offered it? 14 really was shaping up to be the most interesting year of his life so far. As they had left the school, Yagi told him that there was more to One for All than what was mentioned in their meeting with Nedzu, but he refused to elaborate, instead promising to explain everything to Izuku after the entrance exam was over. His exact words had been, I don't want you to worry more than you have to. Focus on your studies tonight, my boy. Which was very kind of Yagi, but that only made Izuku more curious. He couldn't stop himself. Yagi's intent had the same effect as a cliffhanger. Izuku was dying to get more information on One for All. It was all he could think about. When something catches his interest, he fixates on it to the point of obsession. This desire resulted in the following conversation. Me, Yagi-san. Please. I'm too young to die like this. I need more info on your quirk. Please. You can't do this to me. You're my hero. I need you to save me from this curiosity. Yagi, after the entrance exam. I promise I'll explain everything. Please focus on your studies and stop worrying about this. Izuku stared at his phone, trying to figure out how to get Yagi to give him spoilers about One for All. Just because Izuku was on the fence about taking quirk didn't mean he wasn't interested in learning everything he could about it. He had hoped begging would soften Yagi's heart, but it looks like he needs to go with a different tactic. One he really didn't want to use, but desperate measures were required. Me, if you tell me now, I'll give you cursed might. I know you really liked him. It almost physically pained Izuku to type that, but there was nothing else in his possession that Yagi would want. Almost immediately there was a response. Yagi, who do you think I am? And why would I want something that I autographed? Izuku blinked as a selfie of a smug Yagi holding up an action figure similar to cursed might showed up on his screen. He should have figured the man had the time and money to track down another one. He turned to look at cursed might sitting on his nightstand. Sometimes Izuku thought it had moved a few inches from where he had placed it, but that was probably his imagination. Can you believe him? Izuku complained to it, the only avenue of bribery I had, and he went out and found a similar figure to you. Cheater. Izuku mumbled under his breath before turning back to his notes. Well, it's kind of relieving, I guess. I really didn't want to give you away, you're so cool looking. Miles away in another house, Fumikage Tokoyami felt a shudder run through him. He turned to Dark Shadow. How peculiar. For an instant, it felt like the void was appeased by the light. As the camera drone flew off, Izuku sat up with a groan. He felt lightheaded and was doing his best to pretend the muscles in his body weren't aching. For the most part he was successful, but his hands refused to be ignored. Looking at them, Izuku winced. Between handling that concrete and clawing at the zero-pointer, they were scrapped up and bloody. He felt lucky he had all his fingernails. His ring finger on his right hand had some swelling. He had probably sprained it when he had thrown the concrete. A quick flex test caused a jolt of pain to go through him, but his finger did move, so that ruled out a broken bone. Ugh, the written exam is going to suck, he grumbled under his breath. Why couldn't he have been ambidextrous? While weighing the pros and cons of using his left hand to write, he didn't hear the footsteps coming his way. Oh my, a warm voice said, have a reckless streak, do we? Not really, Izuku replied faintly, still focused on his damaged hands. Begrudgingly, he accepted that his handwriting will be on par with a toddler's and prayed for the person that would be reviewing his essays. Someone cleared their throat, breaking his concentration. Looking up, his eyes widened in surprise. Before him was a little old woman with a comically large syringe cane. It matched the one that was keeping her hair up in a neat bun. Your recovery girl, he said, and felt dumb the moment the words left him because, wow, Izuku, way to state the obvious. And you're injured, she responded as she walked closer. Though not as much as you could have been. When I was told someone tried fighting the zero-pointer, I expected much worse. Let's get you healed up, dear. Wait! Izuku exclaimed, bringing his hands close to his chest. There's a girl, another examinee, she needs your help. She was caught up in the zero-pointer's first attack. Me and another kid helped her, but you need to heal her first. I think her leg was hurt. I don't know how bad her injuries are, but I know they're worse than mine. Oh no, I hope she didn't have a concussion. I didn't even think to check. Izuku cut himself off as got to his feet, scanning the area to see if he could spot her or Ida, but they were nowhere in sight. There weren't many kids left, and the few that remained were heading towards the exit. Child. Recovery girl interrupted his search by patting his side. I've healed everyone who needed medical attention besides yourself. But you're talking about a girl with short brown hair, yes? Has a round face and rosy cheeks. That's her. She's okay? Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him at recovery girl's nod. She's fine. A few bruises and her leg was a bit banged up but not broken. Cementos can control the density of his concrete. The cement he makes for this test is nowhere near as durable or heavy as it normally is. Keeps injuries minimal. She gently held Izuku's hands. As she looked them over, she frowned and clicked her tongue. But you should have worn protective gear if you planned to be in close combat. Izuku opened his mouth to tell her that he was more of an opportunist than a planner, but decided that she would probably scold him more. Recovery girl used this moment to perform a guerrilla warfare tactic and kissed one of his hands while he was distracted. She could already tell this one liked to hide his injuries. It reminded her too much of Yagi when she was first told about his quirk. They both had that stubborn need to know that everyone else was safe first before accepting help. They should probably never meet, she decided. They'd only encourage each other to be foolish. Immediately the pain in Izuku's hands eased into a light prickling sensation before disappearing altogether. He watched as cuts sealed themselves up and bruises turned yellow before fading away. If he had blinked he would have missed the entire process. That's so cool. He flexed his hands and felt no pain. Thank you so much. You're very welcome. Now go get some food in you. My quirk heals quickly, but it's at the cost of your own energy. Oh, so that's why Izuku felt drained. He thought it was the coffee finally wearing off. It was both. Giving his thanks one last time, Izuku made his way back to the locker room and changed in record time. His tracksuit was ripped beyond repair, but his energy drink had miraculously survived the whole fight. Stuffing it into his backpack, he walked around aimlessly, trying to decide how to kill time until the written exam began. He had forgotten to bring a bento box, and leaving campus seemed like a bad idea since he didn't know the area. Glancing around at all the kids that did bring their lunches, Izuku decided he didn't deserve this torment and made his way towards the library. He could review his notes one last time. Unbeknownst to him, if he had gone the way the majority had, he would have found a worried Ida and Uraraka looking for him. Shinso Hitoshi wasn't panicking. He didn't do panic. He was, however, kicking himself for doing so poorly on the practical. When Present Mike had announced they'd be facing off against robots, he knew it would be an uphill battle, but he still thought he had a chance. Then the exam began. He doesn't want to think back on how badly his performance had been. The pitiable amount of points he had managed to gain weren't worth mentioning. He didn't need to wait for the official results to come out to know he hadn't made it into the hero course. Which is fine. Really. Hitoshi had a hunch it would turn out this way. Hero schools always favored flashy destructive quirks over the more subtle ones. Yuuei was no different, but at least they had a way for people like him to prove themselves even if they failed the practical. Hitoshi would just have to plan accordingly and get into the hero course through different means. He was patient. He could wait a few more months to get where he wanted to be. But before that, he actually had to pass the written exam. So with a tired sigh and a heavy heart, Hitoshi headed towards the library to escape the chatter of the kids that did well. He tries to ignore the bitterness welling up within his chest. It must be nice to be so carefree. The thought slips into his head without permission and he throws it out just as quickly. Thinking like that wasn't going to change the situation. He would just have to work harder to catch up. Like always. To his annoyance, the library has a moderate amount of visitors. Kids with the same uniforms take up tables together, reviewing their notes and making quiet conversation. Some have a few open seats, but he'd rather study by himself. As he looks around, he realizes that the likelihood of that happening is slim. He wanders near the back and finds a near-empty table, save for a lone boy flipping through a book. He wonders why no one else is sitting there but decides not to overthink it. If the kid turns out to be annoying or creepy, he'll find another place to study. "Is it okay if I sit here?" he asks, already setting his bag down. The boy looks up at him with a tired expression and blinks a few times before realizing a question had been asked. "Yeah, go ahead," the boy said, turning his attention back to his book. Hitoshi gave a quiet thanks and sat down, ready to read the hell out of his study guide one last time. Save for the sound of paper rustling and the scratching of pencils, it was blissfully quiet. Hitoshi had just finished reviewing his math notes and was about to move on to English when he heard a loud gurgling noise. He ignored it the first time but looked up when it happened again. The boy gave him a sheepish smile when he caught him staring. "I forgot my lunch. Sorry about the noise. I can leave if it's too distracting." That's the most considerate thing another kid has said to him in a long time. Of course, the boy would probably have a much different reaction if he knew Hitoshi's quirk. He tries not to think about it and enjoy this rare moment of normalcy. "No, it's cool. You were here first anyway. I have a granola bar if you want it." He offers because he may not be a people person, but he's not heartless. He also doesn't want to hear a growling stomach while he's studying, but the first reason is still true. "No thanks. The boy stopped and grimaced when his stomach made another noise. "Actually, please." Hitoshi snickers a little as he slides the granola bar across the table and the other boy rips it open and scarfs it down within seconds. It was impressive how quickly and neatly the snack disappeared. "Thank you. The practical took a lot out of me," the boy managed to say before muffling a yawn into his shoulder. "Wasn't judging," Hitoshi replied, going back to his work. He spots a mistake and goes to erase it, only to glare at the dark streak the shitty eraser on his pencil left. He searches his bag for his spare eraser but comes up empty. "Damn it," he whispered under his breath. "Something wrong? Forgot my eraser." "No big deal." "Oh, hold on. I brought a few extra," the boy says, digging through his backpack. "Here you go," he exclaimed as he handed it over. Hitoshi almost asked if he brushed his teeth with sunshine because that grin was bright. Then he looked at the eraser and his eyes widened in shock. It was a yellow eraser shaped like goggles with distinctive bars over the lens area. There is only one hero who had gear like that. Don't freak out. It's a minimal design. He may not even know this is hero merch. Hitoshi thought, holding the eraser with a reverence no school supply item deserves. Interesting shape, he says, trying not to get his hopes up and failing. Isn't it cool? I have a few more, so you can keep that one if you want. My mom found them at a stationery shop and thought I'd like them. Hitoshi's hope deflated like a balloon. So much for thinking there was someone else that knew. Eraserhead merch is really hard to find even online. I know it's crucial for underground heroes to be near unrecognizable, but how else am I supposed to show I'm a fan? They don't get sponsorships like Limelight heroes, and I know they deal with some stressful stuff. I wish there was a better way to show my support, the boy mumbled as he made a few marks in his study guide. And just like that, hope was restored. Hitoshi has a lot of reasons why he wants to be an underground hero, but it boils down to this. He doesn't like attention and he wants to make a real difference in the world. Forget showy villain fights and giving inspirational speeches to the public. All Might and a million others have that covered. Hitoshi has a different focus. Shutting down human tracking rings, snuffing out shady weapons deals, saving people that the rest of the world doesn't care about. He wants to end things that the news glosses over because they're too depressing to think about. He's not going into this for the money or the fame. He doesn't need recognition to do the right thing. Hitoshi doesn't need to be in the spotlight to prove he's not a villain. It's going to be a lonely road with a quirk-like brainwashing, but society prepared him for that a long time ago. His classmates let him know time and time again that they thought his quirk was better suited for villainy. It doesn't matter that they've never believed in him. Hitoshi was never interested in making friends. But sometimes it doesn't hurt to try. Shinso Hitoshi, he says without preamble. Midoriya Izuku? The other replies somewhat hesitantly, like he doesn't understand why Hitoshi introduced himself. You know who Eraserhead is. Hitoshi cuts to the chase and Midoriya's confusion vanishes and an excited grin crosses his face. Yeah. It's hard to find footage of his fights online, and the ones I do find are usually gone a few hours after they're uploaded. I would love to talk to him about his quirk and fighting style. I have so many questions. Midoriya ended with a happy sigh. In the faculty room, Aizawa felt a shiver go up his spine and he sneezes. Yagi, the only kind person in the room, offers him a handkerchief. For reasons Aizawa cannot explain, accepting that handkerchief almost felt like he had sealed his fate. Hitoshi hated himself for what he was about to ask, but he had to know. Did you save any? Midoriya looked offended. What type of person do you think I am? He huffed. Hitoshi hunched down in his seat as Midoriya leaned across the table, eyes intense. I'm a hero fanboy. I saved them all. There's no way Hitoshi can let this opportunity pass him by. He unlocks his phone and shoves it into Midoriya's hands. Please send them to me. I won't post them. I swear on my life. Anyone else would have been weirded out by how serious he was, but Midoriya just nodded as he typed in his number. I know. I can tell you're a true fan. Is he your favorite hero? Yeah. People don't know how much good he's done. Him and a lot of other underground heroes have kept these streets safer than any Limelight hero. I'm surprised you know him. Is he your favorite too? Not my number one, but he's in my top 5. Midoriya gave him back his phone. When I get home, I'll send you what I have. If I don't, you have the authority to spam me angry messages. Hitoshi was about to tell Midoriya he wouldn't do that when Yuui's intercom turned on. Attention all applicants, a chipper voice said. The written portion of the exam will begin in 15 minutes. Please make your way towards the classroom assigned to you on your admittance form. If you are not in your classroom by the designated time, it will count as an automatic failure. Good luck and remember, plus ultra. Crap. I didn't review everything I wanted. Here's hoping this won't be as bad as the practical. Hitoshi groaned as he began gathering his stuff. It's time, he heard Midoriya say and rolled his eyes. I know, I heard the announcement just like everyone else. No. It's time for me to face what I've been putting off. What? Hitoshi turned to Midoriya and saw the other holding a tiny bottle. Hitoshi knew what that was and watched in horrified awe as Midoriya twisted off the cap, threw his head back, and chugged the energy drink down in one go. Did Midoriya have a death wish? Oh gross. Midoriya coughed. That was super sweet and tasted. Like chemical? I thought the coffee I had earlier was bad. It left a film in my mouth. If this doesn't give me energy like it promised, I will riot. I will. Midoriya said that like it was a dark promise he fully intended on keeping. Hitoshi felt his lips forming into a smile and a genuine laugh eked out of his mouth against his will. So he didn't have death wish, he was just an idiot. Have you Hitoshi stopped, trying to gather his composure. Have you never had an energy drink before? Midoriya had the gall to blink innocently at him. No, he shouldered his backpack and they began to walk. But I bought it because I didn't sleep well last night. Wasn't sure if I would need it, but the practical was exhausting and now I have to spend the next hour thinking coherently. I need the energy. Midoriya grumbled as they both made their way out of the library. Well, congrats because you will go turbo. Chugging those small ones is a bad idea. It was on par with drinking pure adrenaline. Tiny sips, child. Tiny sips. What? But it's such a small bottle. There's literally like 3 gulps in this thing. I am an energy drink expert. Hitoshi assured him. Being an insomniac did not exempt him from feeling exhausted, sadly. Trust me when I say that what you just did will come back to bite you. Should happen after the exam though, so you lucked out there. Hope you like being able to taste color. There was a lull in their conversation. I'm going to be honest, Midoriya began, side-eyeing him. I think you're messing with me, but I've only known you for about an hour, so I can't tell. Well, you'll find out soon enough, won't you? Hitoshi smirked. That smirk only widened when they discovered they were assigned to the same classroom and he was seated 1 row behind Midoriya. Taking out his pencil and super cool eraser head eraser, Hitoshi took a deep breath and tried to gather his focus. Then he caught sight of Midoriya fidgeting in his seat and had to withhold a laugh. The morning might have been bad, but this afternoon was shaping up to be entertaining. Shinso was a liar and so was that energy drink, Izuku decided. Hello everyone. My name is Ectoplasm and I will be your instructor for this test. Ectoplasm said, and room fell silent as he created several clones of himself. Thank you all for being here on time. The doors are now shut and the test will begin shortly. We will be following standard test procedures, so this should be a familiar process. He continued to go over the rules as his clones passed out the tests and Izuku was dying on the inside. Did Ectoplasm control his clones through a hive mind? Or did he need to create specific orders before making them? How many clones could he make and what happened when one died? Did he feel it? Did he gain their memories? So many questions and no time to ask. We will be testing you on core subjects and hero-related topics. This test consists of multiple choice, short answer, and essay questions. The last question is an opinion piece. It is optional and will not be counted against you if you choose not to answer. Testing time will last exactly 1 hour. If you finish early, bring your test to me and you are free to leave. If you are caught cheating, you will be escorted off campus and will receive an automatic fail for the whole exam. Any questions? Ectoplasm waited a moment before nodding. Begin. Even though he had spent most of his study break talking to Shinso, Izuku felt calm. He wasn't muttering his answers out loud or distracting anyone, which he considered a step up from this morning's incident in the auditorium. As he read through the questions, marking the ones he knew and bypassing the ones he wasn't sure about, he couldn't help but feel like time had slowed down. Maybe someone was using their quirk to buy themselves some more time? Time had not slowed down. Izuku, intensely focused on his test, was unaware of the sheer speed he was going through answering the questions. This caused an air of intimidation to surround him and his desk mates were trying their best to ignore it. The test was hard but not impossible. There were a few trick questions and some were so simple, they almost made Izuku second-guess himself. He triple-checked his multiple choice and short answers before focusing on the essay questions and almost scoffed at the lack of space each question had for him to write in. Guess he was going to have to keep his answers short. He wrote as small as he could, trying to jam in as much information as possible for every question. He had to erase several times because there just wasn't enough space. One of Ectoplasm's clones did a double take as he passed by. Each essay question gave half a page for an answer. Was this boy trying to write a dissertation? After rereading and correcting his answers a dozen times, Izuku was finally satisfied with his work and moved on to the last question. How do you plan to use your quirk in your hero career? Opinion piece, optional. Izuku stills his hand and stares at the question. He doesn't have to answer it, it won't count against him, but there's a challenge in the ink. A mocking taunt, a soft laughter that says, "Prove you deserve to be here." It's all in his head, he knows, but Izuku treats this last question like a battle. So he brandishes his pencil like a sword and writes. My plan is as follows. I'm not. Izuku could leave it at that and have whoever was stuck grading his test scratching their head in confusion, but this is the only question that they gave an extra sheet of paper for, and Izuku's not wasteful. A hero is a person who uses their quirk in an admiring or courageous way to perform outstanding or noble achievements. This is the official definition. This is also an amended version that was updated when the world's quirked population surpassed 60%. Before that, the definition was as follows. A person who is admired or idealized for courage, outstanding achievements, or noble qualities. Despite what many believe or have simply forgotten, heroes came before quirks. The concept of heroes has been around since ancient times, and I believe that by updating the definition to revolve around quirks, society unintentionally created a bias towards quirkless individuals. The percentage of people born without a quirk becomes smaller and smaller each year. Currently 20% of the world's population is quirkless. That may not sound like much, but that is still well over 1 billion people. Imagine someone telling you that you couldn't do something because you have a quirk. It's laughable. But for those of us without a quirk? For those of us that make up that 20%? We don't need to imagine it because that's our reality. And if I'm being honest, I'm kind of tired of it. So I'm going to change it. The definition of what a hero is may have changed to reflect the times, but the core concept has not. I don't need a quirk to become a hero, and neither does anyone else. The rest of Izuku's essay went deeper into the origins of heroes and how, technically, the first hero ever recorded was Gilgamesh around 2100 BC. Nothing he wrote further addressed the actual question asked, he just felt like writing. He even snagged a few extra blank sheets of paper the kids next to him forgot when they went to turn their tests in. He had just finished up a rant about the ancient quirk theory, a theory in which it is believed that figures from mythological lore and their powers were real people who had quirks, and that quirk factors had gone dormant until recently when ectoplasm spoke. Time is now up. Please put your pencils down. Izuku continued to write. That means you. A voice whispered in his ear, making him yelp and slam his pencil on the table in panic. He turned and saw one of Ectoplasm's clones holding out his hand. Sorry. I was in the zone and didn't hear you. Izuku managed to squeak out over the sound of his pounding heart. I know. Don't worry, finishing up a sentence after I call time won't be counted against you. Ectoplasm said as he took the test. He didn't say anything about the 2 extra pages Izuku had. You're actually the last one to finish. Looking around the room and realizing he was the only kid left in the room, Izuku gave Ectoplasm an apologetic bow. Thank you and sorry for taking so long. You don't need to apologize. You were given an hour and you used every last minute of it. Please enjoy the rest of your day. Ectoplasm waved him off as he gathered his stuff. Giving one last bow, Izuku made his way outside and felt the tension leave his body. The exam was over, and in a week he would know the results. He's fairly certain he passed, but he's thought that before and been wrong. He's not going to celebrate until the results are in his hands. As he makes his way to the train station, he notices his body twitching and fidgeting more and more. If he wasn't in public, he'd be jumping in place to get rid of some of his pent-up energy. Why was he even like this, he wondered. It's not like sitting for a test made a person hyper. Then he remembered what he did before that test. Midoriya did not take the train home. He took it to the arcade and burned his energy off on Dance Off. He picked an upbeat song he had trouble with in the past and only stopped after he got a near-perfect score. He'd try again another day. Feeling hungry and tired, he decided to head home. Good thing too, since a large group of kids came in as he was leaving. He didn't like dancing when there was a crowd. Damn it, Green Boy. Mina screeched over her friend's laughter when she saw he had doubled his high score. She whirled around trying to find anyone who might be green in some way and found an employee. Did you see who was on this machine last? I think he was just here. No, sorry. The employee said, despite actively watching Izuku dance for the last hour. By the time Izuku made it home, he was beyond exhausted. His mom had left a note to let him know she was over at the Bakugu's but that there was katsudon in the fridge. As hungry as he was, passing out sounded better, so that's what he did. The moment his head hit his pillow, he was out. He slept through his mom coming home and several text messages from Yagi. 2 p.m. Yagi, congrats on finishing the exam. When you have a spare moment, let's meet up and I'll tell you everything you need to know. 2:15 p.m. Yagi, I just learned something new. Apparently, since I am now part of the faculty, I can't speak to any possible new students I personally know until the results are out. I'm told it would be an unfair advantage. 2:23 p.m. Yagi, so that means we'll have to wait a little to meet. Only a week. I am very sorry. Please don't be upset. 2:50 p.m. Yagi, I'm going to assume that your lack of response is because you are sleeping or your phone is off. Please send me an angry face if you are upset. Like this sad face. 3 p.m. Yagi, okay, enjoy your nap. 5:07 p.m. Izuku, thanks. It was a good nap. Also, I will never touch another energy drink again. I know this is out of your control, but sad face. 5:10 p.m. Yagi, understandable. I will make it up to you. Yagi, wait, you had an energy drink? Those really aren't meant for kids. 5:11 p.m. Izuku, it had your face on it and looked cool. Tasted gross. Kinda disappointed tbh. Maybe I'll buy it again and give it a second chance. 5:12 p.m. Yagi, please don't do that. And stop buying things just because they have my face on it. 5:12 p.m. Izuku, no can do. Look at this art. Midoriya sent an image. 5:17 p.m. Yagi, that does look cool. Yagi, Netsu's voice jerked him out of his conversation with Midoriya. You are not allowed to be in contact with Midoriya until the results are out. Say your goodbyes, please. Of course, that's what I was doing. Yagi said, sending off one last text. 5:18 p.m. Yagi, I have to go. We'll meet in a week and I'll tell you everything. You have my word. Midoriya wasted no time responding. Izuku, I'll hold you to that. I'm home. Katsuki grunted as he roughly shut the front door and removed his shoes. Welcome back, he heard his mom call from the kitchen. How'd the exam go? It was easy, he smirked, and there was a little swagger in his step as he walked towards the kitchen. The practical had been the perfect stress reliever. He had been practicing restraining his quirk for a few months now, so a chance to let loose had been welcomed. The habit of letting out small explosions whenever he lost his temper was hard to break, but he was getting better. Normally, Katsuki would have scoffed at doing such a thing, but his therapist, Nanami Hiro, had a way of getting under Katsuki's skin and making him want to do these tedious exercises. Nanami made them challenges. And when he said things like, I had a feeling you wouldn't try. Some of my younger clients mentioned how hard it is to accomplish. Why don't we start with something easier? Well, Katsuki couldn't back down from a taunt like that. We don't need to wait for the results. I know I got in. He was going to continue bragging as he entered the kitchen, but stopped short when he saw Aunt Inko sitting at the kitchen table, sipping tea across from his mom. She had been over a few times after his parents told him about the lawsuit, helping them organize evidence and dig up more. He would stay in his room when she was around and wouldn't come out until he knew she was gone. It wasn't from guilt. It wasn't. She didn't turn to greet him, just continued drinking her tea and scrolling on her phone. She didn't even tense knowing that he was behind her. It was like he didn't exist to her. He scowled at his mom, who just raised an eyebrow back at him. Would it have killed her to warn him that she was over? Not that he hated Aunt Inko, but after everything that had happened, it was hard to be in the same room with her. This whole year had been a shitstorm for him after that damn villain attack. The therapy, both with his parents and one-on-one sessions, had been uncomfortable and painful. Katsuki didn't like the thought of strangers trying to get in his head and figure out what was wrong with him. They had gone through a few therapists before finding Nanami. It wasn't that the others before him had been unprofessional, but they had made Katsuki feel like he was being dissected. At least Nanami didn't talk down to him or make it feel like he was under a microscope. Even after agreeing to therapy, Katsuki had caught himself ready to complain about it multiple times because some days he found it to be an irritating task. Just because they met every Tuesday and Saturday in the evening didn't mean he felt like talking every damn Tuesday and Saturday. But then he'd catch sight of the scar he left on his dad's arm or the dark circles under his mom's eyes, and whatever fight he had ready goes out like a candle. Begrudgingly, Katsuki would admit through gritted teeth that therapy was helping him. Nanami was a polite but mean bastard that didn't hold back. He always sounded like a tired businessman forced into regurgitating small talk, but he had a knack for turning Katsuki's world upside down without warning. "You're very lucky," Nanami once said after Katsuki finished complaining about his classmates. "To be here? You sure do think highly of yourself." Katsuki scoffed, but his shoulders were tense. Despite Nanami's tone, he never said anything he didn't mean. "I'm referring to your status among your classmates. You can produce powerful explosions in the same time it takes to blink. Considering how short your temper is, I'm surprised you weren't treated like a villain. Go eat a turd, old man." "I won't. And I don't mean to imply that you deserve to be villainized because of your quirk. My apologies if it sounded that way. But compared to other clients I have with similar quirks to yours, your experiences are vastly different." Like I said, lucky. Between his mom talking about how she had been bullied in school and Nanami poking holes in Katsuki's beliefs, he realized he was nowhere close to being the best. In fact, he had been so far off he hadn't even been on the map. And God, does that piss him off. All that time thinking he was in the right because everyone said his quirk was the greatest, because the teachers praised him when he used it and all the kids looked on in awe when he did. All those years, so certain he was on the right trajectory to becoming a hero greater than All Might. All of it wasted because his perspective had been crooked from the start. After his mom had warned him that she told Aunt Inko everything, Katsuki had been waiting for the other shoe to drop. Despite how he treated Deku, Katsuki liked Aunt Inko. She had been a gentle presence throughout his childhood that he couldn't forget. He tried to prepare himself for when he would have to meet her face to face and give her an answer for his actions. It hadn't occurred to him until after the fact that his actions would affect how Aunt Inko would view him. He knew her fondness for him was nothing compared to her love for Deku. Yet, after the reveal, she never stopped by. There was no angry knocking on the door, no frustrated Aunt Inko with tears in her eyes demanding an explanation. Nothing. Except for one phone call that came late at night from one Midoriya Hisashi asking to speak to him. It was the shortest, coldest, and most terrifying scolding Katsuki had ever received. Since he hadn't seen Deku's dad in ages, he had forgotten the man had even existed. That was a mistake he'd never make again. And then there was the lawsuit, which Katsuki had a laughing fit over when his parents told him they were going to sue the school. Aldra had a lot to answer for, but how they treated him wasn't one of them. Aunt Inko and Deku should be the one pursuing this, not them. At least, that's how he felt in the beginning. "I know it sounds absurd because Aldra has always made sure you were their star student, didn't they?" his dad said before handing him some papers. It was an old math test of his and Deku's? The pieces fell into place when he compared the scores and looked at his dad. The disbelief must have shown on his face because the papers were gently taken from him. There was a sizzling sound in the air. And that, in itself, is sabotage. At least this time, Katsuki made sure his dad was out of range before exploding. Deku's tests weren't the only ones that had been tampered with. Their lawyer managed to acquire tests from other kids and found the trend of slightly docking points wasn't an isolated incident. To discover that his hard work was being manipulated by some of his teachers did not put Katsuki in a good mood. He didn't have the words to express his disgust. He wanted to scream and break things and tell Aldra to go to hell for messing with his grades, but he couldn't because it was evidence for their case. If he said anything about it to the teachers, it would be considered contaminated evidence and unusable for the trial. This had been stressed to him multiple times by his parents. So between therapy, studying for Yuuei, not attacking his teachers, and preparing for the possibility that he might have to testify and admit to a bunch of people that he had been an asshole, it's been a stressful few months. Having Aunt Inko here ignoring him was another kick in the gut. If only she would yell at him or punch him. Anything. Even a glare would be better than pretending he didn't exist. Aunt Inko stood up. I didn't realize the time. Izuku's probably home by now. Thank you for the tea, Mitsuki. Anytime, Inko. I'll take care of the cup. Tell Izuku congrats for me. I'm sure he made it in. I'll let him know. Inko laughed as she grabbed her purse, and Katsuki moved out of the doorway to let her through. Congrats, Katsuki, she says quietly as she walked past him, eyes on everything but him. Katsuki clenched his fist. He couldn't take it anymore. If she wasn't going to drop the other shoe, then he would. As she made it towards the entrance, he spoke. Auntie, I'm tired of waiting. Just slap me across the face already. Or rip out my teeth. I know you want to. I know I deserve it, okay? She stopped short at his outburst and he heard his mom suck in a sharp breath. Aunt Inko turned to look at him, eyebrows furrowed in confusion, before looking at his mom. They must have had some sort of silent conversation because she blushed and groaned when his mom began to laugh. Mitsuki, please don't tell me you told him about that incident. Okay, I didn't tell him. Masaru did. You're such a liar. Why are we friends again? Because you couldn't stand seeing me get ganged up on. True, Aunt Inko chuckles before returning her attention to him. Any humor she had instantly vanished. His eyes fell to floor, feeling her judgment. So you realize that what you did to Izuku was wrong? Yeah. I was a real shithead to him, but I haven't done anything to him since. He asked me to leave him alone and I have. He doesn't want an apology from me. He doesn't want anything to do with me. So come on, take your anger out on me. I won't fight back. He kept his eyes on the floor. Then a long sigh filled the air as soft footsteps came his way. Petite hands cupped his chin and he found himself looking into frigid green eyes. Perhaps she had been ignoring his existence because her only emotion towards him would lead to his murder. That's the feeling he got when he realized there was a great and terrible rage in her eyes. He never knew someone as kind as her could feel something like that. Even when he was small and a hellspawn causing mischief in her home, her scoldings had been gentle. Mitsuki, could you make another pot of tea? I think it's time Katsuki and I had a chat. Sure can. His mom sent him a look that indicated she wasn't going to interfere with the lecture he was about to endure. They sat at the table but Aunt Inko was silent until the tea was ready. Firstly, I need to clear something up. I don't know what was said, but the teeth pulling happened once. I wasn't going around the school ripping out teeth whenever I felt like it. Your mom likes to exaggerate, so I just need you to know that. Oi, I told him the truth. You were helping a girl that was being harassed. His mom piped in and Aunt Inko nodded. Her boyfriend thought that because they were dating, it was okay to ignore her when she told him no. That was a violation of trust one couldn't forgive, even as a stranger. She sipped her tea and kept her gaze on Katsuki. When I was around your age, I used my quirk whenever I felt like it, even when I knew I would get in trouble. I didn't care. I felt justified using it on others because I saw a lot of bullying and it felt like nothing was being done about it. So I thought if the teachers couldn't be bothered to step in and stop it, I would. He flinches when she set her cup down with more force than necessary. If I was still 15, you would have gotten your wish. Blood would have been spilled and it wouldn't have been mine. Thankfully for you, I'm 41, and I would like to think that I'm a little wiser now. But don't mistake me, I'm still furious with you. I feel betrayed and hurt by your actions. I thought you were Izuku's friend. I thought you were helping him. I have been ignoring you because I didn't know what to say to you. I only know it would have been my anger speaking and nothing else. Despite everything, I still care about you and I don't want to hurt you, Katsuki. You wouldn't be saying that if you knew I told him to kill himself. He wisely kept this thought to himself. Then what do you want from me? He asks. I want to know why you did those things to Izuku. Mom already told you why. I'd like to hear it from you. Something vicious in Katsuki comes alive at the sentence. She wants to know why? Fine. Here's the pure, unfiltered truth and nothing else. Don't choke on it. It's because he's quirkless. Katsuki snarled, standing up. That's why, okay? We were supposed to be heroes together, but he never got a quirk, so that dream's dead. It sucked but I let it go. I had to, but he didn't. He's still trying and it's not going to end well for him. The teachers tried to tell him, I've tried to tell him, but he won't listen. So I put him in his place. He's going to get crushed over and over again by every hero school he applies to. I'm sorry, Auntie, but that's the truth. Even you know that. You used to flinch every time he brought it up, so stop acting like you believe he can do it. Katsuki, his mom cut in, tone sharp with warning. So you're telling me that if Izuku didn't want to become a hero, you would have left him alone? Aunt Inko asks and Katsuki freezes at the question. No, he admits after a moment, I would have still treated him like shit. I always felt like he was looking down on me and it pissed me off. But I was wrong. I get that, but I don't know how to fix it. So tell me what you want me to do so I can stop feeling guilty, he ended in a yell. Save for his heavy breathing, the kitchen was quiet. Katsuki, I think you have a few things wrong here. Aunt Inko says once he calmed down. It's not about what I want. It's about what's best for Izuku, and right now that seems to be you keeping your distance like you have. If that changes in the future, if he approaches you, then I expect you to be a decent human being and treat him with respect. You don't want to be friends? Fine, but acting like he's beneath you? That will never happen again. Do you understand me? Yeah. Good. As for me not believing in him, you're right. I didn't think he could do it, but I never stopped him from trying, and I never tried to make him pick another path. And you know what, Katsuki? What? She gave him a sweet smile not unlike Deku's all those months ago before he ripped into their class. He already proved us both wrong, didn't he? Che, he hated that she brought up that damn sludge villain. He still had issues with his neck being touched. He didn't defeat that villain, All Might did. True, but Izuku still did more to save you than all the heroes that were on the scene. Izuku will be a hero regardless of what society thinks of him. He wants to save people, and even if all the hero schools in Japan rejected his application, I don't think that would stop him. Bullshit. She's not wrong about that. Deku would be the type of fool to become a vigilante if all legal paths to becoming a hero were closed off. Then what am I supposed to do? He asked out loud to no one in particular. I'm keeping my distance and I'm not ready to apologize yet. I know I'm in the wrong, but I still can't I still get mad when I see him. I can't help it. His mom and Aunt Inko shared a glance before his mom spoke. Right now you're just going to have to suck it up. You feel like shit? Imagine how Izuku felt all these years with you being an asshole to him. His mom had no sympathy for him, and after hearing her horror stories from middle school, he couldn't blame her. I'm happy that you realize you're in the wrong, but that's still not enough. I can't speak for Izuku, but if my bully came up to me and said, "Hey, I was wrong to treat you that way, but I still hate you," I would probably go to jail for murder. I just said I wasn't going to talk to him, hag. Before his mom could snap back, Aunt Inko intervened. Katsuki, now that exams are over with, you have a little more free time, yes? I do. Why? He asks, and he has a feeling she was going to give him an arduous and annoying task. You asked me what I wanted from you. Here's my answer. I want you to research quirklessness. And I don't just mean reading up statistics online. I want you to understand the struggles and discrimination they face. I want you to gain empathy for them. Find charities that help quirkless people and volunteer for a week or two. Go talk to a quirkless person if they're willing to do an interview with you. Gain a new perspective from them. She looked him in the eye. Unless you're a coward, I don't think I'm asking too much from you. Oh hell no. Katsuki's a lot of shitty things, but a coward isn't one of them. He nods to let her know he understood and is up to the challenge. I can do that. Good. When you find a charity, let me know which one. Most of them are legitimate, but there are a few that are scams. Just give me a list of good ones then, he grumbled. No, she smiled at him. That would defeat the purpose of you doing the research. You're doing all the work, I'm just double-checking to make sure you're on the right path. Ugh, he hadn't even started yet and it was already annoying. He didn't complain though, since this was a light punishment considering the crime. He would take this thought back later when he actually volunteered and saw the reality of what these people went through. He would learn a lot of unfortunate things about life and realize that Aunt Inko had given him a fair punishment but not a light one. And don't worry about a time frame. I don't want you to rush this, and I know with the court date coming up, you might not have as much time as you think. Don't worry about that, Inko, his mom says. I'll keep him in check, he won't be slacking off on this. I'm not worried at all, she replies before glancing at her phone. Oh, it's that late already? I need to be getting home. Let me know if you need anything else for the case from me. They talked for a few more minutes about the lawsuit before Aunt Inko gave her final farewells and left. During this time, Katsuki took out his phone. Looks like you got lucky and got to keep all your teeth, his mom joked and ruffled his hair. Also, she was being serious. 15-year-old Inko would have kicked your ass. Shut up, he batted her hand away from him, eyes never leaving his phone. You shut up. Honestly, is that any way to talk to your mother? His mom rolled her eyes as she opened the fridge. Any requests for dinner? Spicy curry, he grunted out, and if she responded, he didn't hear it. The list of quirkless charities on his phone had his full attention. Note, this extra won't affect the main story. There's something tucked in her desk. Mitsuki hadn't noticed at first, a bit frazzled from having to rush to school because she had overslept. She had dashed through her morning routine, skipped breakfast, and made it to her homeroom with 5 minutes to spare. As she began to put her books away and take out her homework, her hand brushed against something cool to touch, and she jerked back in surprise. Confused, she leaned down and caught sight of green stems but sat back up as the teacher came in. Her brain finally kicked itself into gear, and she remembered it was Valentine's Day. She tries her best to pay attention to the lesson, but her heart's pounding and she can't stop thinking about flowers someone had put in her desk. She wonders who had put them there and if they got the right desk. Maybe they were actually meant for the girl who sits next to her? Mitsuki wasn't exactly popular despite her looks. In her first year, she had heard the boys whisper that she was too rough and wild. One even had the nerve to tell her that her loud and rude attitude ruined her good looks. She sucker-punched that asshole in the stomach to show how much she cared about his opinion, and it was all downhill from there. Even now as a second year, the boys still eye her with caution. So, yeah, the flowers are probably for someone else. Mitsuki is actually relieved by this. There isn't anyone that she likes, so there's no need to reject anyone and feel bad about it. Sweet. Her free period is after homeroom, so she takes her time when the bell rings. Gently, she begins to take out the flowers and sees a little note rubber banded around the stems. Even though they're not for her, she gets giddy for the girl they are for. It must be nice to get flowers on Valentine's Day. Then she sees the flowers and her heart drops. Oh, these are for her. No one else but sweaty Mitsuki would get 4 red spider lilies on a day like this. The for you, Mitsuki-chan. Love really cemented that. Fuck, she can't even blame Kocho and her little gang because they don't share any classes this year. She tries to ignore how blurry her vision is becoming as she looks around the room. Most of her classmates had a free period like her, so only a few have left. The rest are loitering, most lost in their own world of giving or receiving chocolates and flowers, but some of them are beginning to notice the flowers in her hand. By their shocked looks, she can at least rule out everyone being in on this prank, but it's a cold comfort. A few of the boys are trying to hide their snickering, and more people are starting to look her way. Before she can go ape shit and cause a scene, someone calls her name. Hey Mitsuki, you still in here? Hisashi had popped his head into the classroom and smiled when he saw her. He walked toward her desk, waving a book above his head, ignoring the whispers of her classmates wondering why a third-year student had come to talk to her. You left your science textbook in the library yesterday. Inko was going to bring it to you, but my homeroom is closer, so I volunteered. There is a 500 yen convenience fee for this service, but don't worry, I take installments, he teased, setting her book down on her desk. She looks up at him, trying to cover up her hurt with indifference, and catches the exact moment those golden eyes see the flowers in her hand. Hisashi, Mitsuki had learned over the year, was a bit on the reckless side when it came to himself. He liked to experiment, whether that be combining several energy drinks into a one gargantuan beast of drink and then trying to chug it, or seeing if staying up for 36 hours really did make a person hallucinate. If he wanted to see if something was flammable, he'd use his quirk regardless of whether it was appropriate or not. He has no self-preservation when it came to his curiosity. Inko was able to stop him most of the time, but Mitsuki has no idea how he had managed to survive this long before meeting her. Principal Abe. The answer to that mystery is Principal Abe. Wow, those are some cool flowers, he exclaims with a grin, and Mitsuki blinks because Hisashi isn't stupid. He knows these flowers are a suicide taunt with no words needed. Who are they from? Play along please, his eyes ask her, and Mitsuki smirks, already feeling her mood lift. Hisashi was reckless with himself, but when he saw someone he liked get hurt, he could pull together a revenge plan in seconds. They're okay, I guess. She twirls one in her hand, keeping her expression bored. Not really my type. Don't know who sent them. The note's not signed. What? Hisashi deadpans and takes the note. Ah, Mitsuki, people like this are no good. This isn't even a proper confession. Hey, he yelled out, turning to her classmates. Anyone know who wrote this? Because they suck at writing love letters. Like, I'm cringing on Mitsuki's behalf. This is just not good. Several students who had been listening and shook their heads. Mitsuki raised an eyebrow at Hisashi's over-the-top acting. No one would come forward after being called out like that. Then she saw one boy turn bright red and turn away from them with his shoulders hunched. His friends were grinning at his embarrassment and nudging him. She saw Hisashi glance at them briefly before turning back to her. It's not a big deal. I would have turned them down even if it was written better, she says, uncaring of how cold that made her sound. I'm not good at keeping flowers alive, so I'll just trash him. Wait, if you're gonna do that, can I have them? Hisashi asks with puppy dog eyes, ignoring the disbelieving looks his question gained him. Sure. She shrugs and hands them to him, curious to see what he has planned. The first one he softly blew on, and it caught fire. A few of the girls screamed, but the fire burned itself out before it reached the stem. What the hell, Hisashi? Mitsuki smacks his side. I wanted to see what it would do, he admits with a sheepish laugh, not looking the least bit guilty. It does what every flower does when it catches fire, dumbass. You never know, he hums, sweeping the ashes that had fallen on her desk to the floor. The second flower, he rips off most of the stem and tucks it into the pocket of his jacket. The third he studies for a moment before nodding his head. Got it, he snapped his fingers. Can I see your wrist, Mitsuki? You are not tying that flower around my wrist like some crappy bracelet. She rolls her eyes, but was smiling when she took the flower back from him and copied what he did with the second one. She thinks the red petals look nice against the blue of her uniform. What about the last one? She asks when he doesn't do anything but hold it. You'll see, he doesn't elaborate. Instead he made a show of glancing at the clock. Crud. Gotta run before I get scolded for skipping. See you at lunch. He rushes out of the classroom, but steps back in as if he forgot something. I expect gratitude chocolates on White Day from you, he tells her with a cheesy wink. Mitsuki flips him off, and he has the nerve to look offended. Midoriya. Principal Abe's voice echoed through the hall. Get to class. I'm going. Hisashi yelped and once again disappears. Mitsuki's classmates are quiet as they take in what just happened. While they were gathering their wits, she had taken out her phone and began to take selfies. Once she snapped one that she likes, she sends it to Inko. Wait, that was Midoriya? Someone speaks up. It was the girl next to her. You're friends with Smoggers? Smoggers? Really? How many nicknames does that bastard have? Mitsuki groans. Yeah, we're friends. Why? He's a third year, so it's a little surprising is all. Not a bad thing. I heard he's super smart. He literally just lit a flower on fire to see what would happen. He's an idiot. Mitsuki responds and smiles when she sees that Inko had hearted her photo. Later when they meet for lunch, Mitsuki notices Inko had worn her hair in a high ponytail. There was a red spider lily carefully wrapped around her hair tie. Mitsuki had never seen such an awful flower look so beautiful on someone. Inko made no mention of the flower or demand Mitsuki tell her what happened this morning. Hisashi had probably told her everything so Mitsuki wouldn't have to. The three of them carried on as usual, comparing bentos. Hisashi's was burnt, Mitsuki's was passable and Inko's was god tier, complaining about classes and cracking jokes about Hisashi's abysmal cooking skills. As they made their way back to class, the flowers they wore caught the attention of passing students. It was easy to tell which ones Inko had talked to before because they took a cautious step back at seeing the spider lily. The next day, the boy that had become embarrassed by Hisashi's antics came up to her and quietly but sincerely apologized. He smelled faintly of smoke, but Mitsuki didn't comment on it. When White Day came around, Mitsuki spent 500 yen on some store-bought chocolates and chucked them at Hisashi, nailing him in the head. Aizawa sighed as he sat down in the faculty conference room, giving a nod to those around him. This meeting was their final review before the results were sent out. Grading the entrance exam was a tedious task, but one they knew well. A machine scanned the multiple-choice section, but everything else had to grade it to meet Nedzu's standards. It was a tight deadline, but when split up amongst the teachers, they were able to get the grading done quickly. Aizawa did get a text from Yamada complaining about one of his test takers having minuscule handwriting. Aizawa did not respond. This was followed up later on by a declaration of how much he loved the kid and was taking back his complaint. Aizawa blocked him. Thankfully, the recommended students had already been discussed and Nedzu had separate meetings with the other departments. This meeting was where they could ask questions, see the finalized scores, and put faces with quirks. For Yuuei's entrance exam, names and photos were provided for the practical and only an ID number for the written. This was to help ward off any subconscious biases from the examiners. Only Recovery Girl and Nedzu knew the quirk status of the participants. For the practical, guesses about quirks could be made during the judging, but nothing was revealed until the final review. It was one of the first rules Nedzu enacted when he became the principal. The amount of students admitted to Yuuei with non-combative quirks increased sharply in the following years because of it. "Hello everyone. I'm glad to see you're all on time," Nedzu said as he walked into the room. Yagi came in right behind him, clutching several folders to his chest. He gave everyone a timid smile and sat down next to Nedzu. "How were the tests? Anything of interest?" Nedzu asked them as he brought out the controller for the hologram projector. A few teachers spoke up about possible learning disabilities, a few questionable answers, and so forth, but there was nothing out of the ordinary to note. Then Yamada raised his hand in a dramatic manner. He had been uncharacteristically quiet the whole time. "Yes, present Mike?" Nedzi had a wicked grin on his furry little face, as if he already knew what was coming. "Ectoplasm," Yamada began, making the man jerk in surprise. "A test in my pile had 2 extra pages stapled to the opinion essay. How'd that happen?" Ectoplasm tilted his head, looking far more innocent than a man with teeth that large had the right to. He had been the one to divide up the tests, and if he was annoyed with someone, he'd put them more tests in their pile. Yamada thought he had been slick when he ate Ectoplasm's last pudding cup and then blamed it on Aizawa, as if Aizawa would do that when he has a stash of jelly pouches. "Oh, I remember that one." He was very invested in his writing. His desk mates didn't use theirs, and we didn't specify that they couldn't use more paper, so. "How resourceful," Kayama simpers as Ectoplasm trails off, giving Aizawa a smug look. "How logical." "Do not." The glare he shoots her is more exhausted than angry, but it's still impressive. This wasn't even about him, and he was still being teased. This is why friendship is overrated. "That kid ran down the timer, didn't he?" Yamada asked, and Ectoplasm nodded. Sure did. First one in a while to use the full time slot. I had to get his attention because he was so focused he didn't hear me call time. I startled him." Yamada gave a dry laugh at that. He took off his shades to reveal bloodshot eyes and dark circles that were more commonly seen on Aizawa. He jabbed an accusing finger at Ectoplasm. "I spent a long time going over his 6-point-sized handwriting. I strained my eyes for this child because he has so much passion, it's insane. I love it." I finally get to his opinion piece, and halfway through it derailed into a deep dive about the ancient quirk theory. I was hooked. I was invested. Do you know how it ended? It ended with, "and another thing," before cutting off because you called time. Yamada leaned across the table and stared Ectoplasm down. I feel cheated. I want to know what he was going to talk about next. There wasn't much space left, but I know he would have found a way to squeeze in at least 2 more paragraphs. I know it. So you found someone who loves to write and will probably talk as much as you. Do you have an actual concern? Because I would like to get this review over with. Aizawa's tone was as dry as his eyes on a bad day as he tugs his friend back into his seat. He mentioned something a bit personal that others might take issue with, but I'm all for it. I'm done ranting. We can move on. Very well. Nezu turned on the hologram before anyone could ask Yamada to elaborate. Everything has been tallied up and I must say, we had quite an interesting show this year. I'm impressed with the care and dedication shown by this year's batch. The next few hours were spent reviewing each new student. Where they excelled, where they needed improvement, their personality, their quirk. If Nezu thought it was worth discussing, he brought it up. A little more time was spent on the top 10 scorers. Because Nezu liked to be dramatic, he revealed each student one by one instead of the full list. I think we should award Uraraka Achicho more rescue points. She was injured but still used her quirk to stop debris from hitting Ida Tenya while he carried her to safety. That kind of concern is good quality and should be rewarded. Kiyama commented. The girl in mention barely managed to squeak into the number 10 spot. Giving her 20 rescue points is plenty fair considering that she was the person being rescued. Recovery Girl's report notes that Ida had a lot of little nicks and scratches from the rescue. Aizawa felt that 20 points was too much since Uraraka's attempts hadn't amounted to much, but he was outvoted. It's not that he thought she didn't deserve recognition, but he would have awarded her 5, maybe 10 rescue points at best. Better that than a concussion. Kiyama said right as the hologram showed Uraraka blocking a rock from hitting Ida. Didn't she come see you afterwards, Yamada? Yeah. So did Ida. They were worried about Midoriya Izuku. I guess they couldn't find him after the test was over. I had to calm them down and assure them he hadn't been crushed to death. Uraraka asked if she could give some of her points to him as a thank you for saving her. She offered the same to Ida, but he refused on the spot. Yamada shook his head. That kid is a 180 from Tensei in personality. I don't think I've ever seen someone move their arms so enthusiastically and yet so robotically before. A few laughs rose up from those who knew how easygoing Ida Tensei was before they moved on in their review. They had just reached number 5 when Nezu spoke. I'm feeling a bit parched. Yagi, would you be willing to get some tea from Lunch Rush? Of course. Yagi gave an enthusiastic nod as he stood up. He looked both frazzled and drained from the meeting. Aizawa supposes it was a lot of information to take in for a newcomer. I'll get enough for everyone. Many a thank yous were called out as he left, making him blush and move a little quicker. Not for the first time, Aizawa wondered how bad of a boss All Might must have been for Yagi to be startled over a simple show of gratitude. Admittedly, Yagi and All Might's relationship was hot gossip in the teacher's lounge. Yagi said he had All Might's blessing to leave, but no one on the staff believed that. It didn't add up. Why leave a cushy job at Might Tower to come work at Yuuei? There was a bet with several wild theories on why Yagi's really left, but nothing had been confirmed. Yagi's overheard them talking about it a few times. He enjoys the more outlandish stories, such as Yamada's belief that All Might's an android that's slowly gaining a free will and a taste for blood. Kiyama's bet that they're brothers who had a dramatic falling out is also fun, but he's already dropped a few hints about All Might being a shitboss so that Aizawa can win. The man seems dead on his feet most of the time. Yagi hopes the extra money would brighten his day when the bet's over. Now, Nezu began and Aizawa felt his back stiffen. Their principal had his little paws steepled together and was looking at them with a steely gaze. Before we continue, I need to address something with all of you, so please listen closely. As you are all aware, Yuuei does not discriminate. No matter a student's social or financial status, gender, quirk, or any other demographic, every child that walks through these halls will be treated with respect. Obviously, some of you will find a student you will want to mentor, and that is fine, so long as your other students are not neglected. I have you all on my staff because I trust your judgment. This is simply a reminder of my most basic expectations of you. Is this about Todoroki Shoto? Ken asked. We've had students from prominent hero families before. I'll speak on behalf of everyone to let you know they didn't get preferential treatment and neither will he. Ah, yes, Todoroki-san is certainly worth keeping an eye on, but he's not the one I'm referring to. Nezu tapped a button and the hologram changed to show a problem that wasn't Aizawa's problem yet, but he knew that would change soon. The beady little eyes and that mischievous smile hidden behind a teacup from the first viewing gave him ample warning. A very familiar boy with curly green hair stared back at him. The name Midoriya Izuku was written in bold text next the photo, along with his ID number. Meme kid. Kiyama let out a whoop of excitement. Aizawa saw Yamada's eyes go wide and a silent gasp escape him as his jaw dropped. That's right. Midoriya Izuku, ranking in at number 5. Nezu grinned. As I'm sure you all know, he's gained a bit of internet fame. I expect you all to treat him like any other student. Do not ask him for an autograph, photo, or to say, break it down for me. Do not mention his status to other students. If you see students pestering him about it, step in and redirect the conversation. I would like for him to have a positive, peaceful experience at our school. Nezu. Yamada slapped the table with excitement before pointing at the hologram. Is that am I reading his ID number right? I graded his paper, right? Yes, present Mike. Nezu cackled. Midoriya Izuku is also the test taker that left you on a cliffhanger. Despite Yamada's energetic and sometimes careless personality, he had better control over his quirk than a lot of people gave him credit for. Still, the squeal he let out was a bit piercing on the ears. Nezu, when the Hero Commission calls about him, please send me a recording. I'm begging you. Why would they call? Aizawa cuts in, alarmed at the thought. Except for a few rules and budget regulations, the Hero Commission did not interact with any of the hero schools. They kept an eye on students with interesting quirks and made their offers to them after they graduated. Unless it was a quirk they really wanted. Then they brought out their special fast-track program. If they made that offer to Midoriya and he refused, there could be trouble. The commission wasn't afraid to get their hands dirty for a quirk they wanted in their back pocket. I don't know if they will call, Nezu admitted, but considering Midoriya is the first quirkless person to be admitted into our school, I expect they'll have something to say about it. Nezu delivered the news like this happened every year. The room would have been filled with a shocked silence, but Yamada's loud laughter and clapping ruined the tension. Quirkless? Really? Ken asked as Aizawa jabbed Yamada in the ribs, making him yelp. You knew, he glared at his friend. Yamada shrugged. He mentioned it in his essay. He's not ashamed and he shouldn't be. What's the big deal? He played by the rules and got in fair and square. True, Cementos scratched his cheek, but we've never had a quirkless student before, let alone one in the hero course. The other subjects won't be a problem, but what about quirk training? Have him focus on self-defense and hand-to-hand combat. Kiyama looked as delighted as Yamada at the news. But when he faces off against other students in spars, won't that be unfair? Ken asked. He looked worried as he stared at Midoriya's photo. It was like knowing Midoriya was quirkless suddenly erased what he had achieved during the practical. Unfair for who? Midoriya or his sparring partner? Aizawa found himself snapping. Both? Ken said, let's be honest, if any of us were sparring against someone we knew was quirkless, we would hold back. I would feel bad knowing I have the upper hand. It'd be like kicking a puppy. Oh! A voice from the entranceway made everyone freeze before slowly turning towards the door. Yagi's smile was stiff and his knuckles were white and strained around the handle of the tea cart he had brought back. For the first time since meeting him, those electric blue eyes held something else besides an anxious need to please. Yagi-san. Snipe, ever the hero and a good friend, tried to help. Ken out of the grave he dug. You came back at a strange part in the conversation. One of the kids who passed is quirkless, so we're trying to figure out what to do for his training. Ah, Yagi nodded in understanding as he made his way in and began handing out tea. I can help him train. I have a few tips and tricks I don't mind passing on. Like what? Aizawa wants to ask, surprised at the offer. How to startle your opponent by hacking up a lung? Probably not the best idea with your health, no offense. Ken looked uncomfortable but still had the courage to meet Yagi's eyes. I want this to be a safe learning environment. If students feel like they have to hold back during spars or Midoriya is in a constant state of fear because they don't, then we've failed as teachers. Do you seem to be under the impression that our bones are made of wet paper towels? Yagi said dryly as he sat down across from Kansas. He put one elbow on the table and extended a hand out. Shall I put your fears to rest? That outstretched hand wasn't offered to Aizawa, but it still felt like a bomb about to go off. I don't understand. Ken admitted after a moment. One round of arm wrestling. I won't cry or look like a kicked puppy if you beat me. Aizawa sat up a little and began to fiddle with his scarf, keeping a close eye on the two. This felt like a bad call on Yagi's part. The man spat up blood every 30 seconds, but he must have a plan. That, or he's too upset to think about how badly he could get hurt. Ken tried to wiggle his way out of the challenge. I don't really think there's a need for this. Humor me. Snipe, could you count us down? Yagi plowed over the protest without batting an eye. Ken accepted his fate and tentatively gripped Yagi's hand. It was almost comical how much bigger Ken's arm was in comparison, like comparing a tree trunk to a toothpick. Yes, Snipe, count down for them. We could use some more team bonding exercises like this. Nedzu chuckled, leaving the man no choice but to comply. Ken sent his eyes heavenward for a moment, praying he wouldn't accidentally snap Yagi's arm off. 3, 2, 1, go. The match lasted less than a second. Even Aizawa was surprised at how quickly it ended. Immediately, Ken's arm was slammed onto the table with enough force to make him yelp in pain. When he tried to move, he found he couldn't get out of Yagi's grip. He couldn't even budge. A fun fact about Yagi: he can channel less than 1% of One for All without it causing any physical changes. Another fun fact about Yagi: he did not activate One for All for this match. It was decades of training, pure annoyance, and spite that gave him an extra boost of strength. I find it funny that you think a boy who faced off against a zero-pointer would be so quick to cower. Yagi's voice was flat as he let go. Perhaps you should give Midoriya a chance before deciding he needs to wear a bubble suit around the other students. That's my suggestion. I'm still new at this, but please consider it. You, holy crap, you're strong. Ken blurted out, rubbing his hand. That's how I imagined arm wrestling All Might would go for me. Ah yes, All Might. A man many describe as larger than life and who I worked closely with since the beginning of his career. Someone who gained a large amount of fame quickly and with that, many enemies that didn't always target him. I wonder where I learned how to fight. It really is a mystery. Ken flinched at the sarcasm, and as he mumbled out an apology, Aizawa mentally chided himself for failing to consider that All Might had taken steps to make sure Yagi would be able to defend himself. From what Aizawa knew of the man, it felt like something he would have overlooked. I know you're only looking out for the students, but I can't help but feel frustrated. Hasn't Midoriya already proven his worth? He scored higher than the majority of his peers and did not waver in the face of fear. Yagi sighed, and Nedza decided this was the perfect moment to replay that clip of Midoriya throwing concrete, making eyes widen because it finally clicked that he wasn't using a quirk. Were all quirkless people freakishly strong? Do you know Midoriya personally? Aizawa asked. Yagi hadn't seemed shocked when they mentioned a quirkless student. Yagi brightened at the question, looking for all the world like a proud father. I do. I helped him train for the exam. I haven't been in contact with him recently and won't be until the results are out. For the sake of fairness, I won't be grading any of his papers or tests this year. Nedzu felt was a conflict of interest, since I consider myself his mentor. Helped him train for the exam. Aizawa gets stuck on these two revelations. Yagi continued to talk, unprompted. I've been training him for almost a year now. That's also when I met him. He had the drive and determination but needed guidance. And before anyone asks, this was all done in my spare time. We did not train or use any property owned by Mike Tower. Yagi said. Aizawa took a deep breath. He didn't like mixing his missions with teaching, but he needed to make sure he wasn't about to go off on an innocent soul. I also know Midoriya. Yamada choked in his tea and Kayama sat hers down with a thunk. What? You've known him this whole time and didn't tell us? She gave him a pout that would make most men weak in the knees. Aizawa remained unaffected. I didn't know his name. I was doing that long-term recon mission a few months back and he would stop by every Sunday and give me a cup of soup. I tried to scare him off, but it didn't stick, it didn't even land. He brushed me off and just kept coming back. Did he not listen to that damn Street Smarts program they make kids sit through every year? He asked. Yagi looked thrown by this new information but recovered quickly. He listened to some parts? I'm afraid I'm not familiar with it, but Midoriya did mention it once. He gave a weak cough. I had him cleaning up a beach and he was terrified because it was, in his words, a secondary location straight out of my nightmares. He is aware that he shouldn't talk to strange men, but for some reason he does anyway. There was a "what can you do?" shrug to go along with this statement, and it made Aizawa pinch the bridge of his nose. Okay, so Yagi wasn't responsible for the lack of caution. Midoriya just came that way. Great. Aizawa turned to Nezu. I already know you're putting him in my class. Astute as always. I'm going to treat him like everyone else. If he can't meet my expectations, I'm kicking him into Gen Ed. This was supposed to be a threat, but Nezu laughed. Of course you're going to treat him like everyone else. That's why I picked you. Aizawa, out of all the teachers here, you'll be able to assess and hone his physical potential best. As for his mind, I will be grabbing him on his study period from time to time. That news did not bode well. The last time Nezu took interest in a student, the girl began blending battle strategies into her marketing tactics. The teachers in the management department had to band together to get him to back off. But this also brings up another question. What did Midoriya do to catch Nezu's attention? Aizawa didn't want to know. But Nezu apparently felt like a villain today because he stood up on the table and began to monologue as he passed out those folders Yagi had brought in. When Midoriya made the news with death arms, I took an interest in him. It's not often I see a child argue with a hero. Even rare, he was in the right to do so. Based off of his uniform and where the villain attack happened, I found all the middle schools close to that area and searched their student databases until I found a photo that matched his appearance. Once I had that, I had his name. I searched for his social accounts to get a feel for the type of person he was. Nezu let out a delighted little squeak after the last folder was handed off and motioned to his teachers to open them. I found a treasure trove. It was so fun reading through his comments and posts. When I discovered he dabbled in analysis, I knew I had to speak with him in person. Aizawa tuned Nezu out, focused on the report in front of him. His quirk, fighting style, work habits, and so much more was splayed out across 2 sheets. It was nothing groundbreaking, some of it was wrong, but most of it was correct, which was concerning since this was written by a virtual stranger. Not just a stranger, but a child at that. Getting information on Limelight heroes was easy. For underground heroes, it was a lot harder, and all the more worrying that Midoriya knew or guessed this much about him. True, they had met before, but he had never activated his quirk. Hell, he had never even gotten up. Aizawa had been nothing more than a homeless bum to Midoriya. For half a moment he wondered if Midoriya knew how to hack before remembering that sometimes videos of his fights surfaced on the web. The police were always quick to get them removed, but all it took was one click to download and save. This isn't half bad. Snipe whistled, reading his own report. Not quite a bullseye, but it was close. He suggested I try dual guns to increase the number of projectiles, but also noted that I probably already tried that and ran into a limitation. His accuracy is scary. Can look like he was reconsidering everything he knew about quirkless people. I feel exposed and I don't like it. It is impressive, though, no doubt there. They're not perfect analyses, mind you. Nezu took in their reactions with far too much satisfaction in Aizawa's opinion. But considering that this was all compiled through watching your fights, interviews, and other research, I think it's safe to say that quirk or no quirk, Midoriya is not someone you should underestimate. Yeah, I think we're all beginning to see that. Yamada said, I'm just happy to know his handwriting is bigger than what it was on the test. I was a little worried for my eyes. Is there anything else we need to know about Midoriya? Aizawa asked, shutting his folder. They still had a few students to discuss and this meeting had already gone long. Treat him with basic decency and you won't have any problems with him. Up until recently, his middle school has been rather negligent in matters concerning him. That seems to have changed, but there are still some loose ends being tied up. Nothing to concern yourselves with. Before Aizawa could speak, because that sounded like something he needed to know if he was going to teach this kid, Nedzu moved on to the next student. Later, after the meeting is wrapped up, after all the points are counted and everything is discussed, Aizawa finds himself on the couch in the teacher's lounge downing some aspirin with a coffee. Not only does he have a green-haired menace that seems to have a habit of looking disinterested in the face of danger, he's also been given a child who physically embodies the word explosion. But Kogu Katsuki was held hostage by that slime villain. While he suffered no long-term injuries, he is currently in therapy due to the incident. Still, I'll make a note to reach out to his parents to let them know we have similar resources available on campus if he needs it. He seems like he's doing pretty good. Kayama said as they watched the boy rip off a robot's head, laughing manically as he made it explode. Got a bit of a villain laugh, though. We all handle trauma differently. Aizawa doesn't have proof, but he's positive Nedzu is purposely giving him difficult children this year. Why, he's not sure. Nedzu agreed with his decision last year to expel his class, so it wasn't punishment for that. There's no point in asking because he won't get a straight answer. I don't deserve this, he muttered to himself, stepping into his yellow sleeping bag and zipping it up to the top. Well, if nothing else, he'll have a chance to pull Midoriya aside and give him that stranger danger talk that boy clearly missed somewhere down the line. Extra scene, exclusive scoop on All Might's personal life. Since he was introduced to the staff Yagi had been a hot topic amongst the gossipers. Not so much because he was quirkless, but because of who he knew and where he came from. Despite how it felt like All Might was everywhere at all times, he was a recluse when it came to social events. Aizawa couldn't think of one pro who could claim to know All Might personally, sans Sir Night Eye. It was like the man vanished once he was off the clock. This was not noticed until Yagi had been hired, and even then, it was only because Kayama was nosy and began to do some digging. And what did she find? Nothing. No personal social accounts, no pictures of All Might at candid get-togethers, no video evidence of him goofing off like other heroes. He kept his life offline, and so did whoever he shared it with. If only Yagi had been around to hear that. He would wonder what they would say if they knew he hung All Might up like a jacket and spent his nights watching reruns of old sitcoms and eating cheap ramen. Everyone was curious but refrained from asking Yagi questions because, as Cementos had so wisely said once, people don't leave Might Tower without good reason. They were a respectful group of people. Well, most of them. Kayama and Yamada always brought it up when Yagi wasn't around. They began throwing out theories about why he left and somehow turned it into a competition about who could one-up the other. Over time, it drew in commentary from other staff members before turning into a betting pool. Aizawa tried to stay professional but ended up throwing in a bet that Yagi left because All Might wasn't a good boss. All in all, it was a bland theory compared to Yamada's self-aware android and Kayama's brothers that had a falling out over a shocking family secret. It was all in good fun, but to err on the side of caution, Yagi was kept out of the loop. Until he wasn't. Because Kayama and Yamada had reached their breaking point, and after one staff meeting had wrapped up, Kayama pounced. Yagi-san, she purred, leaning across the table to get closer. We've known each other for a while now, but there's something I want you to know. We aren't just co-workers. We are comrades in arms. We tell each other everything. Because we trust each other with our lives. Oh? That's good to hear. I'll do my best not to cause you any trouble. Though I am still learning, so I suppose I'll end up troubling you anyway. I still have a lot of questions. Yagi gave her a wobbly smile, one hand tugging at his bangs. Ask away. That's the only way to learn. Yamada laughed before becoming dead serious in a blink. So, what's he really like? I'm sorry. Oh my. What's he really like when no one's looking? He's been the #1 hero for ages and I can't think of one major scandal involving him. So either he's actually a saint or his PR team is crazy good. I don't. Yagi can cut in, looking tired. Please understand this debate has been going on for months. Besides you, only Nedzu and Recovery Girl have spoken with All Might and they won't say anything. So to have you here, with inside knowledge, it's leaving some of us to salivate. We're not asking for details on his private life. I am. Kiyama said, shameless as the day she came into Aizawa's life and decided to stick around. We just want to know if he's actually human. Present Mike thinks he's a robot the Hero Commission created. Ectoplasm said from where he was grading a stack of papers. I know it's just a theory, but I will die believing it until I get concrete proof he's human. Yamada cried out, arms dancing wildly in the air. No one has ever seen him at a restaurant or out shopping. There are no paparazzi pictures of him anywhere. I'm telling you, the only time All Might is seen eating is for brand deals, and that's suspicious. All Might's rich enough he can pay the paparazzi off, you stalker. Aizawa muttered. He respected everyone here and trusted them to have his back in a fight, but they could be so weird sometimes. Yagi didn't come to Yuuei to talk about All Might. He came here to become a teacher's aide. Hell, Yagi could have been fired and was just covering for All Might. They could be stepping on a fresh wound. Look, the man's shoulders were shaking. Yagi threw his head back and laughed. It was a loud, booming sound that no one expected to come from such a frail body. It was abruptly cut off by a coughing fit and several people got up when they saw blood. Excuse me. I'm fine. That took me by surprise. Yagi waved off the concern with a blinding grin that would have been more wholesome if there wasn't a smear of red on his chin. I'm not offended. To answer your questions, he's not a saint, but the PR team doesn't have to do too much. If it wasn't for his responsibilities, All Might would be a shut-in. Say that again? Snipe asks, and even with his mask on, Aizawa knew he had one eyebrow raised in surprise. All Might's a shut-in. He's shy, you know. Crowds make him nervous, and he barely passed his public speaking class while attending here. But he perseveres because it's part of the job. Yagi said calmly, as if this information wasn't groundbreaking. Also, he does eat, Present Mike. He likes those ramen cups you can get at the grocery store for cheap. Silence. And as a boss he was a bit of an asshole. The fame went to his head a little. I knew it. Kiyama and Yamada screamed together and high-fived each other before realizing that that was not the answer they were looking for. Smirking, Aizawa held out a hand. The grumbling as money was exchanged was music to his ears. Serves them right for taking on a fool's bet. He took the money and gave half to Yagi. Oh, you don't need to do that. I didn't make a wager. Yagi stuttered out as the cash was thrust into his hands. Payment. Aizawa was a logical man. For having to deal with All Might,